and saying you thought they'd win a game, and they seemingly came very close throughout the day.
Yeah, they did. I mean, this was a team that had the highest average placement across both day 1 and day 2. They were absolutely on fire.
Čekaš me, ne kasnim, brate, vidiš da sam 12 minuta ranije, brate. Vidi, 12 minuta, brate.
At the restored reels, they had a really nice surge strategy, which hopefully will transfer well today, of course, because this is all about having those good games,
Kako je Čičo ubio Andileksa i Tenija ovdje. I ovdje ubio Tenija, ovdje kad je ubio ovo dvojicu. Kira i Mapija, ali nije uspio da vine. Urke, pozdrav svima u chatu.
Do you think they've got what it takes to fight, to stay in it and make it into the mid game then, Mini Miner?
I think so, yeah. This is a duo that have been landing at the top spot. They know how it operates. They're not a bad team by any regard. They're the best teams in the lobby and indeed in the entire region this season. So I think they'll have that know-how about how to fight their drop spot 100%.
Now, if we take another look at the lobby list, there is definitely a duo who you would have expected to get one of the 10 victory royales we've seen so far this weekend. And that is, obviously, our Major 1 champions, Murstache and Malabuka, but just something is not gelling for these two, Levin.
Yeah, something's just not quite clicking. It's been a tough season at a Grim Gate, you know, for Murstache and Malabuka, and I think the biggest problem is that when I was watching yesterday's games, even when they were winning Grimgate and, you know, getting the medallion from there and the mythic shotgun, it still wasn't panning out. Like, the games just weren't looking good. They were struggling. Mini, in previous seasons, these guys would just fight their way out of surge problems. But this season they're struggling to do that, it feels like.
Kvizi livao Gekser, nije on livao Gekser, nego se Gekser ugasio. Ugasio se, brate, ostali su bez para i nema para više i to je to. Ilke, pozdrav. Nelja, dobro večer. Šta misliš ko vina danas prvi game? Ja mislim da su to Trulex i Čića, brate. Sad iz Nürnberga išao radit šta to pametno. I ti nešto pametno da uradiš, brate. Hvala Bogu, ti nešto pametno.
I think it's going to put a lot of emphasis on one big game for any of those teams that make it out of there. For Murstache and Malabuka, they haven't done that yet, so I'm excited to see what they can do.
Šta je bilo s Arminom juče? Pa ništa, ti imao se za 800 V-Bucksa kod nekog streamera. Klošar, ti imao se sa onim debilom Jankezom, brate, straš. Sve te boli, nemaš pojma. Imam pojma, ja sam sad s futbala, brate. Ja sam sad s futbala, sad sam se istuširao, još sam polumokar, brate. Sve me boli, brate. Jebem ti futbal. Bole me noge, ne osjećam.
At the lobby list,
because there is one duo that we haven't really spoken about at all this weekend, and that's a surprise to me. Sve mi majku što se on tima, brate.
Put the cat amongst the pigeons, so we say.
Dođi da proveriš, Jale, dođi da proveriš, brate.
As per usual, but cringe and noms. This is a
duo
duo that burst onto the scene last season. Of course, they were landing at Lavish Lair, contesting our second place of last season in Queasy and Thomas, and they were a team that not many people knew too much about, but now definitely you have to have them on your radar.
Čelav, Jale.
As well, because of course they qualified through in the qualifiers.
Žili mi kuđo, Elmine, žili mi kuđo.
It just didn't work out.
Nikad, Joxi, nikad.
Going into the semi-finals.
Nikad, Joxi, u životu,
so
brate.
had a bit of a rocky road midway through the season. Back at Lavish Lair as well. So hopefully all of those elements will start to come together and hopefully they'll be able to pick up where they left off.
Yeah, I think the problem a lot of the time in situations like that is that you do split the way they sort of attempted to split at least. You sort of ruined the vibes, right? And now my wonder and my query to them was how much effort have they been putting into dealing with Storm Surge and making sure they plan accordingly for Storm Surge, right? I know Clicks and Epic well on NA made it look easy with how well they did yesterday, but getting Surge out of Lavish Lair isn't easy, and so whether Cringe and Noms will be prepared for that today is going to be a big question.
All I'm saying is, boys, wear matching t-shirts and the vibes will be there for you. You'll feel like a team, because I'm feeling like a team on the desk so far. So let's introduce two more of our team members. They're Jacob and Takata, and they're going to talk us through the semi-finals format.
Thanks, Frankie. Look, we're not matching here. Don't have the same color shirt, but I can break down the format for you. So we're on day 3 now of the semifinals, and it's no longer that winner takes all format. It's more about consistency. We still have an upper bracket and a lower bracket, but they're not going to be played out at the same time. So the top 25 duos from the upper bracket after 3 matches will go finals, and the bottom 25 duos will join the lower bracket with the other 25 teams that are currently waiting for them, and another 3 matches will be played out to where the top 15 duos qualify to the grand finals. So upper bracket, lower bracket, 3 matches. There is a lot on the line here today, Jacob. Which names do you think are going to make it through?
I'm going to go ahead and repeat a name that we talked about yesterday, Koji and Thomas. And let's talk about the struggles. They've struggled so much this season from qualifiers.
Ne nosi džemper, nisam gledam Twitter. Niko, pozdrav, Čavki, pozdrav. Jebi ga, Ricku, loše prediktaš, brat. Ikona za grand finale, ne sadi, bro. Ikona je za grand finale, brat. Trulex je Conan danas. Opa. Opa, to nije dobro, brate. Pa to nije dobro, brate.
We know these players, they have what it takes, so we'll have to see what happens, but there's still more to break down. So Frankie11Mini, what you got?
Pa to nije ni malo dobro, brate.
We have got to look at the lower bracket. That's what we've got for you, because we haven't really been able to see the names there so far, but today we're actually going to be bringing you 3 games in the upper bracket before the teams that don't make it through to the grand finals descend down into the lower bracket for 3 more games, and therefore 15 more spots will be up for grabs at the end of those few games. We'll finally have our 50 who will be making it through to the main event, the big finals next weekend, shall we say. So let's take a look at the lower bracket list. Because there is a duo in here, Levin.
Ajde da vidimo. Šta je sad ovo?
It's so surprising to me that
A ovo je juče lower bracket,
during
dobro.
the qualifiers, Nathan and CZB
Vrućina, braki se
but it
vrućina.
seems like once we got into the set lobbies, they struggled.
Yeah, it's a weird one, right? Because, again, when a team's been so good through qualifiers, you just expect them to make it through semis with ease. But they sort of suffered from a problem. I think a lot of teams in the sort of area they land in that Grand Glacier area, mini-minor, suffer with, and that...
Veljo, evo I mene guaranira, brate. Vozi, ej.
Upper day 2 came about, and it was we and Smoky who landed at Grand Glacier uncontested instead, and they also struggled, so I think...
Biće zajebano, ljudi. Biće zajebano I Trulexu I Kviziju onda ako je tako kao što kažete. Biće jebano. Večeras Bohum prekida Leverkusenov niz. Ti si bro lud čovjek, brate. Pozdrav, Box. Ti si lud, brate. Šta pričaš to?
The upper bracket, which I think is where they struggled on day number 1. Of course, watching some of their games as well, I was looking at what went wrong for them because they had such a good qualifier, and it just seemed like when they were trying to go for those fights, those mid-game fights they were forced into, a lot like Mustache and Malibuka, they just didn't come out on top. They fell down a little bit too early.
Your friend birthday! It was last week!
Today inside of that top 25.
Hey bro, it was last week, Eudo. I remember that name from last week. Her birthday was last week. How it is again? I don't get it.
It's tough. Like Veno alluded to in the interview we did.
How is it even possible? Last week the guy came and said it's my friend's birthday, and the same code, Eudo. It was like 7 days ago. How is that possible, bro?
Would probably be to try to get aggressive to some of the teams that land in like the mountains towards the south.
Ajde 1-1. Mrzno pičku materinu. Na grand finale si mi došao na FNCS 1-1. Idi govna. Majmune.
That has its own sort of knock-on effects or potential issues for you as you
Sedi gledaj, nauči nešto konju. Ne 1-1. Ti zovnem Samira te omlati čas.
Finally, if you cast your eyes to 6th place, we have Snazy and Podesai. I think they had a fairly solid major number 1, but again, Levin, we're seeing some difficulties here.
Yeah, it's been tough. I'll be honest with you guys, completely honest. I feel like I've not watched them at all, just because every time there's been a tournament with them involved, they've been contesting Tayson and Veno, and Tayson and Veno have pretty much
da, ovi su kvalali za upper bracket, jebate.
Now, mini-minor, you know, through the conversations
ovdje su napali Skvija. Ubiše Hrisa Kozec.
Contesting those guys, they were actually decent, right?
Yes, it went very well. They got first place in the performance evaluation. I was thinking, right, okay, this is looking pretty good. What did the lobby look like? Oh, I see why.
Wow.
Tayson and Venno were not in the lobby there. They are their bogey team at the moment, Tayson and Venno. So it's quite nice for Snazy and Prototype that Tayson and Venno actually made it through into the grand finals yesterday with that victory royale. Because if they were in today, I wouldn't fancy their chances based on the history of their season so far. It just really hasn't been that great of a season for them. But overall, though, today they are contested by one team. It's Robin and Dew, who are landing towards the north side of that fencing fields area. They're not going to be directly contested at that main building, which seems to be where they struggle. So hopefully now for them, they can build on the momentum that they've been gathering through these lower brackets games and these lower bracket lobbies, and hopefully take that into the day.
So Minimani, you're not expecting off-spawn fights for Snazy and Podosai with the new arrivals. You're expecting them to maybe loot and rotate out.
Yeah, they're not going to be directly contested today. If what we imagine is going to be true plays out. Of course, there's only 3 games, right? So if Robin and Dew are having a not
Da, zaboravio se kažem, ovdje samo 3 gejma se igraju, u upperu i u loweru. Da znate, samo po 3 gejma. Znači, brate, jedan možda failaš, 2 mora da odigraš dobro, da placeaš top 25 ili top 15. Zamisli da gledamo Neđe brzo ovdje. Ibro, zamisli stvarno gledamo Neđe brzo, brate. Pa ja bi, brate, skočio sad ovdje u visi na glavu da se ubijem, brate.
You can't not love a French organization. You know you can't also not love, and that is Mr. Savage and his partner Mongrel. And
baš mi žao, Savage i Mongrela, evo plačem sve.
It's quite a difficult one, surely, for Savage, because I think it's 19 FNCS Grand Finals he's made. I think this might be the
baš mi ga žao što nije placeao. Evo, sve sam se nasekirao, brate. Jel ste morali da ga kačite da nije ušao ni u lower bracket? Da nije uspeo ni u lower da uđe, brate.
I don't think anyone would have expected them to make it to grand final. So I think they've had a decent season, right? They made it into the lower bracket. They made it into the semis. I just think it was always going to be tough for them, right? Of course, Mongrel not playing the game for a while. He had that grand finals experience last season. I was hoping they'd be able to build on that this season.
Baš me zabole za Mongrela i Savage, evo nemaju leba da jedu, već sam se nasekirao, neće da ide na Maldive, brate, Savage sa devojkom, brate. Već sam se nasekirao za njega. Ne znam, boks, stvarno ne znam, 3 gejma samo.
I'm a big fan of Savage, as I think a lot of people know. And as much as people might not want to believe, I'm also a very big fan of Mongrel. And so, for me, that duo is great for the game.
Današnji format, pribro lako ko pasulj, top 15 i top 25. Prosto bre ko pasulj, bro. Evo ga, brate. 15 iz lower bracketa kvalaju granice, 25 iz upper bracketa kvalaju granice. To je to. To je to, brate. Znači, mora budeš top 25 danas u upperu ili top 15 u loweru. I to je to, brate.
Day 3 is always a special day. We've only had 10 duos qualify to the grand finals, all which have been through victory royales. So now we're going to see players qualify through the leaderboard, which is just performing well throughout these 3 matches. A lot of interesting contest stations. There's 4 duos contesting Grim's Gate today, I think. There's a duo contesting Thomas HD and Queasy. Up by
Evo sad je rekao da su Queasy i Thomas kontestori. Sad je rekao.
Let's get right into the first match.
Sad će predikcije, samo da vidimo sekundu. Samo sekundu da vidimo početak, da vidimo ko će da umre. Da vidimo odmah početak, da znamo.
So it's very, very important to get off to a hot start because you won't have the later half of the day to catch up and make up that pace that you might have lost along the way. So looking at teams like Malibuca Mustache, Queasy, and Thomas that you would think have already had their grand final spot at this stage in the game now have to put it all on the line and the last chance to go through in the upper bracket.
Mustache Malibuca, constant contest station here at Grim Gate. I mean, being the most popular POI with that dash medallion. It's a difficult one to come out of, but you said it yourself, our champions from the previous major. They've won the chest up top, which is the best starting position for this drop spot. Now,
ovdje, ovo je bitno. Ovo je bitno.
So it looks like 2 of them have backed off, whereas the duo that's contesting Thomas HD And Queasy is still there, which I believe is Ice and Doom. So we'll have to see how they're able to do. It's only 3 matches, Jacob, so you don't get as many opportunities to get that solid game and boost yourself up the leaderboard.
Ej, ovo je
Just how
bitno.
easy it is to have that good game and
već je
less and less
počelo.
pressure on you. If you have that slip up, that bad game here in game 1, it puts a ton of pressure on you to try to perform. As Trulex Chicho thought they had their surge plan down packed
Znači,
yesterday,
svi
but
naši
a couple of
konani,
games that slipped
majku
through
im
their
jebe.
hands,
Ne znam za
weren't
Skvija i
able to really
Krisa.
capitalize. Uncontested at restored reels. Now
Ne znam
a
za
full
Skvija i Krisa
change-up.
šta
Now
se
they're gonna be
dešava, ali
contested
gledaj ovo,
straight
brate.
out of the gates from restored reels.
Čekajte
And there's
ljudi da
another
vidimo
team
ko će
on
da
the
umre, da li će
outskirts.
da
You
umre
know
neko.
as well as I do.
Ne
The
mogu
longer
dam
a fight like
predikcije,
this
da
takes, the
oni
more
umrli,
chances
brate.
that team is going to rotate on over and try to get some storm surge.
And you really do not want to get eliminated right off the start. I remember Murstache Malabuka got eliminated off spawn. I believe the first 3 matches basically, and they qualified in just 1 match, but it was the last match of the day where they got top 3.
Trulex je
So
low,
now with only 3 chances, you want to maximize every single game you play here. Seeing that Trulex has already been cracked. Chicho down to 20 shield.
Trulex je
Has
dead.
another bush bomb. With his duo partner gone down now. Both players incredibly healthy. This is going to be almost impossible for Chicho to come out on top. But the third party from G-Rouse and Cherry, they might just be able to clean it up.
Yeah, they were just kind of waiting in the wings. They landed on the island just towards the outside. They took steps each and every time they heard shots and they heard that battle going on, using it as a distraction to close the distance. And now they're trying to capitalize on some great shots, dropping him down to just about 40 HP, and now he's just going to advance onto another angle. And that's the quick thinking from a team like this, to just not let that early damage go to waste.
Jedan, brati, da budu sigurni s poenima ili 2 solidna da odigraju, brate. Ili jedan da vineju i onda da chillaju, brate. Jer Vin jedan dosta poena pravi. Gira's dead. Gira's dead, onaj tim, znači ludilo, brate.
Giros gets knocked. What just went wrong? From having the advantage in the third party of the 2v2, but now it looks like the pressure's on.
Yeah, it's just one of those things to where it just looks like it's going right. Your third party, you know they're already weak, and then it started off with great shots being landed. They took 2 different angles. They tried to react quick, but just wasn't quick enough.
za noge, ima da ga jebu.
Stuck in a spot because now he has to try to backtrack into the original team he ran from, because there's a 4th party and even a 5th party in the distance. And now he has his work cut out for. That's Cade. And Deox on the other side trying to get in with the chain of hands. We've seen this happen almost all day yesterday. Another elimination from the chain of Hades.
They're not done yet, though. Look at the mini-map bottom right. 2 little players taking a peek. It's Howley. It's Nefrizzi.
Nema više kvalanja, kraj je danas.
Initial shot off the beam, the 3-2-1. It could permit them to get right into the action. We saw how difficult it's been to manage Storm Surge throughout these semifinals. This damage is crucial, and when you have an opportunity like this, you don't want to let it go to waste.
And that original team that was kind of over in this direction, they got that 1 elimination.
2 minuta.
And they completely got out of there.
2 minuta imate za predikcije na kvizija, ljudi.
Kind of take any risks that they don't have to.
2 minuta krenulo sad. 2 minuta predikcije.
Not too long before they entered this mix, so depending on what the loot is looking like,
2 minuta predikcije, ljudi.
They have a great advantage in terms of HP. You can see the inventory. They have more builds. It's all about finding that confidence to push in a fight that you know started long ago. But Howley immediately gets dunked on, pushed down low to low ground, and separated from Nefrizzi.
Cade has been knocked, though. Diox now forced in the 1v2. He has to apply pressure as he knows that Howley's healing up. Huge shot gets connected, as Diox now might just be able to turn this around. Chug splashes, though, are in the inventory of the opponent's legendary banana. The more time Diox waits, the harder it's going to be.
Yeah, great shots trying to battle back from the defensive end, but Nefrizzi, Howley, they regrouped, they healed up, and now they're trying to go on the offensive yet again, and that numbers game too strong. The third party becomes the third party. And I don't know if this is a rerun that we're seeing, but there's another third party moving in to restore reels.
You thought we were done. We are not done yet, Jacob. From the same hill.
Pa Trulex ga je najebo, brate. Pa svi će da dođu ovde, jebote.
Let's take a look, though. Back at Fencing Fields, one of the most popular spots we've seen at 4 surge bases around this area of the map. A bit more centered.
Ooh, this is a good bait. How is he crouched so low?
Gledaj ovo.
He's
Gledaj ovo, gledaj ovo, gledaj ovo, gledaj ovo.
Crouched right now. Under the chest, under the couch. You try to look under your couch for some socks that you left under there. There's the bag. Exactly. They just take him out, put aside. Never saw it coming, Lens.
Puši ga.
Just take complete advantage. Didn't know that they were hiding behind the chest, and that was great awareness. That was great thinking from them. It works once, right? But that will not work again in games 2 and 3 at Fencing Field.
The good news is for them, it's only 3 games, Jacob. All you need is for it to work once in one solid game. Remember, it's top 25. You have to do better than 50% of the players competing here today. So one good game could almost be enough to guarantee your qual to the grand finals. Scrapped Skrill. Also choosing to play aggressive here.
Yeah, it's a team that is not afraid to get scrappy in a lot of these fights. He's just trying to go in. Really not thinking twice about what will happen if things go wrong, because he's only thinking about the success. Glubshy is now on the run. About 50 HP, if that, and just getting attacked from multiple angles. Skrill just taking the ladder and finally gets that last elimination. It's just too much for just one player to overcome. He didn't really have space in those builds for him to just bob and weave in and out of those builds. And it's just that onslaught of aggressiveness was just too much.
Pixie and Juan here. A lot calmer on this side of the map so far. Could be from that elimination that Pixie has. 6 splashes, Flowberry Fizz.
Jesam čofiko malo, jesam.
Is basically the main item in terms of rotation this season.
Al kad mi igra sin, ko zna šta radi, brate, sjebe mi sve u pičku metru. Dao sam ja miksa predikcije, brate.
So it's a basically must have in all of these matches. We'll take a look at Cringe and Noms now. Mini was breaking them down earlier.
Oh, više ga
performing well, Jacob. And with these eliminations already starting it off, hopefully we'll see a continuation of that.
Yeah, a team that started day 1 in the lower bracket. They've earned their spot in day 2 in the upper bracket. Things still didn't go their way in terms of getting a game win, but they locked in another upper bracket spot. And if you're going to start anywhere on the day, you obviously want to start in this upper bracket round 3. 25 spots in the first half. And if you manage to go to the lower bracket, there's still 15 more spots up for grabs. So they're definitely on the track to success. And Murstache still over at Green Race throughout all this time. And you can see how they picked up their first elimination.
A lot of opportunities, like you said, Jacob, to make it to Grands here.
Bravo, Ente, bravo.
Right off the start, but they
were
eventually able to claim.
Samo ga cimni jako I naduvaj ga na 3 bara, brate. Atmosfere.
As more and more duos kind of dropped in the surrounding area, get closer to the POI and say, kind of leftovers there. Is there a battle still going on? It's very important to keep an eye on the feed when you're competing in these lobbies, especially if you've put in the work beforehand to see what duos are in the surrounding area to you, and based on the elimination feed, kind of make some decisions on that information.
Pozdrav, Joke, pozdrav.
I must want to imagine that.
Samo za brata Jankezu, koji se tima...
But you can see the Chain of Hades in another loadout here today.
Koji se tima za 800 vivaksa, brate.
For some of these players, and yep, it's going to be Murstache. And Murstache is the player that's kind of been carrying it for this team a lot of the time. Both the medallion that they switch back and forth with and that mythic gatekeeper shotgun.
Zamisli se ti imaš u 2024. godini u maju mesecu, brate, da se ti imaš, brate, za jebenih 800 vivaksa. Zamisli koliko mora da budeš glup za to. To je neverovatno.
The good news is all the players competing here in the upper bracket will have a second chance, even if they don't qualify. And we'll see today as well. It's 6 total matches today, not 5 like the previous days. But it's kind of like 2 mini tournaments. 1 here, 3 matches of the upper bracket. And the 25 duos that don't qualify will be joined by the other 25 duos who are currently waiting right now.
Aki se nem pojma šta se radi.
For the upper bracket players to join them.
Nikel, pozdrav.
And then in that, only 15 duos qualify, so it's a bit more difficult. Less spots available.
See Andalex and Sato. This is a team that throughout the day yesterday...
Stvarno, šta je bilo? Pobeda Arsenala.
See them adapt on the fly. They started day 1 in the lower bracket. They used that as fuel to their fire. They advanced to the upper bracket.
Pobeda Arsenala, dobre. Dobre, Aki se, dobre.
Underneath the underworld.
Bravo, Akise! Bravo!
There is a bunker over in this direction, so you can see the purpose. You can see what the focus is going to be for this fight, whether you win or lose. don't want to get stuck in that
Sinoćna Eurovizija je nepravda. Ne znam, brate, šta ti kažem. Ne mogu da pričam nešto što nisam gledao, ali znam da je uvek nepravda. Zamisli koja je pravda kad ne pobedi Srbija, nego pobedi Ukrajina pretprošle godine kad je bilo. Koja je to pravda, brate, pre par godina, kad je bilo, ne znam ja. Dobro, Ciki, dobro.
To the later section of the mid game. Third parties in the surrounding area as well. You have to be aware. You have to be cautious of your surroundings here, especially when you're looking at these box fights. The zone now closing. Pressure continues. No big shots connected yet, though.
Yeah, it's Chexy and Vispin that's just waiting. You talked about the feed and the information that you're gathering. As soon as somebody gets knocked in a fight like this, they're
pobedio, brate.
To play just a little bit more aggressive.
On je zbog toga i pobedio, brate, zato što je to rekao. Zato što su pederi preuzeli ceo svet i debili i ti majmuni, oni su preuzeli ceo svet. Zato je on i pobedio. Ciki bre, šta ti je čoveče, ponašaj se, gledamo finale, bre. Mislim, nije finale, nego zadnju šansu, brate.
There's so many duos in the surrounding area, though.
With another one even close by.
It's going to be risky. It's going to be dangerous. But like you said, so much potential loot to be had. Chexy.
Skvi Hri su sad bili ovdje u ovom fajtu. Gde su oni?
As the finish goes down, the knock. Still kind of hunting around for it. Or are they just going directly to the... No, they're definitely looking for the loot.
Možda dipali, stvarno.
It's what they came for. It's what they fought for. It almost looks like this bunker is going to go through unnoticed. The thing that caused the entire fight and all this chaos, and you can see they're finally getting closer and closer to finding the loot.
They can't find it.
Still can't get it just yet, and he's still alive. I think there's still a solo alive in that mix. He's going to give his position away eventually. Down on HP, forced to use his splashes, but a great shot to try to fire back, and this is certainly a winnable situation, especially what we've seen so far. The first knock's going to come through from the Buell. Gobot cannot clean that one up just yet. He can't take advantage of the loot. Thinks it's just a little bit too risky to try to survive, but instead he's going to backtrack for the vault in which we were talking about. Finally going inside to try to see what's left.
Just minis from what I can see here. 10 bandages is what he's going to have to use to stay up. Luckily though, with that elimination, looking healthy on Storm Surge, but look at this Turtle and his duo. This could be brutal.
Oh, did he see him peek into the cone? Well, doesn't matter now because they're gonna
just go ahead,
whether they saw him or not. Finish the fight, box him up.
Good night.
Shipped him back to the lobby, first class.
I want a first class ticket like that. That was quick. Vispin now, attempting to get the reboot. Does he have time? I do not think so. Potential dashes though, as now he goes directly for the engagement. Not even gonna go for the pickup on his teammate Turtle though. 2 clean shots to send him back to his duo.
Vispin was doing a good job, and not just this fight, the other one before, just landing that first shot. Really kind of let your presence be known in that fight, but Turtle did not back down, had the double edit, the double shot with the gatekeeper, make it look easy.
Kiro
and Mappy rotating through. You see Storm Surge right now, 72 players still left alive, which leads you to believe Storm Surge, just like yesterday, he's going to activate just a little bit sooner than we have seen in the qualifiers, but not necessarily by much. So Venno was right in that interview, just showing that Storm Surge is king. You have to be able to prepare ahead, whether you're in the middle of the zone or the edge of zone like we're seeing Harris and Svi do. Storm Surge is the key to unlocking that end game.
Easier said than done, though, Jacob. Easier said than done. We've seen it reflected on the playstyle of a lot of these duos here, forced to have multiple options to get
Evo su ova dvojica što su konali malo buči, jedan je bio mrtav. Jedan je bio mrtav, brate.
At the same time they know, so do the players in the surrounding area, and they want to do so without using too many shields or materials. Thomas and Queasy though, no elims on the board, and choosing to do more of a slower rotate, so I'm curious on how they got that damage. They were contested at Mount Olympus, so they must have kind of taken some shots back and forth. Now going to choose the Flowberry plus Launchpad to get as much distance as possible.
Koji kup si igra? Pa FNCS, brate, kako koji kup?
Kind of time it and do it right. This was one of the things kind of watching their games back yesterday after the day was over. the good games that they had, the zone was close to Mountain Memphis, not a ton of
10
rotation
mečeva
to do.
ove
But those
nedelje
games where they have to travel
je
all
vinano
the way
od
across the map and then
uncontested
lack of
timova, znači
mobility in
timovi
the
koji nisu
season, and then
konani.
still having to worry about surge because
Su
even though it
vinali
is contested, there's no real
9
shields.
od
You spawn
10.
with 100 HP, and so there's not a lot of surge to be found over towards Mountain Olympus unless you stagger yourself so far deep in the zone. So Queasy and Thomas, they're probably going to look to do 1-2 things here. Get a great position in the zone, and then start to worry about surge. Otherwise, they're going to be forced to try to go box to box.
Došao da digne pod Asaja, brate, da mu uzme karticu u Voltu.
Back at fencing fields.
A
I
vidiš
see
u ovdje.
5-6 duos now, still to make it into zone. One of them kind of looking back and holding them. You can hear that noise as the reboot van trying to be used here, but it's not going to be so easy.
Ovaj je lud što je ributao.
Looks like they might have just done it.
Ovaj je
Will they
lud
be
što
able
je
to fly on in
ributao,
though?
brate.
Or are
Ovaj
they
nije
going to get
normalno.
annihilated out of the sky? It's going to be a
Živ je!
blessing, a miracle to make it out
Živ
of this
je!
one, but they might have
Chips
just done it.
ubio Skvija!
Somehow lands
Chips
without
je
getting
ubio
knocked down,
Skvija!
now forced
A
to try and save
Hris
his
je ubio
teammate.
Yeah, it
Turtla!
was just kind of a little bit of a trade. Coin survived.
I Hris je ubio
but his
Chipsa!
teammate didn't survive on
Hris
that
je
one
ubio 1 na 2
afterwards.
u
It's
dvojicu.
one of those things where you tell your teammate, you better perform, you better get some points in this one. I just sacrificed it all for you.
Onaj osta živ, brate.
Werex, 131 below the damage threshold. Actively taking damage to Surge as well, even though Vexi and Power are positioned right
Onaj
below.
osta živ što je rebootan, brate, pobeži. A nije, evo ubili ga sad. Evo ubili ga sad.
They do have a lot of heals, so they have some time to attempt to out heal it and look for the damage, but eventually that time is going to run
Da li
out.
moguće, Ricku?
131 below.
Da li
Pressure's on,
moguće?
66
Kviz
players
je ubio
still out here in the
Lušu.
sixth zone. Has to drop down to
Kviz je
50.
ubio Lušu, taman mu
Need to
treba
be
za
eliminated,
Surge.
which means they just need to get
Taman
that
mu
damage
treba
at
za
this point.
Surge, brate.
How long can they out heal for?
Yeah, so it's going to put them in such a tricky spot, because right now they're making that tough decision. It does need to go down to, I believe, about 60
Ljudi,
players. So
GXR
there's
se
only 4 more that do
raspao,
need to go
ljudi.
down in this zone.
Ne rade
So it
više,
is so close,
nemaju
but you can see a lot of
para
their
i
heals
više
gone
ugasili
out of
su
their
Fortnite
inventory.
i sve.
Last of the Flowberry Fizz gonna be
Nije
out.
on
They do have
izašao,
Legendary
nego su
Banana as
ovi-
well. But after
Ovi su
that,
se raspali,
they're going
bukvalno.
to have to look for some sort of impact elimination. And I will say the
Nije
blessing
lud
for them
izađe,
in that
davali mu
situation is
onoliko
they are
para,
on the back
brate.
of zone. They all have a chance.
Ovi
Teams
ne mogu da
rotating in, but
prežive,
somebody
brate.
comes through in a flank.
Ovi
Great
ne
shot
mogu da
to be fired.
prežive, to
Storm
nema
Surge
leba,
still
brate.
doing damage as well. He's just getting doubled up by the damage, doubled up by
To
the player.
nema leba,
Gets the
brate, ovi
legendary
da
banana
prežive.
off in time, but Storm Surge yet again taking him down. Finally, that player
Nema leba.
eliminated, but he got no damage off of that fight. He
To
goes
je
down
neki
to
novi
Storm Surge,
francuski
and now his
tim,
teammates
nemam
feel that
pojma.
same pain.
Stvarno ne znam,
Neither
neki
player
francuski
eliminated each
tim.
other there. Storm Surge took them both out with a double elim. Oryx now left alone as Kurama has been taken out. Storm Surge, you can see how brutal it is.
Sve
All of
ubio
these
Surge.
players
Mark ubio
trying to
Mapija.
not only make it in zone, but also do enough damage as Paharo Vexi. One of the duos standing here. Good news is they have the Chug Splash, the Flowberry. They can recuperate that shield and maybe even pick up an elimination here.
Yeah, nobody
Skrill
can
je
stop
umro.
anymore. This is a 5-tick. You don't have enough splashes to out heal this. If you stop and try to stagger, that might have been it. That might have been the move that costed them everything. 29 HP on the 5-tick. They're trying to make it towards the zone, but it looks like
Yeah,
Prahal's
big
going to run out of time. Vexi has to abandon his teammate, play the rest of this one out as a solo.
And the duos know it. They've arrived late. They know Vexi cannot be too healthy. Will he actually be able? No, Pahara! Almost got. One floor
13
missing
health.
though.
Budala, ja ne znam što je pao uopšte, brate.
He's done for.
Nije mi jasno što je pao, brate,
He's
idiot.
at least going to fall for the loot. Much needed builds.
On je mogao da ga reviva.
Running out a lot of the resources.
Što je
that
pao,
had
nije
up
mi
to this
jasno,
point, but
brate.
Storm Surge yet again. It just deactivated to turn right back on him one more time with 11 players this time. Need to go down. So Vexi, the blessing.
Evo ga Hris šta je uradio. Evo ga Hris šta je uradio Trtlu i Chipsu. I ubio je jednog i drugog.
What a tragic
I
ending though.
Skvije
That
živ.
was definitely avoidable.
I imaju neki coin, ej. Imaju Skvi i Hris imaju neki coin. Ovi su 6 above. Ovi su
From
gotovi, brate.
96 below to 6 above. Still 3 legendary bananas as well. Missing a bit of shields, as you can see. Comeback. Nothing to work with, basically. As
12 below.
get landed now. Banana's gonna be used.
Ne znam, neki imaju, brate.
Yeah, just a tough situation because even though their build's looking kind of healthy, and you see they're down below on Surge, they don't have heals. So out-healing this isn't necessarily going to be an option for them. They have to try to get the shots that they need.
Ne mogu oni da pogode ništa.
Voltiax and Psycho just trying to rotate on over. They're getting distracted by Andalix and Sado, and this is going to be their best opportunity to try to sneak some shots through. But building in full metal, I don't think that's going to be a possibility.
Moraju da pušaju, moraju da pušaju. Ali dobiju server spray. Dobiju server spray, 12 below. 12 below mora da se killaju.
It's just barely anything. Luckily for them, players are going to go down. It is going to turn off momentarily, though. Because in the next zone, we'll need an additional 4 players to go down. So in the back of their minds, a lot of these players know it's kind of a mirage in the desert. It's only a feeling of comfortability, but not actually is with Storm Surge turning off briefly. See Sazy, 68 above the damage threshold. And unfortunate for Kiro, he was getting damaged by Storm Surge. All it took was just a quick sneeze to take down his opponent.
Thomas HD Queasy. I was going to say some good words, but I got scared for a moment as Thomas gets cracked. Dropped down to 77 HP though. Good news, Shieldfish, Chug Splashes, Minis. They've got a good position here too. Not too many players in front of them. Hopefully they can make it into zone with just tanking a little bit.
I mean, they're in a much better spot than they were in some of these other games, considering the zone. Over towards Snooty's steps as they find their way up the mountain, quickly targeted for a second, but nothing that Thomas and Queasy can't handle. And with the zone moving in this direction, there's really not too many people towards the south side of the zone. So depending on where the next pull, if they get the next zone priority, Queasy and Thomas could be the...
Možeš da mi objasniš kako je on mogao da dobije Kelte kad je ubio dvojicu ovih? Kad su oni imali Koji, a ne on, brate. Merstaš ubio Krisa i sad ispao Krisu Coin. Merstaš ubio Krisa i sad je Krisu ispao Coin. Možeš da mi objasniš, Ente, kako je on mogao da dobije Helte ako nije imao Coin, brate? Ko su ti na slici, Mile, sramota, brate, šta ti mene pitaš, brate?
To do, but it's just going to be much easier for them. Pop the Flowberry Fizz, use your medallion dash just to try to get there, and you see they're staying away
Chris je umro, jebi ga i odoše, brate. Odoše, brate, Coin i odoše poeni i sve. Ali dobro, uzeo je, ja mislim, dovoljno poena za prvi game.
Surviving is what is on his mind here. 6 below, just a couple tags is needed. Has the Flowberry to grant that momentum boost to keep on rotating, but he cannot stay ahead as comfortably as Merstash and Malabuka.
Da, umrli su Squee i Chris u najgore vreme. Ne seri, ne seri da ga je ubio, brate, ja ne verujem. Queasy chilla za sad, Queasy chilla za sad, živ je. Snazy dead. Queasy Toma za sada, full health, baš ono za malo. Evo su dole.
Are they going to go second height? It's Queasy Thomas going to go second. Are they going to look up? Are they going to try and make something happen here? As shots come through now, just 4 builds. Not too comfortable in terms of holding high ground here. They need to find a refresh.
Queasy se prikrada, ej! Queasy se prikrada, ljudi! Queasy mi se šunja iza njih. Koliko ja vidim, brat.
Flowberry choosing to go right down to ultimate low ground. A lot of
Nije, to je staro, to je staro. To je bug od replaya kad oni prebacuju s jednog na drugi tim. To je bug od replaya, brat. Au, lanci, katanci rade. Top 9 ljudi.
9 total teams left alive, Comeback being one of
Thomas uzo 2 kila. Thomas je uzeo, ja mislim, 2 kila, brat. I Merstaš također. Merstaš također. Upiše ga kozec. Merstaš na haju ili nije? Jeste. Merstaš je na haju, ali malo i Buća je umro.
So many players stuck in zone here.
Nema Quizija, gdje je?
Pressure from above.
The zone pulls back. Mustache trying to get the revive onto Malibuka.
Kurca, gledaj ovo bre! Ma gledaj bre ovo!
And now it's a full 3-team battle royal to try to close it out, returning the favor from the last major where Malibuka, historic run to reboot Mustache in late game and win the game, and now he is on a terror. 10 eliminations and it's down to a 2v2.
Double digits for Mustache and
To bi trebao da bude kval za Quizija, ne bi trebao da proda. Jao, lanci katanci. Lanci katanci, ljudi.
They're just trying to grab him, pull him out of the safety into the zone. Mustache trying to drop down, playing Disruptor, just outside of the box, thinking from the major one chance, but down goes Malibuka, trying to use the Chain of Hades. They got their ticket on the train. Sado goes down, Malibuka goes up, 12 eliminations, and a grand final spot on the horizon with that big win.
S ovom pobedom ovo mislim da je gotovo za Marcaša i Malibuku, da su hvalali. Ali Quizy također, brate, mislim da je odigrao dobar game. Ajmo da refresh i da vidimo situaciju. Da vidimo, Marcaš i Malibuku, velika prednost 113, mislim da je to dovoljno za grand finale. Chris iz Quiz 14, sasvim ok. 30 poena, umrli 19 sa 4. To uopšte nije loše, brate. 30 poena za prvi game uopšte nije loše, brate. Quizy 46 poena, umro 7 sa 2. Ni to nije loše. Quizy još jedan ovakav game i on je kvalo. Top 25 kvala, ljudi. Top 25. Top 25. Top 25, to je trenutno, brate, Alex, Koji i Rizbor. Trulex i Čičo, jebik. Trulex i Čičo su premnogo konani, premnogo.
Almost took down Sato. He might be a Malibuka and Mustache fanboy after that one, but their presence has been known. But got to give it up to Alex and Sato, a huge second place. But this being the name of consistency and the name of the leaderboard, I'm going to throw it on over to our analyst to break down game one.
Znači ovo se sad igra, pa ovo za 2 sata.
It might not be a golden ticket, but 12 eliminations and a victory royale. 11, it's pretty much
3 gejma se igra, ljudi. 3 gejma se igra. Ovo je bio prvi game. Ono malo preko Trulexa, ono je bilo strašno. Pa tamo se skupilo za 2 minuta 10 timova, brate. Tamo se skupilo, brate, znači 10 timova, brate. Za 2 minuta.
Circumstances, you have to make each and every game count.
A me boli noga sad od fudbala, brate.
Of course, these guys made out of the drop spot. They had the medallion. Of course, they had that mythic shotgun as well. And this is exactly what they could have dreamed of here going into this first game, because you never know what's going to happen, right, for the next couple of games. So the fact that they've managed to get a win here is absolutely fantastic. A reboot as well for this duo. So it was one of those where it's like they had to make it happen at the right moment. And I like the way they took height as well. Even this little pre-edit play out. We haven't seen that from these guys, I feel like, for a little while. Properly going at it in endgame with the pre-edits, but I like to see this duo winning. I think if we're looking at the lobby sort of landscape 11, out of the top 25 teams, realistically, these guys have to be in there.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think the benefit now is that obviously compared to the formats you've seen the past 2 days, they can keep playing the next 2 games, right? And so there's opportunity here to really make sure that none of those potential Grimgate teams, you know, have a chance of qualifying through, you know, at least through this round, right? Obviously, maybe they get the chance again in lowers, but, you know, they can really do their best to play spoiler to the rest of those guys. And, you know, again, just continue their dominance, get some more practice in terms of dealing with Surge out of that spot. And like Jacob was highlighting, that ending was just hilarious. Yeah, you don't see that too often.
Right.
That is also the record, 12 eliminations for any duo in the upper bracket of Europe this weekend. So Mustache and Malibuka, they're looking on form again. Honestly, though, I wish we had access to their comms in that res at the end, because Zone 12, you have got some nerves of steel, shall we say, if you can make that decision and make it stick. Let's take a look at the leaderboard, though, and see how our other duos did. Obviously, we want to see where Queasy and Thomas are at, because It wasn't looking like the worst start for these boys, but the commentators did note with these two that one of the things that they struggle with is when the zone is not in their favor. They seem to be having a hard time on the longer rotates that they're having to make.
Vraćam se za sekundu,
we saw them sort of solve that in that game. We saw them getting those tags earlier on. I think they had a little bit of a surge fight earlier on, which actually got them those tags. And then, of course, they went into the storm, used that launch pad with the flow berry to make their way into the sort of dead side of zone. And we saw them playing that dead side the entire end game. I think this is good, though, from this team. We haven't really seen this sort of consistency from them in terms of making end games, and particularly when we know about how good these guys can be when they make it there. I think for these guys now, it's just about not having a bad game, right? These guys, they understand. Thomas and Queasy, they have the experience. They understand. They don't need to set the world on fire here. We don't need to go crazy in one of our games. We just need to have 3 solid games. We don't need to do anything crazy.
Well, my experience as well watching these guys is that, like, Thomas always gets better throughout the day. Right, it's like he's probably just not warming up much before he just loads up the game, runs a tournament, and so, you know, that first game usually is a bit of his warm-up. So, you know, I'm expecting them to continue to do well. The likes of Anderlecht and Sato, though, who obviously made it through deep into that game, another sort of very notable name, and Anderlecht's a legend of EU, playing with Sato. These guys have been a team that have mostly impressed me this season. I mean, you know, Anderlecht's had a couple sort of off seasons where he wasn't looking as dominant as he once was, and the combination of him and Sato fill me with a lot of excitement, a lot of promise, and it's good to see them doing well here.
Yeah, of course, even their drop spot, they know this area so well down towards the south of the map. I feel like we've seen them landing there for a long time. They know that area. And I think that really comes into play when you're coming into these sort of lobbies, when you have so many different drop spot changes and people landing here, there, and everywhere. Quite an unfortunate end, actually. Of course, you know, it's funny when you're the team that actually comes out on top and the train goes through the second place team. But when you are that second place team, it can be quite difficult. So I thought they played that very well. They didn't expose themselves too much. They weren't making it easy for Mustache and Malibuka. Just, yeah, the train kind of came in and caused a bit of mayhem.
Mini Miner, do you think that this is a consistent duo? You think they can do it again, make it to the end game? Yeah, I think so. I think they have, as I mentioned, they have a nice drop spot. They're uncontested there as well. So it seems like their surge is working out. It was quite a nice zone for them as well. Let's be real here. It's quite like a sort of southwest zone. So I'm interested to see whether they can do that when the zone does pull far. But so far, so good. They couldn't ask for really too much more in that first game. Thinking right back to the beginning of the first game, though, it wasn't a great start for Gyrus and Chari, and it wasn't a great start for Trulux and Chicho as well. And
Bobby Venner na Twitteru ne vrat.
They are expected to make it to the grand finals next weekend. However, we've only got 2 more games in the upper bracket. So do you think they might find themselves in the lower bracket?
We'll see, hopefully not. I mean, they got, you know, the 2 games to show off what they can do, and it shouldn't take more than just one big game now to really solidify themselves in top 25.
Već bre, klikni ti, doktora, pozdrav! Već klikni ti što ja da kliknem, brat.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Games are running out quick. 1 is down, only 2 more to go. So even though we're talking about Malibuka Mustache and Alex and Sato rising to the top and really taking control, there's still a ton of teams that have yet to find their stride in such short amount of time.
Yeah, I mean, you said 2 games to go, but the good news is after those 2 games conclude, we have another 3 matches in the lower bracket. There's 25 duos waiting right now, just watching these matches play out to see who are the other 25 duos that will be joining them, which is going to be the lower 25 on the leaderboard after these 3 matches conclude. So Mustache Malibuka, I'm pretty sure we can guarantee they're already in the grand finals with that massive match they just got, but they're still in game. Battle Bus is ready. Let's get into the second match of the day.
Yep, with 12 eliminations in that
win. Su bili, a ja stavio predikcije top 7. Kakav sam ja doktor,
as Levin alluded to, this is a chance for them to defend the POI, kind of push everybody out of Grim Gate. So I wouldn't necessarily be surprised if there was a little bit of a switch up in terms of overall strategy on how these 2 teams play out Grim Gates.
You can see Finn and Kentic aren't even going for the 50-50 up top on the chest. Mustache and Malibuka. And now with the confidence they have in that first game, really nothing to lose. I mean, it's going to be full-on aggression to the duo contesting them.
Yeah, just quickly going through. This is kind of like the standard loot for almost anybody running at Grim Gates. Instant shields. Don't really have to waste any resources. Not expect too much fighting, but a little bit of a change-up. I think a 3rd team has now entered the mix over on in this direction towards Mount Olympus, and it's
Trulek je umro, ljudi, Trulek je umro!
Doom and Ice versus Destru and Pyros.
Samo ih, brate, Vin, brate, vadi. Možda u zadnjem gameu, ako Čičo, brate, ne.
Smart decision to quickly disengaging.
Ne uradi nešto.
I mean, Thomas Queasy would have a free third party if they
pozdrav.
did decide
Gde
to
si
take the
brzi?
battle there. So now both players kind of separating. A bit more time for everybody to loot around Mount Olympus.
Pixie dead.
Ooh, Pixie just got taken down by the minion.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. I can't say that's the first time I've seen that, though. That's for sure. Zangi over towards Pleasant. See the big bush bombs coming out right away. And Pleasant Park, or Pleasant Plaza is one of those spots where there is actually a ton of loot, but there's just other POIs that kind of overshadow it, so you don't really see how strong of a POI that can actually be at times, as Marco also just trying to aggress onto their opponents. Zangi with a nice shot through the window. That was a masterclass of a shot to weaken his opponent and drop his shields down where he has no more to replenish.
Ja ne znam šta gledam ove majmune, nije mi jasno.
Gotta be careful with that. You just said it yourself, just one mini, as Zangi now is looking for another shot here. Asa and Marco do have the elevation, but not by much. Also difficult to build up there. Bush bombs you can even see being used, making it more difficult to know exactly where the player is. There's the type of engagement where it really takes one big shot. Only 4 builds. You don't want to waste time here. All the time you're waiting, you want to be farming at least.
Yeah, it's not as aggressive as we've seen some of the fights so far, but with Marco weak, that could be a sign for them to continue to try to getting aggressive, and you see them trying to make their way up. Before that team just immediately disperses outward. And I've actually seen this a few times from a team just on NA, Chaos Gaming, and Tro. They hide at one of the gas stations, so a little bit different.
Prde se na vatri, brat.
One of the fire pits, we do see Zohan rotating in this direction.
Oh, no.
Oh, but he doesn't take the instant bait. He doesn't take the instant bait. He doesn't rotate to the steps.
I nisu ga
No,
uhvatili.
what his teammate does.
Nisu ga uhvatili, nisu ga uhvatili.
Bobo Finn actually takes more damage than he dealt on this fight.
I think he got headshotted.
Nisu ga uhvatili.
Zohan with the DMR. Insane
Gde
shot
si
being
Bobby,
landed.
pozdrav, brate.
Saved his
Predikcija.
teammate basically from that. The sneaky strat almost played it off, but luckily enough now, both players have done a bit of damage.
2 minuta imate za predikciju u chatu, kreće sad. 2 minuta.
Infinite pressure from above.
Oni pravili surprise, brate, za malo oni da umru, jebote.
I'm just trying to crouch.
Izgleda da je Čičo dipao, da. Trulex je umro, izgleda da je Čičo dipao, brate.
But it's kind of a risky thing here, especially in a 2v1. What we've seen even today so far is it takes just 1 second of separation from your duo for them to try to get aggressive and take advantage. And Zohan's not taking any chances. Just shooting at all these different builds, just trying to do enough damage so that way you can kind of get a glimpse right through them.
To be fair, both duos kind of are playing a bit passively here. They're not farming. They're not kind of doing much. They're just kind of waiting to see if an opportunity is going to arise. But yeah, I think they've realized that. It's just kind of a stalemate at this point. They've got to start doing something. Every second is important in these semifinals, so you do not want to waste time, as now both players will continue with their mid game.
Yeah, I agree with that play. They're just too far on the outskirts to where there's just no loot where they're currently positioned at. They're going to have to look for it elsewhere, and the longer they take, higher chances that loot goes out the window. As we take a look at our game #1 victors, 113 points in that first game with those 12 eliminations. And in comparison, a lot of our game winners throughout the weekend kind of averaged 6.7 elims a game, so about 7 eliminations. So already Malibu and Mustache feeling no pressure because of the consistency format, knowing a win doesn't even matter. Ironically enough, they already snatch up 1 and they're setting their eyes on their second target. Looking for possible back-to-back double elim games. Out comes the chain of Hades, breaking through the build with ease. Kvi is just in a tough spot, just getting shake-shifted and taken down. His teammate Riz just has no choice but to abandon. I wouldn't turn back into that chain of Hades if I was him either.
That is disgusting.
Oh, brate
absolutely
moj.
disgusting. Chain of Hades plus Mustache did not
Queasy
stand a
dead,
chance.
ne!
As Queasy's gone down though. They
Ne!
made it far
Aj,
in the late
subio
game
Queasya.
for the first match of the day, but Thomas HD now has been
Pičku
left alone.
lepu materinu.
Looks like he's going to be forced to get a reboot.
Jeli, jesu umrli i Skvi i Chris zajedno? Nisam gledao sam
Not too
Twitter.
different from that last game, but
Jesu umrli Skvi i
That's kind of
Chris
put a lot of
zajedno?
pressure on Thomas here. Only 47 teams alive, so only 3 have went down up until this point. You had a decent
sam
game
da
in
su
that
Skvija
game
ubili
one, but with only
lancima.
being 3 games on the day, if you slip up here, you're really putting so much pressure on you to try to get that upper bracket spot secured, or the grand final spot secured through the upper bracket in one game, essentially.
Another sneaky play potentially coming through here by Sato and Andalex. But it looks like if you look at the mini-map, the opposing duo that's close to them are running away. So yeah, they are not going to be waiting here. Or are they?
I just don't see a reason why that duo...
Ne znam šta je ovo danas.
Yeah, off the
Puno,
mountain.
brate, Kinder surprise.
Back, but they have a little elevation with that ridge, and you can kind of see them built up even higher. So Andalex and Sato just kind of waiting, taking their chances. There's no harm, no foul for Andalex and Sato. Outside of maybe some wasted time if they don't find the necessary surge there as Destru and Pyros. Just trying to take more space around Mount Olympus. And you can kind of see in the mini-map, I know it might be a little hard, might have to squint. But the medallion and that mythic loot is still up for grabs, and you can see why. It takes so long, especially when you're triple contested in a drop like this, to try to go after that boss that we can all agree probably takes the longest out of all of them to take down.
Yeah, there's so many players in the area too that trying to do anything would be incredibly difficult right now. Lucia pinged though, saying we don't want to be a part of that. As Thomas HD is still close by, you can see. Hopefully does not get caught off guard here. Looks like the engagement has broken out though in the zone at Mount Olympus here.
Krisi umro, brate.
Pyros
Njima
now.
treba strašan game.
The popularity just keeps increasing with this
Znači
item.
njima treba strašan game, brate. Andalex izgleda nekom napravio Kinder surprise.
It's the fact that it has that triple attack. It knocks your opponents back. At times, it gets damage through the builds. Just has so much utility case. And then in the end game, you can use it to snatch loot. As Destru is just feeling the confidence to build up and challenge Doom on the high ground. Doom with no shields, forced to run back to his teammate Ice. And there's only so much running you can do, especially with the zone ticking you down little by little, taking away that HP, and you have the confidence from Destru and Pyros to where they're just constantly following him every step of the way, holding the high ground, and now they have them separated into two individuals.
Sato and Alex from hiding in a building to now playing aggressive. The hunt is on. You have to be careful though. One slip up is all it takes. They have the upper hand of the 2v1. Andalex from one side, Sato from the other. Opponent is now cracked. Just one more shot needed to connect here as the wall gets taken down, and so does Amos here.
Man, that was terrifying.
Evo, sam rekao da su napravili surprise. Jesam rekao da su napravili surprise. Jesam rekao.
That's crazy.
Oh no, man, he just did not stand a chance. Probably saw
you got a knock.
Yeah.
Zember, desi, brate.
Yeah. Officially did not ring the doorbell there.
Chichi Trulik's dead.
What happens?
Yeah, at least
I pick up two Elans. Yeah,
I'm never going back in zone if I have that mountain right there. But Andalex, Sato, and they managed to box up the bunker. They built a tower on it, so it looked like a team was in there sitting for surge. Meanwhile, they were nowhere nearby. They were off to the side trying to get an easy elimination. That's just 400 IQ play after 400 IQ play as Destru through the builds underneath, knocks Icy back, separates it from Doom, and then immediately takes out Doom.
Kvizi rebootan, ljudi, kvizi rebootan. Vraćam se za sekundu, samo da uzmem nešto da jedem ako je Nela spremila.
As we look back to Thomas HD, Queasy back in the game now. Queasy has been brought 2 medkits as now he's gonna have to recuperate all that loot inside of the zone. It's gonna be a slow game for these two. They're gonna have to break down quite a lot of stuff on the checklist here before they're able to get back in zone and start looking for tags once again. But they don't have a lot of time to do so, so they're gonna have to be quick with it.
Yeah. I would love to see them go from launchpad to launchpad where they're currently at. So use some of that flowberry. That's gonna be the easiest road to the zone. To jump on board Crimson Noms from Lavish Slayer, rotating all the way over from the north. Just trying to get some surge. There's a lot of teams that land on the top half of the middle of the map where they go towards Rebel Roost, they go towards Class E Courts, they move north as a part of their game plan to try to find the surge. Malabuka and Mustache, 2 eliminations right out of the gate. No. Not necessarily. Ooh, do you see what they're doing right now? They're breaking down the entirety of that building so that team can no longer have high ground.
Do they know is my question. Do they know what's going down? It's done it. They've broken it down. Kentic now drops, has the dashes though. Finn as well should have some. So neither player is going to get actually eliminated, but you can see Maristache having a bit of fun at this point.
right? It's all seriousness, right? And people, you know, get stressed, they get nerves, and they realize it's a big competition, and it's all serious all the way. You forget to have fun along the way. Mustache and Malibuca, after winning that first game, they're just here for the fun. Even shooting those thunderbolts of Zeus off into distant towers, trying to chop them down as well. No tower will stand a chance against Malibuca and Mustache at this point.
Nobody's getting surged in this game. Not if Mustache and Malibuca are up. Dark is now the Peace King. Let's see if that's true. As Dark is trying to get directly into his opponent's box. One shot's gonna take, but his duo partner backing him up now. Gets the knock. Blaha dropped the 30 HP. Chain of Hades continuing to be put to work, but it looks like the cleanup crew, they're there.
Yeah. Combeck actually did try to stay alive. Chexi's just dropped down to just a little bit of HP, trying to heal up. This Chain of Hades gotta be just so frustrating, especially when you have an advantage.
Šta bi? 40 živo,
It's
a?
hard to deal with at times, and we're seeing it
Veljko,
often.
kurcu
Now,
mome,
it was
brate.
something that we didn't really see too much. We didn't really see it
zajebo
much
sam
at
te,
all,
brate,
but
baš
as the
mi
weeks
milo,
progress, people really making it
Baš
a
mi
huge
milo,
tool in
brate.
their tool belt. As they try to progress through some of these games, and Chexi and Vispin, they said, nah, we don't want none of that anymore. Let's just kind of keep our distance from that Chain of Hades.
You hear the shing shing, you say, get me out of there. I'm not even going close to that duo no more.
Ovaj Svizi
quick look
došao
at
iz
how it went
Japana u
down, though.
Srbiju da igra Fortnite.
Vispin was hunting for an angle here.
Šta čovek reče, brate?
Connected 3 back-to-back shots. Nicely
Šta
done.
čovek reče, brate?
Gears and Chari. They're the ones that can get Rift Island for now. No real contestation up there.
Kavaco!
We saw them with a nice third-party fight in that last game. Just got to figure out how they're just going to keep up the pace. They're a team that we've seen at the top of the leaderboards of FNCS Pass. We know what they're capable of as a team. Just this season, this chapter almost has been struggles for a lot of teams that we know have higher potential ceiling. And what was once uncontested is now going to be a contested fight on top of Rift Island.
Heroes now 147 above, continuing this engagement. It's a dangerous position to be in with the amount of duos that are in the surrounding area. Just 19 shield, so he's going to be forced here to regroup, get healthy once again. They have more than enough damage, so no stress in that sense. A lot of the players that were by Rift Island as well have started to rotate.
Šta pričaš, šta je 200 damage, šta pričaš, bre budalo?
Yeah, well, a
Vidi
couple
Thomas
players
i
just on Rift
Queasy,
Island duking it out. Got another one just getting the damage off on the distance, while Queasy and Thomas, they saw that end game. They know how helpful the train could be at times, and they're just gonna hitch a ride here. Just try to get a great rotation to zone, and with how some of their games have actually been this weekend, the struggles to get to zones, it taking too long, this might be a good recipe of success for them, so that way they don't have to travel too much on foot.
I mean, we saw the train
so far. Wow.
in the late game last match. Looks like it could potentially happen once again.
They're not even together.
By the way, that's true. I mean,
yeah, Queasy that fencing with a whole duo over there, and then Thomas is just taking the train. Thomas is just commanding the train so he can pick Queasy up at fencing.
I mean, fair play, I guess.
Honestly, it's not too bad of a strategy, though, because, you know, with all the teams rotating up towards the north, a lot of that loot from the actual drops, from the loot pass, then other players rotating in, getting the scraps, there's not going to be a lot for them to grab if they're rotating together. And since every team has other rotated up, they do feel the safety to be able to split up as big of a distance as they are, cover more ground, and hopefully get whatever scraps are left over from all the teams that have passed by before them.
Speaking about scraps, remember to always farm those builds. Even in the late game, you're low ground, you're tarping through. If there's a rock, if there's a tree, farm it. Those 3, 4, even 5 builds can change your match. You need to be constantly aware of when you can maximize those builds in the later parts of the match.
Always be chopping.
That's true. Always be chopping. As Finn has just been chopped down. Asa Marco now 2 elims on the board. Kentic left alone here.
So a lot of these teams towards the outskirts isn't going to be the worst thing for them to change eliminations like this due to the dashes they're able to get from the river sticks. Asa and Marco 366 above, but they're just trying to target out this solo that they know is by himself. Finn was lost not too long ago, so It's only a matter of time as he continues to move deeper and deeper into the zone. Shots now coming in. He's even moving closer and closer to another team. Just a sliver of HP left, and they're continuously to stay on the chase. It doesn't matter how much distance he covers. It's just not enough to outmatch him. And finally, the mouse has been caught.
From getting his Storm Surge down to now rewarding that medallion to another duo.
That's
big.
Yeah, makes the chase make that much more sense as Koji and Thomas finally enter into the mix. 192 below the damage threshold. And you gotta realize why that is. Queasy going down early. Thomas stuck trying to get Queasy back. That far rotation in zone where they saw virtually no players up until this point. And now they have ground to cover when it comes to that Storm Surge. Quickly boxing up next to a team, but shots coming into the distance. That's Howley. That's the Frizzy on the other time. And Thomas is ready to take that challenge because it's a must.
It's no longer just for tags. Now they have to go for that full-on box fight. 162 below with 67 players up. They need to play aggressive here. There's battles, duels happening in front of them, but there's 3 different duos. So they cannot overextend here.
Yeah, one player's gonna get down, separated. Karmi's trying to go ahead and help it out. Some damage coming through, and it's gonna be enough to get him above momentarily, but instantly right back down below. Surge now ticking, doing damage. Queasy has dropped. Thomas left by himself, but luckily the dust has settled and he found himself above Storm Surge right before it turned off. As Podesai, Stazy, still trying to be on the chase, especially since they know they picked up that elimination onto Queasy with Howley's help, of course. So this could be a possible, like, 4v1, 4v2, but Vispin is even there by himself, so it's a choice of solos that players want to go after.
So many duos here. It's just the leftovers of the Storm Surge battle now, as Thomas is scavenging what he can from Queasy's dropped body, as now he's going to try and get his way into zone here, making use of that River of Sticks. Still 79 below, though. So more damage has to be done, but you can see how many players are rotating late into zone. There will be options to take shots, but even if you get that damage, just making it into zone so late, it's going to be difficult.
Thomas has pops the legendary banana, and then quickly he's trying to sprint away with the last of the dashes he have left. He heard the chain of 80s. He heard the whip cracking right behind him. And he's just trying to get on out, but there's only so much distance he can cover by himself. Daisy, Podesai are just hot on his heels. And then you add in the fact that he's 92 below the damage threshold. Best case scenario, he tries to fight it off, get some damage, and this could be the moment, the opportunity with Daisy and Podesai now separated.
Right behind him, he can get this taking Thomas
Mrtvu mater jebem u pitku.
That are gonna be the claimers of the loot.
Another celebration. 4th elimination
Mater
so far.
da vam jebem.
By himself. You can see at this point in time, Takata, he just lost to Frizzy, but just the persistence going in and out a lot of these covers and finds it onto Queasy as well. The solo of Howley just putting so much damage in on the lobby, and even finds another one on the Karmi. Yes, that's right. That wasn't a replay. That was a quick 20-second montage of how great he actually is.
Now left alone. You can see he does have those 3 elims, but they got faith. They got faith here. It's going to be quite a difficult rotation with the amount of duos that have to rotate here, but also opportunity for recycling. Flowberry's going to be popped.
Sadit Rulexu I Quiziju treba strašno dobar game, strašno dobar game za Cloud.
The onslaught of triple eliminations there moments ago, and he's barely 81 above the damage threshold. Just shows how active that fight was and for how long that those players just didn't really have HP or shields for him to get anything in terms of Surge. Stash and Malbuka, they find another couple eliminations as Howley continues rotating in and finds a perfect spot above this house and zone. He's building boxes multiple wide, minimize the chances of teams hopefully seeing that he's in solo.
The Buell, couple shots onto him. Sato and Alex as well. As now basically the whole lobby on the west side of the zone. You can see how many people have been struggling to get that damage, causing them to rotate in later and kind of form a pact on the congested side. Howley has done his damage, but 166 can make you think that he's comfortable now, but that can quickly change.
Gdje si vuče ceo dan te nema jebote.
Especially seeing where this next zone goes. A little bit, I believe, up some of these mountains. Just outside of Lavish Lair. See Malibu and Mustache, they had 12 in the last game, and that one's number 7 right here. They're just going for record on record, 753 above the damage threshold. They're the team highest on the mountain for now. There might be one across, but with both of these teams having to rotate, it does look like Malibu and Mustache have to pick up the litter of where they want to go next.
This is dangerous. In the lobby, you can see how comfortable they're looking right now after that game 1. I would not want to be close to high ground if I was anyone else. You can tell they're ready to risk it all. They're ready to just continue with their aggression.
Široko vuče, nadam se se lepo proveo, brate.
Actually looking quite healthy. They have a good amount of damage. They're doing a pretty good job rotating here while staying covered.
Yeah, the only thing that really worries me for them is their material count. Very, very healthy when it comes to the metal, but they're using a lot of materials here in these first zone here. Number 8, once the zone starts moving, that is going to go and get depleted very, very quickly. As also Marco fighting for that medallion, and ever since they've been able to use it and have it in their inventory,
zbog pedera koji je vinao I drugih pedera koji su vinali, jeli?
A lot of these covers, but now they're just in a very, very tough spot. Typically with the medallion, you want to be positioned on the high ground. That way you can dash to safety. That dash only does you so much when you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Shots coming in from the other side of the cover. Marco forced to abandon his teammate, reposition thanks to that dash as soon as he found some open ground.
Stuck in the dirt, trying to see if they can climb their way out, but you said it yourself. It's a tough position to get out of as now zone is going to start closing. I don't even know if they're going to be able to make it without getting ticked here. As the rotates come through, Howley still going strong as a solo. This whole late game, he's been playing alone. Nice crack as well, continuing to deal damage. As he gets cracked as well. Dropped to just 13 HP. Now, it's getting more dangerous.
Yeah, he's been a huge destructive force to everybody he goes up against, sliding right through. Wouldn't say going unnoticed, but they weren't able to get a shot on him as Blaha takes down Psycho towards the back end. Spots out Howley next.
Kvalifikacje za konferenciju, jebi ga.
As they finally take down
Biće Vladimire 60-65.
Also just still using that dash to try to
Klizi je blizu, a Trulex ni malo.
Fall behind the curve, but as soon as they position themselves, they try to stagger before they move up yet again. But Marco under pressure, HP going out the window. Even Asa just has a sliver of HP himself. They cannot take too many ticks to this storm.
Cannot take literally a single tick as both players now go down. Blaha, though, up top above in the clouds with Comeback. Turtle, back end of zone. Skrill goes down. Srapt goes down as well. As now, it's the pressure from above.
Yeah, the medallion fell down the mountain. I only wonder who took, or who had the confidence to go down to chase it as Mappy trying to build outward. Runs out of builds, high ground notices. Damage is taking the shields and HP down. Luckily for him, he has a few more left in the back pocket as him and Kiro continue to drop down lowest layer. They don't want to be the focus. They don't want to take the attention of that high ground.
Chug Splash is getting put to good use. Flowberry going to maximize their shield here. It's the last engagements that matter the most as now Norms is left alone. Cringe has gone down.
The
pressure from above, the pressure from the front side of zone is not too easy to handle, and now Moppy and Kiro are still claiming that low ground.
Yeah, now he has 4 eliminations. Something we haven't seen a lot this weekend is a heal off, which he has it in his back pocket if it does come down to it out of nowhere. For Hawa entering back into the mix, one of the few solos still left in the game. Meanwhile, Mappy, Kiro just trying to go through unnoticed on the low ground, claim as much space as possible for when the inevitable happens, teams begin to drop down, they are ready.
3 builds, 2 builds, 0 builds now for Kiro. All the wood has been used. Perhalwa just 1 shot away from getting eliminated. Kiro knows that as he's trying to get into the action there. Gets cracked though, dropped to 13 HP now. Just 2 ticks away from zone. He needs to get out of this position.
Yeah, it was a sacrifice that I don't know he should have made. Mappy goes down, Kiro's gonna fall. 2v2 situation, high ground versus low. Comeback, they've been in full control, but Blaha's dropping down, but he takes a ton of fall damage. A shot from the flank, Dash is going up, and Blaha goes down. It's all up to Comeback. They had it in the bag. It's stuck through the fingers, but not on his watch. Comeback with a huge clutch to steal the game back.
Gets 2, 9 eliminations just for Comeback, cleaning up the lobby in the last moment, securing that win. What a way to finish it off.
I won't lie to you if we tell you I wasn't worried, because as soon as Blaha dropped down, took almost 50 HP of fall damage. I thought that was it. It was basically a 2v1 if they landed a good shot, but Comeback, the positioning positioning, the movement after the fact was perfect. Inside of zone, outside of zone, a little game of ring around the rosy to end up on top. And the way he's using that cover, the right-hand advantage, picture perfect to win that game.
Double right-hand peek. You said it yourself. Played the positioning perfectly. I believe they took that fall damage because they didn't have any materials left, Jacob. They held high for so long. They just had no more builds to work with. But they got it done, and that has once again shooken up the leaderboard. So let's see how it changed.
Thank you very much, guys. And what a turnaround for Blacker and Comic, because in game number 1, they really
treba 20 poena, je li?
Without shields tanking the storm until they just couldn't take it any longer. But this time, what a turnaround, MIHA.
Yeah, really,
A Hristo Squeal 35.
That they did as well on height. Really
Kviziju
difficult
treba
zones in that last
20 poena.
Well.
Predikcije, daj.
It went back down hills as well.
Kviziju Tomas top 3.
It was a really difficult game for a lot of our teams.
Izvolite poeni za predikcije.
Our players, even earlier on in that end game, really struggling. I know Ace was one of those players that was down to 1 HP, just trying to traverse
Ima neko onu
these
sliku za srž da mi pošalje.
Wasn't easy.
Imam ja, brate.
They showed us how it's done.
Yeah, I mean, watching that endgame, we kept sort of jumping around different teams.
Evo ja ću ti pošaljem.
Everybody looked really, you know, down and
Evo
under.
ti uzmi.
And the one time we did sort of tune into them during the ninth zone, I thought, oh, these guys are set up really nicely. They're set in positions to capitalize on all the, you know, low HP solos. And from there on out, they really just got ahead of the lobby in terms of, you know, being comfortable and in terms of actual position, right? When the game started to move over that last sort of hill, they went, okay, hold on a minute, we can actually take height here. No one's really establishing it, and the game sort of played out there perfectly for them.
Zaboravio si smeješ, dobro.
You know, they made it very close towards the end, but no, it was a really nice game from Blaha and Combat.
It was really cool to see this duo doing so well. I think they're
Trulex ga je najebao, brate, i baš mi je žao. I baš mi je žao, brate, oni nisu zaslužili posle ovakve sezone ovo.
Finals or grand finals last season, both of them individually, so they've now come together and all but confirmed their
Oni nisu zaslužili ovo, brate.
We still have one more game to go as we see how this one ended.
Brate, ovo baš mi je žao, majke.
As Levin said, it didn't quite go as smoothly as they would have wanted, but Combat was there to clutch out, which is what matters
njemu
most
treba
in these
win, brate.
circumstances. Really difficult to actually hold
Znači
your
njemu
nerve in
treba
this
win
situation
ili
as
top
well. So
2 sa ne
Combat
znam
did a
koliko
nice job
kilova,
of that,
brate.
not to try and snatch it, not to
Ma
jump
ne
down,
treba
try
mu
and
win,
take
brate.
one, or take both at
Ne
the same
treba
time.
mu win,
Just,
brate.
sat back a little bit, took one at a time, and it was nicely played.
Yeah, it's super nicely played. I mean, there's so few players I can think of this weekend that have actually won a victory royale in a clutch situation like that. In fact, Comic might be the
Evo vam
first,
predikcije odmah, ljudi. Ljudi, evo vam predikcije odmah.
As he took that one. It was either 9 or 10 eliminations. We'll find out in a moment. Another duo I think we should give props to, Kiro and Mappy as well. Like the way they were playing their end game, they'd already
Jeste spremni za predikcije, ljudi?
Brilliant points in that sense, but also going.
Jeste spremni za predikcije?
Yeah,
Pogledajte dobro šta piše. Pogledajte dobro šta piše. Predikcije krenule sad, imate 2 minuta. Predikcije krenule sad, imate 2 minuta.
They were a duo that formed midway through this season, and there were a bunch of question marks about whether or not they'd be able to keep up to pace and be good. And
Tako,
they looked
brate.
amazing for the most part, and so nice to see them.
Tako, brate moj.
Definitely, I think Mappy for one has struggled to find
Da razbijemo maler, brate, da razbijemo maler. Da vinaju.
Glimmers, these little moments of perfection almost from Mappy individually, and now it's nice to see.
Da li će prežive Lent, sad je pitanje, brate.
As you mentioned, Levin, it was a question mark one because of course Kiro Kiduo did so well last
Ljudi,
season.
Kviziju treba 20 poena, Hristo Squeal treba 35.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but we only have one more game.
Znači, jebena je situacija, vrlo zavlači to. Vrlo zavlači to.
As getting through to the finals next week, and who is still in with a chance. So Mersash and Malabuka, another pretty decent game for them. I mean, they are fragging out today. They're pretty set, as are Comet and Black. I would say if you get a victory royale, you're pretty much set. Let's go on to the next page if we can, because I want to see who is on the threshold of having to play
Brzine nosi demper, vrućina, brate.
And Snazy and Podosai 11, that's a duo that we mentioned earlier on today. What do you think they need to do? Royale.
Survive off spawn. I mean, survive off spawn, have a decent, you know what I mean, you push your way in, like, should be good enough.
Nema miksa, nema, baš mi žao.
They should get enough points to hold on to a top 25 position.
Okay, let's look at the next page. I was going to say ting then to see if if it would just summon the page. Mini Miner, your thoughts here around the 25 mark as well. I mean, Queasy and Thomas, squeaky bum time.
Yeah,
I hope I'm allowed to say that phrase.
It's getting close. Yeah, I hope so. I think this is an interesting one because we've seen them play very, very similarly in the first 2 games. We saw it work out quite well for them in game number 1. They made it to that end game very well. In the difference in that game is they had their surge done off spawn. They had it done early. In that last game, we saw it. They had to be forced into another fight for surge. They were 200 below. I think it was around the 5th zone, and it really was difficult for them. They almost had it as well. They almost had it there at the end where unfortunately Queasy went down. So now, though, it's going into this last game. We're thinking, right, okay, we were trying to make these crazy dead side rotations. Staying in the storm like what Thomas HD was doing. What do we do? How do we approach this game? Hopefully they have the right answers to that question.
Yeah. It's also looking like that prediction I made yesterday, boys. It was a bold prediction. Because Trulex and Chicho, they went out very early. I believe yet again, struggling with those off-spawn fights early games in this particular lobby. So I'm just wondering, do they have to make a dramatic change, or do you think they'll just get it done?
Lower bracket.
They just haven't been used to being contested here, right? You know, this is the difference factor. In a world where they were uncontested just like the previous 2 days, they're probably chilling up there in the top 3 with the others, right? But you know, they've got to deal with that now. If it's not going to be now, then yeah, you'd hope they can get done in the long run.
Mini Miners, do you believe?
I believe, but this is a duo that didn't make grand finals last season, right? So all that pressure
Pa šta je ovo, brate? Da li je ovo moguće, čoveče? I Hauli ne prizušao umrli. Joj što mi milo, brate. Joj što mi milo, majku im jebem u pičku. Si vozi dec. Pa da li je moguće su 3 umrli na landu, brate? 3 najbitnija gejma u životu, brate, su umrli na landu. Mislim, aj nije u životu, ali su mnogo bitni, brate. Što mi milo, što su nefrizuši kao li umrli, ne mogu da vam objasnim, brate.
It's crazy to hear, right? Final game of the upper bracket so quickly. I mean, time
Jackie, svi smo dobro, hvala na pitanju. Pozdrav, brate. Ide super, brate.
After this game, so now all the duos here in uppers have to do everything they can to get top 25 on that leaderboard, which will qualify them to the grand finals. If they don't, though, they'll compete in the next.
Pa razumem, brate, ali da ne možeš, ne znam šta da kažem.
Minimum in this game, not go down off spawn, make it into placement. Others need a game, a top 10, top 15, sprinkling some eliminations. Others at the bottom of that leaderboard, unfortunately enough, have forced themselves almost into a win and you're in scenario, just like a couple of days of the weekends past. But let's see who will end up on top, who's going to the grand finals, or who goes to lower bracket round 3, because the last game of the day starts now.
Pa ne mogu, hvalaju sine, sad imaju još jednu šansu posao u lower bracket. Ovo je 3. game, kreće, evo sad će
Mount Olympus has been looking incredibly popular from the previous match.
Koja sezona i čeptu Fortnite sad? Nem pojma, brate, ne pratim. Izgubio sam ritam od pre 3 godine.
Will that trend continue, though, is the big question here.
Yeah, I think this game will play out in one of 2 ways. It's going to be very fast-paced, a lot of fast action, or very, very slow, where players don't really want to make that big move just yet.
Mogu samo da imamo kako će ovo da prođe.
Thomas Queasy. Double contested this time around. Not that same triple contest like we've seen before. There's a team on the outskirts trying to steal away some of that loot, but
pre 3 godine si kidao na trovu, iskreno, hvala Bogu, brate. I sad si kida, brate, i sad si kida, veruj mi. Samo da su normalni ljudi, brate.
Gonna be great for getting a good amount of HP and even fighting early if it's what they want to do, but Chicho has gone down. 2 elims starting off in the restored reels.
It's just unfortunate.
Yeah.
0 points in 3 games. Trulex and Chicho going down there just means they have to go again in the lower bracket side of things, where it's almost harder. Top 15 instead of the top 25 for Trulex and Chicho. But hopefully they use this downtime, you know, going down early, use it as a little bit of blessing. Go back to the drawing board, watch those replays, study the teams that were in the lower bracket, figure out who's landing in and around your POIs, that way you have a much better chance.
Put aside and Snazy. Great job of being efficient here in the early game to get their loot quickly, get their mats, and without as many people contesting them here in fencing fields, they really just want to do anything they can to stay up. I think The prediction is around 65 points is going to be the cutoff for top 25. You can see currently they are in 20th, so they're kind of on the borderline here, but they don't need too many points, so all they really need to do is make it past those initial storm surges and get to the start of the end game.
He played, but
just a lot of players just getting dropped out right out of the gate. Also, Marco lose the fight over here towards Pleasant Plaza. Zengi and his duo. They were looking really aggressive, kind of start off that last game, but sometimes that same aggression that is going your way may not necessarily work from one game to the next. It was kind of their downfall in game 2.
Ljudi jeste spremni? Ko je spreman u chatu za predikcije na kvizija? Njemu treba 20 poena za hvala. Niste spremni, dobro. Dobro, ništa onda. Okay.
Thunderbolt Zeus knocking him down, trying to get this revive on out, and I do believe that team was eliminated?
Evo odmah i bro.
I believe so. As they have to be careful though, because now looks like another duo has been invited to the party. Or are they coming in uninvited? As now Waterbending Mythic getting put to good use here, and it looks like it's going to be all on aggression.
Yeah, they know this fight started, and now they're ready to kind of finish it, even though it was two duos when they started moving over in this direction. Battle for piece control is going to begin. Andalex and Sato creating space at the bottom of this house.
Spremni ste za predikcije. 2 minuta kreće sad.
So Andalex and Sato are going to
2 minuta kreće sad.
Some trick underneath their sleeve, figure out what they're going to do, and immediately you see Sato taking some distance as soon as he hears his opponents trying to disengage and run away.
Shots continue to be fired, but looks like the hard aggression has been slowed down a little bit here.
Predikcije u chatu.
Top end of the leaderboard. Sato in 3rd place right now, so you know they've already basically guaranteed their spot in the grand finals, so they're incredibly comfortable here and they can practice whatever they want to now, whether it be these early game engagements or something else. Pixie though, and his duo partner Juan here are also in an interesting engagement.
Yeah. Pixie and I think they have about 20 points so far. Not necessarily going their way today, but they still have this last game. They can definitely make up 40, 50 points with the top position, sprinkle some eliminations, but they still have to go through this team first, almost on the outskirts. But in comes the Chain of Hades again. Awaba taking so much damage. Juan just going down. The Chain of Hades is just too much that even when it looks like things are going right for you, it just takes 1 second. Kind of tosses you all around, leaving Pixie now by himself, but he's continuing to stay on the offensive. He has the med kits, he has the heals, just in case this comes a little prolonged, but so do they on the other side with some splashes being used, the piece control going over. Great shot by Pixie, and he's going to be persistent on this fight, knowing he has a full HP advantage.
Literally thrown all over the place with that chain, so you know that Pixie does not want to stay put inside of a box here. It's just going to open up the opportunity to do the exact same strategy. Spin's deciding, is that the play I want to make here? But it's not even going to be needed, as it looks like the knock comes through. Still the 2v1. And they're going to choose to pop a medkit and take their time here.
I believe with that elimination, they were able to kind of find the medkits, not have to continue using their splashes. Pixie has a chance. He does have that legendary banana that was popped that's keeping him alive, but you can see it kind of running out of juice. Stuck now just to the medkits, trying to get the reboot card, trying to get a lot of the loot that was left behind, but you can see his opponents are really not giving up just yet. They don't want to disengage and move on unless they're the only people moving on from this fight.
The more time to take, the harder it's going to be later on. When they're up just against a solo, sometimes it's not even worth it to finish off the fight. Sometimes the better play might just be to get the zone, but now Pixie, full pieced almost. Cracking down his opponent, just 1 shot away from the Elim, as he's also been cracked, has 3 medkits, has 4 minis, can recuperate what he's lost, but the more time he takes, the more time he's gonna give his opponents to heal right back up, and the delay continues.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they have heals-wise on the other side, so their time is running out and staying and trying to be proactive in this fight just as much as Pixie is, but Pixie's gonna try to go the other direction. We know that he already has the reboot card, so probably could be looking to travel back towards his original drop, or that area at the very minimum, try to get the reboot and have that strength and numbers back on up.
Take a quick look at what happened towards the Grim Gate. Merstash Malabuka.
Merstash ubio Voxa.
On Vox. Oh.
I Floki. Oj, 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 oj. Joj, oj, 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 oj. I ode Merstaš. Evo fight ljudi! Evo fight koji može da reši mnogo toga! Njima fali 35 poena. Njima fali, brate, 35 poena. Merstaš i mali buće su dead, ljudi. Hauli ne frizuša takođe. A ti ljudi su već hvala.
Paper on NA when he qualified after winning his match. So I'm gonna go play basketball now. Time to relax a little bit. Time to play some ball, but you gotta qualify first before you can make those decisions. Rick Bohr. They are literally on the edge of the map here, but good news is I believe they have been able to get a good amount of damage. 77 players up. A lot more aggression in this final match of the day.
Yeah, not only they kind of have the ability to disengage, back is against the full island. The zone is in their favor, so they're not going to take too much damage no matter how long they take. As we move on over towards fencing field, you see a couple teams positioned in this area already. They know the zone is moving here. Or at least you see the southern edge,
FNCS malo, brate, uživam.
48 points. They are inside of that bubble, but they haven't reached the estimate just yet, so kind of see a calm, cool, collected game plan as you see the zone moving forward northwest away from fencing field, but still not too much distance away from where put aside
Krpeš sigurno, ne bi trebali to da ne streame. Trebali bi sigurno da streame.
38 points, but with the prediction it's going to go up all the way to 65, so you know these players aren't completely comfortable yet.
Jebi ga ki se.
And his duo still inside of the zone here. They did pick up an elimination, so they're not really in shambles at all, to be fair. They're just focusing more on that rotation, making sure they're healthy in terms of materials and they don't get caught off guard by some duos that do need damage. So playing a lot safer here.
And we've seen a lot of teams throughout the weekend kind of stagger themselves so far back in zone, which works out in some cases. If while this is going on, you're able to get surges, they hear the reboot, and immediately his ears go up.
Danilo, ne znam, brate moj, ali evo ga Kvizi. Evo ga Kvizi, imaju mnogo, brate, kilova, ovo je dobro. Ovo je dobro, imaju mnogo kilova. Brate, nije mi jasno, brate moj, da celu sezonu Tulex i Čičo su najbolji. Najbolji. I da im se ovo desi, brate, u zadnje 3 dana, brate. Bili su jednom drugi, za malo da vinaju game da kvaliju granice i danas im pada da budu konani i da 3 puta umru, brate, na lendu.
This is a duo from second place in grand finals in the previous major to now struggling to qualify in day 3 on the borderline of uppers.
Što je strašno, brate.
I'd love to see something happen. Cringe Noms, though. A duo that's been performing very well here, getting close to being in qualifying range. 72 points. They just want to get a little bit of points here to make sure they can hold on to their current position.
Yeah. If the estimate is in, they're safe, but
prvi
you
game
don't want
se
to kind of
pojavilo
leave
5 timova u
after the fight is
2
over.
minuta.
There's Destru, Doom,
Ne znam,
Icy,
brate.
Pyros, all the way from Mount Olympus.
Ga kao zec.
Still fighting toe-to-toe, but a third
Kao
party
zec,
out of
brate.
nowhere. Pings comes in. Ice was able to get 2 for him and Doom, but now they're still stuck in just a tough spot. Luckily for them, they're able to get half of that loot, not the entirety of it. And with these two teams still here having to rotate, Snazy and Podesai still over towards
brzi konik je jedan, brzi, dobro, kad se ne razumeš, ajde.
Hear all
Smiri
this
se
noise.
brzi.
They're looking in that direction, so they want to make sure it's not an
Nisi
easy
ni gledao,
rotation for
brate.
either one of those two duos.
I feel like we've been more time
Pa,
already inside in a
pa brzi da si smiren, brate, znao bi šta je bilo u prvom gejmu. Da si gledao, nisi gledao, jedeš govna. U prvom gejmu, brate, pojavilo se, brate, 5 timova na Truleksu, brate, u 2 minuta. Tako da ne jedi govna, brate, ko se fajta s 5 timova? Gde je to normalno, brate? Gde si vidio u nekim, brate, FPCS-u da 5 timova na istom mestu u 2 minuta? Ganja jedni druge, brate, mrtvih na sve strane. To nije bilo nikad.
Use those quickly, not necessarily for the shields, but for the effect to cover ground. As you jump on board, game 2 victors, Blaha and Comeback. Comeback perfectly played with that right hand advantage, taking down both of his opponents in that end game, clutching up big. And you see their position right now, not too bad. The only thing they really lack is that metal material, but they're on the southern part of the zone.
Pametan je Truleks, hvala Bogu da je pametan, ne bi bio toliko uspešan da je glup, brate. Nego, brate, zašto baš danas da dođu neki indijanci, brate moj? I da ih zajebavaju, brate, zašto baš danas?
A trend here for Thomas HD and Queasy, once again. Combining those flow berries with a launch pad on the edge of the map here. It's a safer way to make it into the position you want without getting into too much trouble of duos that have yet to get their way in. Issue is, you want to make sure you've done enough damage when you're doing these rotations, so actually being contested at Mount Olympus isn't too bad for Thomas HD and Queasy, because they can get a lot of that damage early on, and then have more time to focus on this kind of safer rotation that they like to do.
Tako je malo preušli u zonu, 200 below, brate. I ne mogu da nađu ništa i jebi ga. Ušagija bila, brate.
So it is going to be a must. That way, even if Queasy does have some of his own, you want to utilize those when you make it out of the zone instead of just trying to survive. And you see they're making their way up to the next launch pad. Probably do the combination of the Flowberry Fizz with that launch pad to finally make it into the zone.
Ju and Robin here on the Rift Island. Looks like they were the ones that were able to capture the flag and get a bit of loot. Or were they? As the other duo wants a piece of the pie.
Since I see no eliminations on Ju and Robin, they really don't have any points from those first 2 games, just like some of the other competitors in this game. So they're either guaranteed to go to the lower bracket, or they put themselves in almost that win and you're in situation to the grand finals, to where that win is worth 65 points. Almost to that threshold in which we're talking about. Sprinkling a few eliminations should be good, and making it sound easier than it actually is. I think this weekend proved getting a win is not the easiest thing in the world. In fact, it's probably one of the hardest.
Uh-oh, Blaha has been left alone as Comeback has been knocked down. Lens, though, as well on the ground. Third party's in here. Oh, misses the shot. Unable to connect. Did stop the revive, though, as now the player has been boxed up. Gonna get the finish, recuperate the loot now. This is danger.
Oh,
for the 2 solos.
It's almost like a rematch as well. Blaha, Comeback, Goba and Kelba. And immediately, they don't like that position. They were one of the first persons there. Immediately use those dashes to reposition on the outskirts. You can see them slowly but surely trying to move themselves further and further into the zone. And because more than half of the zone is in open water, the teams are going to be so congested at the edge of the zone. So the further Blaha and Comeback make it, the better off they'll be in this zone, even the next.
There's a lot of duos that already have that in mind, though. You can see them rotating through. Moppy, though, being one that's trying to stop it as he gets the crack now. Full pieced, unable to continue the connections, though, as now his opponent tries to get away from this situation, but it's a scary one to be in, as it looks like a call has been made from Kiro. Instant disengage from Moppy, regrouping with his duo partner.
Yeah, probably not necessarily worth it for them with how well they have been playing. There we have a couple eliminations so far. And this is how they added one more to that tally. Reese was just getting pressured, just a sliver of HP. He's trying to defend himself with the Thunderburst. You know as well as I do. A couple of those shots always bleed through those builds and land. And if you're low HP like that, that'll be the end of you.
Army trying to take shots here at the players now that have used the launch pad to rift it in to the zone. It's a good opportunity to look back now and try and take shots at all the duos gliding on in, but looks like they're going to take their time here. There it is now, choosing to be, I believe, the last duo, basically. There's one more below them that hasn't rotated yet.
They do have the luxury to wait, especially since very few teams are even still there. I think one more might be on the edge of Rift Island. Flowberry Fizz, Launchpad, and by the time they make it to the zone, exactly this will happen. The next one will appear, and now they have a chance to get full positioning. They either go in zone, land, try to heal up while it opens up, or they can go on the edge and quickly step their way deeper in the zone once it does start to open up in about 45 seconds. But Voltiac, Psycho Cool, 36 above the damage threshold, which isn't much. And that's why you see them looking for this down onto Pixie. They find his teammate on the other side. They have to be careful not to take too much damage, because right now it's a little bit too big of a risk with their on the leaderboard. 30 points so far. 9 more teams need to go down, and then placement points will start to come in.
A good 35 points would put them just on the edge, potentially. But this is the damage they need if they get that elimination now. Healthy in terms of damage, but not HP, as the med kit is going to come through. And hopefully they got a bit of time to breathe here and recuperate that shield.
Yeah, I saw Pixie and Walks go down, and because they're out on the leaderboard, they're going to be forced to go one more time, 3 more games in the lower bracket. It's a very, very different situation. It's all about consistency in a short amount of time. So slipping up in these first 2 games really puts a lot of pressure to make this last and final game worth it. Snazy and Podesai, though, instead of slipping up far down the mountain, it was just a few steps down as they continue to climb their way back up.
Kakva je to tuča bila juče u Americi između fudbalskih timova,
to position themselves almost every single zone. They're in the center of this one. They don't have to worry about rotation. They don't even have to peek if they don't want to.
You can see when we're in a position like the areas of the map that have the river of sticks, that water that grants you those dashes, it's a lot more spread out in terms of where these duos are boxed up. They have more flexibility with those dashes where they can kind of position themselves.
Kakav igrač ovaj Messi, brate. Kakav igrač ovaj Messi. Kakav promašaj, jebem li ga, usta ga jebem.
Which has its pros and cons, depending on
Kakav
how
majmun,
it looks like it's
jebem
going to
mu
be a west pole, a water zone almost.
Ajmo, Kvizi!
And Thomas HD and Queasy are going to be one of the duos
Squid
that
dead!
actually pulled it.
Squid dead! Treba mu 30 i nešto poena.
Remember what I was saying to start the day? In the games that they got zoned, didn't have to travel far, they did well. This is like a 50-50. They had to travel a good
Mile,
distance to
brzi
get to where
pušiš
they are
10
now,
godina.
but in these
Puši
late
on
games,
kurac,
getting the
brate.
zones where they are almost means just as much as those early
I
games.
to lagano, brate.
You see Turtle, Cheeps, they have that underworld loot along with the Mythic Harbinger SMG, so losing shields wouldn't be too bad as long as they could find the eliminations to make up for it with the Siphon. And Mappy's just getting more and more confident, getting more and more aggressive. He's ready to take the challenge upward. But Cheeps is doing a good job of fighting back, keeping Mappy positioned down below and not really giving him the opening that he's looking for.
They've got 4 elims on the board. They've done a good amount of damage. They want to scavenge a bit more loot here, though. Mappy did disengage.
Da sam ja brzo motac, kako bi mu ja cigare, brate, i vibe nabio u grlo da se uguši. Da vidim da će puši posle toga, brate.
They're looking pretty hungry.
Ma 10 godina i puši. Zamisli, molim te.
273 above is going to make the rotation easier than some that they're facing so far. And as soon as they find themselves an edge that they're comfortable with, they immediately box up in those hard mats. Make sure it's not easy to get stuck up on. Looking in the distance, they find out Finn, they found out Kenty, all the way over from Grim Gates. Still haven't had their big moment just yet, but it's waiting around any one of these corners if they could play their cards right.
Next zone will be appearing shortly here. We'll be able to see what type of rotation has to be made. Just 8 more seconds. Jacob, north, south, west, east, what are you calling?
It's going to be south.
South?
Yeah, maybe an east, but it's not west.
Let's say north.
Oh, okay. 1-0 Takata. 1-0 Takata. You see the medallion getting changed hands in the mini-map, just making sure that they have their dashes ready to go for this next rotation. You can kind of see the lay of the land. The majority of the people are already congested on the right side of where the current safe zone actually is, and a lot of them are going to be forced to rotate parallel to one another if they want to avoid traveling through open water.
Tomas je ubio Relvisa! Tomas je ubio Relvisa! Ovo su još poena moguće za Kvizija.
So is everybody else this close to the water, so you can see a lot of players actually starting to almost go down here, losing a lot of shield, losing a lot of HP before the rotations have even begun. Although duos like Thomas HD, Queasy trying to capitalize on the rotations that a lot of these players have to make from the south. to get those tags and do a bit of damage. The Djole being one of the solos that could be put
Bobby najjači zero build igrač na svetu.
He just gets tagged up. Just as soon as he was starting to feel confident to continue to dash in the zone, now he falls 6 below the damage threshold, which isn't much, especially because of Flowberry Fizz with his dashes. He can kind of fly through the sky and try to land some cheeky shots as he makes his way forward, but he's still spotted out by a team with elevation.
Double treba vrlo malo, evo ga na 60.
Great moving by him, but
treba mu vrlo malo da bi kvalo.
Further below the threshold, still not in zone, still has so much work to do.
Still a nice pause though. He has recuperated a lot of the HP he did lose, so now
dobar, tu kakva rotacija. Kako je dečko izrotirao, ali mu kurac i dobio zonu. I dobio zonu, brate. Šta materijali, brate, koji materijali, gde su?
Literally dropped just looks like 1 HP in a dream here.
Pite ga, molim vas, da ne
Stacy's
hvala.
in a spot with no
Ubi
builds.
ga!
He can't be the hero for his team.
Šta ga gledaš?
Two solos running around here in this end game. As CZR gets founded out, Stacy trying to go for a quick
pucaj ga, majke mu, ne, napravi 66. Napravi 66 mu, majki, jebem. Pa daj, bre, ne drkajte se, bre, 70 poena, bre.
He reached 70 before going down, Takata.
That might be enough. We thought it was 65. That Elon put him at 70. He's on the borderline, but it could be enough for Djole though. Also on the borderline at 66 points.
Double, brate, skupio poene.
116 below though.
Mrtvi podasaj skupio poene. Ma idem u pičku materinu, bre. Top 17 ljudi. Ne vidim nigde Kvizija i Thomasa. Nigde ne pokazuju.
But 161 damage. Storm Surge about to turn
Eno
on
tamo.
momentarily.
Jel ono Kvizi nije?
Doesn't really have any heals to out heal it if it comes down to it. He's just trying to go through unnoticed. And even unscathed, just one more player needs to drop before he's no longer a worry to Storm Surge.
That could be it. He gets the knock. All he has to do is finish it. Gets the finish.
Hvala.
74
Kvizi
points
uzo
goes
kill.
down. Might have
Kvizi
done it.
uzo kill.
And Cherry, Giraz up above, holding height.
Even passed up Stacy and
Kvizi uzo kill, ljudi, mislim da je Kvizi hvala.
It's almost a win in your in scenario.
Top 11, mislim da je Kvizi hvala.
Back to day number 1 and day number 2, but they're ready to learn from their mistakes. They're ready to change things up and come out on top. But so are Kvizi and Thomas. Big situations for a lot of players, and this is the moment to make your presence known.
Hvala li, lagano, brate. Bravo, Kvizi. Bravo, Kvizi.
Throughout these semifinals, and you said it yourself. I thought the winner you're in format was done for in the first 2 days of the semis.
Ovi još nisu hvalali, ej!
They need to win this match.
Gledaj ovo!
They're still holding on.
Ovi još nisu hvalali.
Challenge them for that high ground. It's going to be out the window as they find another elimination. Still trying to bring their point total up. Queasy gets lost along the way. 98 points for him and Thomas. They've done more than enough to get into the grand finals. He's still trying to make this game matter.
Ukrademo bananu, Thomas, ej!
Legendary banana pop. No builds left to his name though. Can't really defend himself, and that's why he has such a focus on the backside of the zone.
Ovi još nisu hvalali, jebote.
Has been cracked, forced to pop the chug
Al
splashes,
zato
has
sad
two
ubivaju
medkits,
sve.
even tank a bit of zone, 68 points now, just above the cutoff, but his duo partner is left with just 7 builds now, a duo in front of him, he gets the elimination, Koji goes down, that is massive.
That is huge, that there's 7 total of the game. He's trying to get inside of that bubble. He's not trying to take a chance. He's just trying to solidify his spot as he dashes once more to the front side of the zone. Everybody in this game is solo except for one team. As they find another one, they're trying to break through.
Thomas
gets another elimination onto Finn, but Zone is now creeping forward, moving in, but he finds the coin, he finds the dashes at the perfect moment.
But he's just
Ubi
one
ga
tick
Cherry.
away from getting
Ubi ga
eliminated.
Cherry umro.
Finishes them off, but he goes
Ubi
down
ga
as well. The
Cherry
people
umro.
above, they take the VR.
That was Chiefs and his duo Turtle take the game. They stole it away. They went through this endgame almost unnoticed. Every step
Jel te
of the way.
Guaranira?
But that's sometimes the plan. Go through unnoticed, steal away that moment when it matters.
They got the job done, like you said, from the VR. They should have
Kvizi bili treći sa 7. Bili treći sa 7, Kvizi četvrti, lagani kval. Lagani kval, daj da vam dam poene za predikcije. Kvizi Tomas top 14, da. Pa svi ste stavili skoro na da, brat. Dobre ljudi, znači, mali buće mersta škvalali, Kvizi kvalo. Kauli ne frizuša, Scrap skril, Andilex kvalo, Bapi Kiro kvalali. CZB Nathan, Giraš Cherry. Giraš Cherry si izvukoš ovdje drugi sa 8. I izvukoše se, brate, Giras i Cherry. Tu si je kvalo, baš mi je drago, brate, baš mi je drago. Kurčava Veksi, Ralvis Dabuel, Snazy Podasai kvalali, crkli da Bogda. I Trash i Zohan su kvalali. Riki Zara nisu. Chrissy Squinis, 31 sa 2.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they didn't even need the victory on at the end, so they took it anyway, and it was a really nicely played second game from those guys as well. They had a 5th right there in that game, now a win in this particular one. Nice zone for them, of course, as well, landing towards that underworld area, so it kind of worked out in their favor, but really nicely taken high ground as well from Giras and Charlie, who of course had no mates.
Yeah, I mean, Cheats and Turtle really impressed me sort of throughout these games. You know, earlier in the day, Cheats was getting PC. I remember off spawn, he was fighting a player that came on my radar earlier this season, right? He's one of the few players that streams a lot of these events. And yeah, I quickly realized, okay, this guy's kind of cracked. Their first FNCS Grand Finals, I mean, that's always a huge achievement in a player's career. It's always a very memorable moment. Let's hope they can make the most of it. They won't be worried too much about that now. They're just going to be happy and elated about the fact that they finally made it to an FNCS Grand Final.
Yeah, and it's fantastic to see them getting that hit on Charry at the end, because obviously in that final zone we had some big hitters. We had Giras and Charry, but also we had Queasy and Thomas was going for that solo clutch, taking names left, right and center, guaranteeing that spot in the grand finals, and it was a great look for him, Levin.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, towards the back end there we sort of
Ovo su likovi koji konaju Tuleksičića, jel tako?
Showing off what he can do. We know Thomas is a fantastic
Jeli?
We know Thomas.
Ovo su likovi koji konaju Tuleksičića. Oni su kvalali i to je to.
Thomas starts to heat up as the games go along, it feels like, and so
oni su kvalali i to je to.
Coming at some point, and it was good to see him, you know, sort of doing his thing. Again,
to je to.
This team qualifying for grand finals is great. There were some people, I know it's as crazy as it sounds,
ali
there were some people that didn't think they'd even qualify.
Ako Tulex, a da će Bog, brate, da kvala grand finale, opet će da se kona sa njima.
It's just been very, you know, not Thomas and Queasy.
Tako je,
and so the fact that they're now there, hopefully they'll be able to
u grand finalu će da se gripaju,
brate. Right, the lack of ability to prepare for rounds, just because there's so many of these tournaments where they don't know who they're going to be playing and coming up against at Mount Olympus any given game. And even today, that was a problem for them, right? First game, triple con, next game, quadruple con, next game, you don't even know what's going on, right? But hopefully now that they're setting grand finals, once the rest of the lobby fills out after today, they'll be able to spend that week preparing, figuring out what it is they got to do and how they can solve what has been a very weird season for them.
Let's take a look then at the standings. The top 25 have made it through to next weekend's grand finals. So as you can see, no surprises. Comeback and Blacker at the top. They have secured their spot. And there's some brilliant names here, actually. I was a bit curious about what the lobby list was going to be like today, given the names that have already qualified via those Victory Royale golden tickets. But we have got such a fantastic finals on our hands already, and there's still 15 spots to fill. Let's head on to the second page, because I also want to see who made the cut despite things going close to the wire. Giras and Charry being one of those. They went up over 30 places, Mini Miner.
Wow, what a performance from those guys right there. I have to highlight Charry in those final few moments, just solo clutching really nicely. I mentioned it, of course, they had no mats on height, so it was always inevitable that they were going to sort of take over the high ground team. And it was one of those where you needed Charry to clutch in those moments. They might have already been qualified, I'm not 100% sure, but of course, Giras going down, it was a really, really nice clutch indeed.
Yeah, fantastic to see, Levin.
Yeah, man, absolutely. I mean, Giras and Charry are two players who I've sort of described in recent weeks as just the kind of players are just always in grand finals. You don't really know how or why they got there, right? It's like they're just there, right? They're staples of a grand final lobby in EU, and so definitely good to see them, and good to see them do it in such exciting fashion, right? Now I almost have to take them out of that bracket of, oh, they're just always there somehow. You don't know how. We know how. They popped off, and you know, it's good to see that they have that clutch gene in them, and they'll be in another grand finals.
Yeah, and not another lower bracket performance for CZB and Nathan. They've also confirmed their spots. But let's go to page number 3, because this is the wire. This is where we draw the line and see who's now going to be in the lower bracket. For Snazy and Podesai, they needed to have a solid game. And Podesai getting those 2 eliminations as a solo, that has cinched them the spot in the finals, Mini Minor.
It did, but I want to highlight Snazy in particular, because remember in that first game we saw Podesai going down. Snazy was actually alive as a solo for 17 minutes in that first game, netting themselves 40 points just as a solo on his own. So Snazy has accounted for over half of the points that they managed to accrue throughout the day. So I'm sure Podesai will be giving Snazy a big pat on the back, because he deserves it after that massive performance from those guys. Nice to see them in grand finals as well, and I'm interested to see how that off-spawn dynamic works for them in grands.
Yeah, it's as I said before, looking like a fantastically stacked finals already, but there are 15 spots still left to claim in the lower bracket. Levin, do you think it's going to get aggressive, or do you think people are going to be
Teni coacha Krisa iz Skvija idu na njegov onaj spot, brat.
I mean, just trying to add one descriptory word won't do it justice, right? Ultimately, desperation is kicking in, and so we will see these teams, these players do everything in their power to, you know, secure one of those top 15 slots. And so, I mean, a couple teams are going to be really scratching their heads. There's a couple teams playing in this final lower bracket lobby that definitely wouldn't have expected themselves to be in this position, but they won't let that, you know, sort of affect them and let them, you know, have a bad mentality. They're going to just go into it locked in, and I'm excited to watch it. That's for sure.
Are you excited, Minnie?
Can't wait. The big team for me, Trulex and Chicho, coming last, actually 50th in these in this upper bracket.
Govna, jebote, Trulex i Chicho, mamuti, jebem u piču.
Now they've got it all to do. It's down to the wire. 3 games, and their season could either end in a real nice note with them making grands, or could end and come crashing down. So we'll see what happens with those guys. That's what I'm going to be keeping my eye on.
All right then, is it a bold prediction to say that they will make it through to grand finals, Levin?
No, it's not a bold prediction, because these guys, it's a shock they're here. They've been one of the favorites this season. At the start of FNCS, you ask people, who do you think is going to win FNCS? Trulex and Chicho are a name that was popping up. How do you go from that to, you know, lower bracket day 3, right? So again, a very tumultuous sort of enter or near enter the season. We'll see whether they can bounce back after being contested in that last round. Hopefully it doesn't let them affect them, because honestly, man, for them to not make grand finals 2 seasons in a row for a team as good as them, oh man, that'd be so disappointing.
That is such a tease. And Minnie, you were just saying you can't wait for the lower bracket, but unfortunately you're going to have to, my friend, because we've got to take a 45-minute break while we get the lobby set up, and then we will be back with all the action, solidifying the final lobby list for Major Number 2's grand finals. So stick around, we'll be back soon.
Yo tengo un sueño. Quiero bailar con Eduardo Camavinga. Música, maestro. Yo Io tengo un sueño. Quiero bailar con
Video sam,
Eduardo
Enis, video sam.
Camavinga. Musica maestro. Io tengo un sueño.
Hvala Madrid.
Quiero bailar con Eduardo Camavinga.
Kanta smeća seče vene, brate. Žika takođe, Domix takođe, brate. A ne vidi se uopšte, brate, da je fejkovo PR, brate. Je, znaš, uopšte se ne vidi da je fejkovo PR, brate. I da je bio, brate, na duo cash cupu 54. Ne vidite od facecam? Pa ima 10.000 PR-a, brate. 10.000 PR-a je čovek stavio sebi, brate. Da li je normalan, brate? Da li je normalan, brate?
Da vidimo browse BFL grbovi BFL hazne. Da može svašta se napravi. Ja sam streamao pre 7 godina. Ovo su ovi grbovi mako veliki. Popravio se, da, popravio se Ogi. A to ja malo zakrijem, znaš ti mene, ja ekstravagante. Sad ćemo nešto još da napravimo. Da, da. Možda bi zaboravio Vaservagu. Jeste ludi. Dobro. Tako kod nas u Novome Sadu. Žerzinjo i evo gola. Za Hazne. Hazne, nemoj sad odmah završiš meč. Bog te, ja sam toliko namučio da ubacim moje grbove. Sa krivog tornja, bravo, bravo, Teddy. Grbovi. Nije tu. Pozdrav, maš drak. Čekaj mi se. Evo i žena malo u kadru. Gdje je bre Ogi? Evo ga Ogi.
Jel te guaranira to, Ibro?
Kako ne znate, Mile? Čekaj, podešam grbove. Još malo. Veliki pozdrav za gospođu, ma nema gospođa Lavica. Kakvu budalu trpi. Nema je na ovom svetu. Evo ga. Ajde. Bravo. Da, teo sam ovih da god da bi bar jedna utakmica bila ovako sa grbovima. Sad je to. Vjera. Carlos Alberto, Di Maria. Ronaldo. Ja mislim da Mendy je to izbio. Da, Mendy izbio. Ronaldo.
Evo ga Goran streama. Pojma nema.
Carlos Alberto. Di Maria. Leo, Lucio, Mendy. Činola, 83. minut. Da li ima sada neke šanse ovdje za Ogija? Da se skroz vrati u duel Roberto Carlos Mateos. Možda će smiriti to Hazne. Ne vredi mu možda da rizikuje previše. Da ovo sačeka sljedeći meč. Di Maria, Ronaldo. Mateus, Ronaldo. Ništa. To je to. Biće još ovdje borbe. Bili su podjednaki, ali vidi se da Ogi mnogo bolje igra. Da sam ja ušao u taj meč, sad ćemo da vidimo da ja ponovo izađem za svaki slučaj. Nešto malo sam požurio. da ne bude problema da gledamo isti meč. Samo da mi ovo otkuca. Pa kaže quit. Ne moram na exit. Exit. Sad ćemo da imam 1-1, da uđemo u pravi meč. Dobro. A što mi ova slova ovako izgledaju? Sad ćemo da vidimo.
Gdje si bre uči ceo dan jebot. Ili kad krećemo za 45 minuta, pola sata. Daj nešto da igramo. Evo sad ću da vam pustim muziku.
Gde nam je Nikolas ili još na svadbi, bog te mazo, danas mi šalje slike, uvatio Biedermajer. Pa rekao, jesi ti udaješ ili se ženiš, šta radiš? Žarzinjo, opet Žarzinjo i Mendi, ovo ne može da stigne, Mendi strašno, šta radi, kakav je Žarzinjo, 1-0, Haaland. Au, brate. Ako Hazne dobije, znači definitivno to zbog Žarzinja i Mendija. Stalno ga zajebava s te strane i ništa mu ne može.
Sad ću vam pustiti muziku ako
Marquez, Carvalho, Rodri, desno do Žarzinja, Žarzinjo. Sada se tu vrti, opet Žarzinjo i Mendi, opet kako ga vitla.
Ma zajebava me Tito, ubija me, brate. Došlo je i do svađe i do svega.
Te pao kanal, nije da pao kanal sa autom.
Probamo da rešimo nešto.
Mateus, Sokrates,
ako ne može
Ginola.
da se reši, brate, da ga čekam više, morat ću da
evo ga sada
tražim nekog
Ginola.
drugog, brate.
Da li će izleteti sa golmanom? Neće, misli da će ga stići, ne. Ginola, danas razmišljam da li da uzem kartica, da li da ne uzem, da li da uzem, da li da ne uzem. I ostavim Ronalda, video ga je Teddy u napadu. Ono, bez Ronalda na 30 treninga. Mendi, Leao, Sokrates, ništa, Rodri zaustavlja to, Rodri, Mateus, Žarzinjo, šta je ovo bilo, visok neki ubačaj, lob, nešto. Lucio, ali definitivno zanimljivije gledati utakmicu ovako kada imam sve znaš, kad može i slobodnjak da se opuca i to, tako da ćemo i u A1 morati malo više akcije da dozvolimo. Ipak se igra u lovu. Marquez, Rodri, Haaland, Haaland, ali brani Van der Sar. Sad se izvukao dobro Ogi. Da, Teddy, da. Ziko ulazi, čekaj da gliš mestro Rodriga, Žarzinja, Di Maria. Što je menio rano tako? Žarzinja. Di Maria. Carlos Alberto. Kombinuje tu po desnoj strani. Sad je prošao Di Maria, ne znam da li je video. Tu je Haaland, on sigurno ide na Haalanda, Mateusa, zna ko će zadrži loptu napred. Haaland, mislim da se sprema na neki power shot, sad ćemo da imamo. Mateus, Rodrigo, dobro, Rodrigo, drži tu loptu, Dembele je došao da pomogne Walkeru. Carlos Alberto, Vieira, Haaland, pokušao je šute, mislim, možda je bio i finesa neka se spremala. Ginola, Sokrates, prošao je tu Leao, ali da li će da ga Sokrates, i dalje ga niko ne zaustavlja, ne mogu da ga zaustavlja. Sokrates, 2-1.
2-1.
Ogi vodi 2-1.
No, Beki, nisam ja večeras na programu.
Kako finale?
Nisam ja večeras na programu, brate.
Zadovoljan. Kako izgleda ovo? Di Maria, Lucy. Sad je pogrešio Vjera. Izvuko se, ali da li će? Oće, Mateus, Sokrates. Carvalho. Di Maria, Leao. Mislim da nije trebao Di Mariju ubacivati tako rano. S obzirom koliko je problema napravio Žarzinja tamo po toj strani Di Marija. Mendi vata Di Mariju, a Žarzinju nije mogo ništa. Ginola, Dembele. Sad je tu na Ogiju samo malo da ukrade na vremenu, što nije dozvoljeno, ali napadu može, jel? Ginola, Leao, na touch, dugačka lopta. Evo, prošao mu je dole Dagliš, ali ništa, Leao. Nema penala, dobro je.
I nije penal, ljudi moji.
Haaland. Neće sudija pustiti i 2-2 pobedama. Šta mi ovdje gledamo? I idemo na 6. meč ukupno, pošto jedan je završen. Ne, 7. meč, pošto 2 su završena. A vidi, nisam vidio Maždrak, da je Dino. Gde si Dino, brate? Nemojte tako da navijate. Dobri su, 2-2, stvarno su nam pružili finu borbu, fino veče ovde. I uz futbal Ramirez, Sokrates. Žarzinjo opet, Žarzinjo, Mendy, Leao. Ne vraća se Mendy, ne znam zašto stoji Mendy. Ne vraća se. I ne uspeva klizećim startom, ništa, ne uspeva. Ne. Šta sam rekao za ovo Žarzinja, znači da će napraviti tu. Ako dobije Hazne, samo će biti zbog tog duela Žarzinja i Mendija. Dagliš pokušava ovdje sad Ramirezom da zatvori prodor. Lane change. Dobar potez Dagliš. Walker ništa ne uspeva. Ništa, Walker i... Corner. Bačen. Ginola sada... Opasan je Ogi sa Ginolom kada uvoti ovako trči. Brz je.
Brz je, ide,
evo ga gospodin Filip. Gde si Fićo?
Ali stiže ga Roberto.
A finale ne može da bude bolje. Ramirez, Mateus, Ginola, Rodri to seče. Žarzinjo ne može, Mendy protiv Žarzinja, ljudi, ja ne mogu da verujem. I sad je prošao. I sad ima dole, ubacuje se neko, samo da vidimo koja nije stigla lopta. Tu, ko je to bio? Jedan, ja mislim, od Vjera bio, verovatno. Vjera jeste. Rodri.
Ide lower bracket, vuče, ide lower bracket.
Mendy, Sokrates, Leao. Ginola, Leao. Prodor, bravo, heel to heel, lep prodor, Leao, dalje, ovo mora go biti. Oblak, opet Ramirez, ja mislim sad da Ogi plače od muke, što ovo nije dao. Sjajno finale.
slušaj NTA.
I opet ubacuje Di Mariju. Ajde da vidimo.
Slušaj NTA,
ne verujem da se toliko istrošio Žarzinju. Mada dobro, vitlo je on dosta tamo sa njim. Sad će onda imamo Mendija u duelu protiv Di Marije. Mendi za sada jedan od slabijih igrača uopšte u celom ovoj utakmici, u svim mojim utakmicama večerašnjim. Mateus. Tu je bio u Haalandu offside-u, jeste, video sam. Dembele, Sokrates.
Vidi, brate.
I sada Ginola daće hill to hill, lane change, opasan je ovako sa Ginolom, evo ga sad, daće, go! Au. 1-1. Alberto, Rodri, Haaland, Carlos Alberto prolazi i Van der Sar, znači zadrže malo duže. Leao sada hit to hill, sjajno, brzo ide Leao i sačekao ga Carvalho u poslednjem mogućem momentu.
Ti si nešto igrao na početku.
Ovamo do Di Marije, opet da vidimo Di Marija, duel sa Mendijem, Haaland. Ići će ovo na Di Mariju, verovatno.
Leverkusen gubi, brate, čini mi se da si ti pomenuo, brate. Jeli, brate?
Opet Haaland i dalje.
Nešto mi se čini da si ti nešto jeo govna.
Sad je opasno za Ogija.
A ne sećaš se.
Mateus, ovamo je prošao, na drugoj strani ima...
I kakav go Mateusa, ljudi moji. Milina jedna, okrenuo se.
Kakav go loptera Mateus. Mateus je Srbine. Rafael Leao, Mateus. Sokrates, Leao, da će ovo biti gol? 2-2. Ja mislim da Hazne on nije očekivao. Hazne on nije očekivao, nisam nije očekivao da će uspeti Ogi da se vrati posle onakog gola. Pogledat ćemo taj gol ponovo. Ginola i utakmica je gotova. I dalje je 2-2, znači u pobedama. Znači Mateusov gol da vidimo. Kroz petoricu, bog te maz. Gde je prošla lopta, neverovatno. Mile, šta kaš ti, a? Tu lebe meka nikako ovdje. Nije uspio da izblokira to. Dobro. Sljedeća utakmica. Sad jedva čekam da krene ovaj utakmica da vidimo tu akciju, da se nastavi. Stvarno dobro igraju obojica. Ali opet će mi biti zanimljivo da popričam s Ognjenim dalje nešto menja onda na 2-0. Jer sasvim drugačije igra nego one prve dve utakmice, 3. Kreće Haaland sa centra, Rodri. Carlos Alberto, tu je Žarzinho prošao, ali je malo možda u offside-u, možda nije offside, Žarzinho. Pokušao Lucio, pokušao svi, ne vredi. Ne vredi. Ja ne znam, jedino ako se ovaj čovjek umara pa ga Hazne vadi na poluvremenu, ne znam, ne razumem onda drugačije ako. Koji je drugi razlog? Mendi, znate vi možda što ga vadi na poluvremenu? Sokrates do Ginole, da će opet na face show ide i Ginola 1-1, Haaland, Rodri, Žarzinho opet ide, Walker pokušava da li je premestio Ogi Walkera na levu beka, znači ja ne znam, da čuva ovoga. Ajde, baš ćemo da vidimo. Samo da vidimo to. Vjera. Carlos Alberto. Walkera. Walker sada čuva, jesam rekao. Walker sada čuva vamo Žarzinja. Bravo Ogi za taktiku je. Definitivno je Mendy bio rupa tu svo vreme. Vidjet ćemo kako će se Walker snaći, ništa, vraćamo kameru. Vidi šta Walker radi. Da ima da će ga proći. Prošao ga je. Mateus tu da će pomoći da udvoji. Žarzinjo prošao. Lucio, evo Mateus, ali ne može pored Mateusa. Leao. Ginola. Dembele. Ovo je, ja mislim, Ramirez. Sokrates odnosi. Mateus. Haaland. Prošao je gore Dagliš, ali sudija ne da nastavak napada.
Mislim, Ciki, da te mnogo guaranira, brate.
Ginola, Sokrates, Ramirez, Dembele, Ginola, dobro ga ispratio pogledama. A šta je tek Mendy onaj napravio? U Oblak hvata živu. Hala, Marquez. Vratio se Haaland ovdje da pomogne na onom korneru Ziko. Ali neće Haaland ide napred, ovog te Mateus. Ziko. Di Maria, znači ušao je Di Maria. Sada čeka ga ovdje da ga udvoji. Di Maria. Walker ispada, ali na udvajanje Lucio. Bravo za Ogije, mislim, dobro je odigrao ovu odbranu.
Odlično je odigrao.
Leao, hit to heal. Carvalho ne može ga stigne. Dobro. Leao, da će ovdje biti neka finesa? Neće. Mateus. Čigra. Di Maria. Direktan duel Di Maria, Walker, Lucio opet dolazi da pomože. Lucio istreso iz gaća. Di Maria ponovo. Haaland je unutra, ovo je, nije Van der Sar spašava Ogija od sigurnog poraza. Sada gleda kome će da doda. Mendy je znači na desnoj strani, pa da, ovo sve ide na Hazne, sve ide na Žarzinja na tu desnu stranu. Ginola, ništa. Oblak vadi u 89. minutu i spašava Hazne, a da će, ubacit će sad ovog, ja mislim, ne, da li on dao go iz kornera, nije. Dembele.
Osman Dembele.
Leao, Mendy, Sokrates, Ginola ništa. Izbacuje Oblak i to je to. Još jedna nerešena utakmica.
Evo,
sam malo za mene predaha.
Čekam FNCS.
Uzem neki sok, pustit ću nešto.
11 minuta, ljudi. Bravo, imamo prvi gol za večeras, lep pogodak Ivana.
Kvaradona tu ulazi sada u sredinu, do Zika šuti.
Velika šansa, 2-0 na samom početku za Ivana. Sondo Ronaldo. sam protiv odbrane, kao da prolazi 1-1 s golmanom, šutira i gol. Gol, 2 identična gola Kaverca, 2. Gube se lopte, uzimaju se lopte, gube se lopte, uzimaju se lopte na sredini, velika borba, ali
Evo je Cristiano. Šut i gol.
Gol. Pri na desnu stranu do Vijere, Vijera gleda, dodaje do Rafaela A, Rafaela heel to heel ulozi u 16-terac, open up fake shot i kakva finesa, Sveta vodi 1-0, odlična akcija Svete. Truleks je otišao u lower bracket, brate moj, 3 na lendu, dao je bukvalno kilove da ljudi hvalaju. Cruyff prolazi, da li će ga izblokirati? Ne! Gol! Nije Van Dijk, ja sam bio siguran da će Van Dijk svojom snagom da izblokira i da oduva bukvalno Cruyffa, ali ne, Cruyff se provukao, raspalio s ivice 16-terca i gol.
Tu ide prema naprijed, nikoga ne zaustavlja, Leo ima prostora, možda da šuta, šut Leo i gol.
Kakva solo akcija Rafaela A, Sveta je sve to lagano odradio.
I tu smo sada, morao sam da uzem nešto malo za osveženje, pošto su momci baš zagrejali ovdje atmosferu. Da li iko još gleda ovaj prenos? Je li išao zvuk malo pre kad sam pustio ovaj klipić? Idemo sada ponovo Sokrates, Mateus. Ovdje ovdje fino kombinuje Sokrates. Šta ne, Mile, nije išao zvuk malo pre. Žarzinjo. Činola, Ramirez, je li sad sve okej? Moramo još jedan telefon samo uzeti da mogu da čujem zvuk i kad ide, šta ide u program. Mateus. Žarzinjo, visoka lopta, šta je ovo? Gol. A išao je zvuk, dobro. Hvala. Sokrates. Šta se mi družimo samo, a? Mateus. Dembele, Sokrates. Mateus i Ginola. Leao. Tu je Filip nešto zajebao. Leao. Ginola, Mendy. I evo ga. Evo ga, Mendy.
U loweru Truleks Čićo.
Dozvoljeno e-sport pravila koja će ići u A1 Adri. Žarzinjo. Ginola prolazi. Ginola da će da uradi heel to heel, sada pobene Rainbow 1. Ginola, Carlos Alberto, nema, jaka kartica. Mateus tu dolazi do lopte, međutim Vijera, dobra, to je ova nova toc kartica. Žarzinjo, Rainbow, ali ne da sudija.
Bio si na fudbalu i ja bio na fudbalu. Verovatno te ni kouča skvija, nije verovatno nego sigurno. Misliš da će Truleks da kvala? Ma lagano, brate. Lagano.
Evo čikica.
Bio na fudbalu i ja, pajko. Došao kući, istusvirao se, upalio stream, brate.
Leao. Da će da pomogne Leao. Pomogao je Sokrates, Ginola. Dembele. Dembele, daj loptu, čovječe. Ramirez, otvara se vamo. Ginola, bežimo lopte. Sokrates, ali... Evo sad jedna visoka lopta prema Leao. Da će ukrosati? Neće. Ali Alberto stiže to.
Misliš da je bolje? A onda mnogo kasnimo s ovim ludacima.
Walker uzima loptu. Mateus.
Onda mnogo kasnimo, brate.
Da, Andrije. Walker, kratka lopta, Mateus. Rodri, greše sada, jedni greše drugi. Što bi rekao naš Mile, gube se lopte, uzimaju se lopte, gube se lopte, uzimaju se lopte, gube se lopte, uzimaju se lopte.
Jebote Mile.
Jel Mile? Sokrates do Dembelea, 75. minut.
I ti me zajebavaš, Franjo.
Obojica onako dosta paze. Neće svim silama da idu napred. Mateus. Ziko dolazi do lopte. Ziko, Haaland. Da će Di Maria da pobegne, okreće se tu. Pravi malo skill move. Do Haalanda. Haaland verovatno ne stiže da uradi hill to hill. Leao iz Ginola. Prolazi ovamo. Prolazi Dembele. Mateus, ništa. I ova ode u nerešeno. Gube se lopte, uzimaju se lopte, gube se lopte, uzimaju se lopte. X ko kuće. I 10. mislim po redu utakmica. Dalje 2-2 u pobedama. Otvara meč Hazne, Žrzinjo. Nema zeznog već s onim Walkerom. Nije više toliko efikasan s te strane. Hazne, korner. Ništa ovdje Van der Sar hvata. Sokrates do Ginole. Ginola hill to hill. I gol. Ispratili smo jedan gol i s ovom kamerom. Mendy. Dembele. Ramirez, Ginola, Sokrates. Leao. Ovamo do Mateusa. Ne prelazi lopta do Ginola. Rodri. Haaland. Jorginho. Vieira. Sada Daglish 2-0. 2-0 za Hazne. Jel? Ne, 1-1. Šta sam ja? Čekaj. Da, ono je bio gol. Jebem ti kad sam promenio kameru. Pa sam me zbunilo. Vieira. Mateus. Vraća se Hazne u meč. Daglish. Ovdje fino kombinuje Haaland. Lane change, blokira Lucio. Offset. A, Fićo je finale, bog te mazo, svaka čast. Sam ja igrao taj... tu ligu šampiona, mislim da jesam. Mislim da sam pobedio, jeste, igrao sam, pobedio sam Mogi u grupi, jednu od mene. Rodri Marquez. Pa Ivano, desi ti čoveče? Ja mislio ti gledaš, bog te meč. Mendy, Sokrates, Dembele. Zico, Di Maria, Zico i dalje, lane change, Mateus 2-1. Ivano, zbunio si me, Ivano. Ja gledam sad chat. Dobro. Vjera. To Di Marije, Boker, Leao 2-2 i 2-2 u pobjedama. Leao prolazi, lopta do Sokratesa, Sokrates, Carvalho, Haaland, da, 2-2-2. Gledao sam u chatu ovo kad si se pojavio, tebi ga odgovaram, nisam ni vidio da je dao čovjek gol. Zico, Di Marija, Haaland. Evo sad šanse heel to heel sigurno, da će fake shot neki biti, fake shot, da, još jedan, brani Van der Sar, Rodrigo ništa. Ginola, Dembele, Sokrates, sad može i da centrira, ima priliku, ako bude teo, ne ide kao na... Ramirez. Nema, Carlos uzima loptu, 86. minut. Prilika još za zadnji napad Haznea. Prošao je Rodrigo, dobro je prošao sa njim. Šta će uraditi? Neće, Walker uzima loptu, 2-2, ostaje još jedan nerešen meč. GG. Kakvo finale, a? Jedna, dve, tri, četiri utakmice zaredom X. I kakvo finale.
Qualifying through, but we'll see how it all unfolds throughout the rest of the day.
There are only 15 spots though, guys, so it's going to be incredibly tight and tough at the top. Actually, looking at that lobby list, there are so many more names that I recognize than I was expecting to be honest. I mean, obviously, we've seen a fair bit from Sky and Scroll. They've been in and out of the upper bracket. Also, for Nine and Moneymaker, they just couldn't get it done yesterday, Levin.
Yeah, I mean, look, Frankie, FNCS is a cutthroat business. Do you know what I'm saying? There's always names that miss out that you think, oh goodness, how has he not made it to FNCS, right? So I think it's inevitable you'll get that. In the case of Fanine and Moneymaker, again, two, very popular names within the EU, right? But it's about making sure they can match that level and secure top 15 here today. I mean, do I think they can do it? Yeah, why not? Moneymaker, they've got talent. That's what I've got to say. They've got talent for sure. It's about applying that talent to this lobby program.
Right, well, I don't think we should delay any longer. I think we should head back to our casters, to Carter and Jacob, to kick off the lower bracket lobby.
Thank you so much, Frankie, Levin, and Minnie. The foundation has been laid, Takata. This is officially the last chance, the last 3 games, any of these teams.
Zadnja 3 gejma, zadnja šansa, ljudi.
Last opportunity, Jacob. It's been 3 days
Pozdrav, Denke, dobro je, dobro je.
Evo,
tu smo da navijamo za naše.
25 duos that qualified to the grand finals of the EU FNCS. Now we
Pero
will
pa
have
10
15
ceo
more
dan,
duos
jebote
qualifying the
kurac.
top
Pa
15
10.
duos after the 3 matches.
Jel kvalaju levi i over? Kvalali bi kad bi igrali, ali ne igraju, brate.
And honestly, just seeing the superstars that have already advanced to the grand finals, and then looking at some of this lobby list here in Levin, Minnie, and Frankie break down some of the teams that we are going to see here today is a huge surprise, but that time has come. Game number 1 and the last set of games starts now.
Malo prekvizija, sad čekamo Trulex i Christian i Squee. Sad imaju šansu Trulex, Christian i Squee, a kvizi malo prekvalo.
In the upper bracket, they said, okay, you know, if we don't get top 25, at least we have another 3 matches to do it once again in the lower bracket. But this is literally the last chance for all of these duos.
Ne, ovdje ko je top 15 iz 3 gejma. Iz 3 gejma ko je top 15, hvala Granci. Game upravo kreće. Ljudi, nek nam je sa sreće. Baš mi je drago što nećete predikcije, da se ne mučim. Cheating Kido u Kala Soto, brat. Prvi game.
No more Malabuka Mustache. See Finn Kenty over off to the side as well. So a triple contest right out of the gates at Grim Gates. And then a 4th team around the outskirts. This is almost just as busy as it was on day 1.
You can see now a lot of the players who are drafting at Grim's Gate before having already qualified new names here to battle it out. Just like at the Reckless Railways.
Snajan je umro.
As we can take a look at Sky, I was going to say, where's Scroll at?
Moneymaker ubio od Lika, ali Snajan je umro. Znači, ostali su 1 na 1.
But is not getting chased by the opposing team here, so he's going to have a little bit of time to figure out his game plan. How's the reboot going to come through?
Yeah, just unfortunately enough for Sky and Scroll, this has kind of been the struggles in a lot of their qualification opportunities.
A hoćete
predikcije? It was Yanis and Flixie first.
Ko će predikcije?
Won out in a lot of those off-spawn battles, and now they're just kind of going down early. Luckily, like you mentioned, Scroll, you might have the reboot card that Sky has in his inventory.
Ovaj nema više buildova sigurno.
And you can see from all around the map, these early game fights mean so much. Getting separated from your teammate is all it really takes. He tried to backtrack and reunite, and you can see in his mini-map, his teammate already made the decision to abandon a play like this.
That quickly. I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do. Sometimes just getting out and going for the later reboot is the better play. Now, Thomas HD Queasy being qualified. Less action here in Mount Olympus, but still 2 duos battling it out. Head-to-head as no big shots have been connected, but right as I say that, quick knockdown onto Stillion, the 2v1 now for Ice and Doom.
Yeah, big Ice and Doom right here.
Predikcije kreću sad. 2 minuta imate za predikcije. Vortex, dobroveče, pomoć Bog. Svi smo dobro, hvala Bogu. Predikcije u chatu, ljudi.
And I think with a first elimination like that confidence and the momentum here in this fight is going to continue to grow. But you see, now that they have a huge numbers advantage, they're taking their time, they're slowing things down, knowing the only hope that this player has is to either disengage, get the reboot, or just to fight it out, or just wait altogether.
Uh-oh. You see now. Looks for the angle. Unable to connect the initial one, but just the tap to take him out there. Quick, clean execution of the 2 eliminations here. Mount Olympus now has been claimed. Ice and Doom have it to themselves. I do see a duo kind of the outskirts, but I don't think they're gonna be looking for too much action, especially that it's already finished.
Yeah, they took down the players they got to worry about most, but from POI to POI, you can see Brawler's Battleground contested by Sevens and Forzen. That's a nice shot. That's a good first shot, but unfortunately enough, back-to-back shots fired back, and Forzen with a nice little hop and a pop to take him down finally. And he's able to get the revive before his teammate is quickly finished up. But the mini-map, that third-party team, they heard it go down, and now they're closing the distance.
Quick look at how this happened. Oh, Thunderbolt of Zeus from the skies. 3 clean shots. I love the animation on that ability. Looks so clean. Now Hedra. Kirwa. Making use of another mythic water bending. But ouch.
Overstays his welcome, peeking just a little bit too much. Forzen on the other side. Trying to finish him on that damage. Hedra is down.
Ti što mi milo što pušaju I kad umru, brate.
You can see Forzen say, look at this loot. Let's heal up again.
Koliko mi je milo kad tim koji puša umre, ne mogu da vam objasnim.
2 separate 2v1s.
Chase continues, pop shot into the bush, looking to see just in case. Wherever they might be hiding, but going further and further away, the crack comes through. But this is going to take a bit of time to finish him off.
Yeah, opponent's just hoping he covers enough distance in the water. By the time
he's swimming all right.
Hopefully he brought his water wings so he doesn't sink here, but he's covering distance right now.
He is swimming all right.
Oh, here we go. How good is the aim from Forzen with the projectile, the drop off? His teammates coming with the water bending ability, so ammo is not going to be an issue here. Especially with the projectile, but you can see him just trying to build as much as he can. Just this is just one of those situations. I wouldn't hope on anybody, let alone in the last chance to qualify for the grand finals, but he's going to be able to escape. Just the question now that remains, Takata, is does he have the reboot card? Because if he has to go back into that, I wish him the best of luck.
I hope they don't miss out on qualification by 4 points just by not getting that elim. That would be a tragedy. We've seen a lot of them today. We'll see if now in the lower bracket it could be their time to shine. Looking for a bit of action, classy court side, but decided for the disengagement. There's a lot of duos in the surrounding area, not just the ones that were in that box fight, so they do have to be careful here.
Yeah, and you add in the fact that they don't really have heals for the HP between the both of them. The team they were running against isn't even the one that's focusing them as now. That's a whole new team entering into the mix. Pixie and Juan, aka Wax, just trying to rotate straight through classy courts. They see the zone is moving towards the south portion of the map, so it does look like they're going to float around the eastern edge to try to find a slow spot of the zone that they can enter in for free.
Look once again at Grim Marius here.
Marius I Sangelc opet će da pušaju.
Where's Sangelc at? Right beside him.
Opet će da pušaju ovdje.
Got 2 separate boxes here, just kind of eyeballing the location. You can see in the minimap how many duos though there really is close by. Sangelc realizing the danger, grouping up now. Used a bit of mats to do so in a chug splash, but much better than getting knocked down.
Yeah, that was almost a disaster waiting to strike. Just a little bit of separation between Sangelc and Marius. You saw that duo looking like they just wanted to pounce on the Sangelc. He quickly reacted, build it over, closed the distance between him and Marius, which kind of makes it a little bit more risky of a fight if you're going to take it. So they're just going to continue to rotate on out, find a better spot. So they can do something very, very similar to this. Trulex and Chicho, the struggles from the upper bracket at a singular point due to those off spawns. It does look like this time around, though, they do get it uncontested. So back to the strat book, back to the blueprint that got him this far.
Couple shots from the DMR come through, nothing connecting. Should have more opportunities as players continue to rotate through the restored reels here. They are using their ramps to have a bit of cover, can do more right-hand peeks, especially if you don't have those bush bombs.
Where you kind of see, like I kind of mentioned, due to this being the last chance for a lot of teams to qualify, you're seeing how slow players are getting dropped off the lobby. 84 players still left alive, even though there's still some fights going on, and that can change as Pixie walks. Pixie's already down. Juan's by himself, aka Wogs. Kaido's just trying to get out alive. 14 HP. No. That's going to be a trade, but only a momentary one. Dea just goes and gets that elimination. Has a chance for the rebuy, but in comes Sky. In comes Scroll, all the way from Reckless Railways. Oh,
third party. And just like that, not even 2 seconds. And the elimination comes through. Sky and Scroll now. A little bit of extra loot to pick up.
That's important because Sky and Scroll, when we first saw them on the day, I think Sky was a solo trying to get his teammate back, which means they probably lost the fight, didn't get a lot of surge. So taking that opportune moment, rotate towards the node, sacrifice some heals, some HP, because you know you're going deep in the zone. just to kind of finish a fight like that. It's not a ton for your Storm Surge, but you know how these lobbies have been going. Some early Storm Surge is better than no early Storm Surge.
That's true. Probably some of the most difficult Storm Surge lobbies we've seen in Fortnite competitive, especially with the current mobility meta. Astral Art skill now choosing to reform on the rotate. Talked about this earlier, but it is crucial to maximize your efficiency in terms of gathering materials, not just in the early game and your mid-game route, but even in the last moving zones when you rotate through some area that might have some trees, some rocks. Those 4 or 5 builds could be the difference in qualifying.
I like that from Astral Art skill. They have the 4 floppers, and you'd think they'd kind of use them pretty quickly, especially since they're rotating. But because they have those dashes and the zone is moving towards the south, a lot of teams have rotated, so they're just kind of dashing, knowing where the fires are. They're going to box up on one, use it to save a lot of the resources that they've had up until this point. Marius is saying, go just dipping the toes into the water, getting a feel for those dashes, whether they want to get aggressive or not. They know it's a huge part of their game plan since they land over towards the underworld.
Trying to see if a snipe can get connected here. No shot's going to be taken. Basically on the borderline of the zone here. Playing edge zone. Can be good for finding those players. Rotating in late, but Sandguild going to get headshotted. Forced to use a bit of shields now as bad sniper. Can he be a good sniper here with a player rotating through? No shot connected.
Ooh, they're doing a little bait.
Yeah.
Seeing one person was trying to peek through the window, draw bad sniper's attention. Sniper over the top. Big bush bomb on the other side is not allowing bad sniper to know exactly where that player is.
Nažalost, Čičo je umro.
Just the annoyance, the persistence.
Pa da li je moguće, brate, šta je ovo?
Finally one is going to be able to
Otek čao, brate.
Landing on the bad sniper. You can see they have to be careful. Marius on the other side of the map is finally going to take down Art Skill. Which Astro and Art Skill did stop on that fire pit, so that's a sign of weakness if you look right enough.
Now, gotta be careful as the zone is closing. Pressure for these duos. Gets a huge crack though, even the knock. Boxes his knockdown player, can recuperate now all the loot, all the materials. That is a huge pickup for Marius here.
Yeah, great amount of surge as well. Continue to add onto that total. It's 2 eliminations from Marius and Sango. With how hyped this team has actually been, some of the problems has been that of Surge. They can make it into these end games, but they're forced into fights as Marius just makes it look easy. Boxes him up, takes him down, separates him from his teammates. And now with Surge and a full loadout that they just bolstered up even more, they can kind of focus on the rotation and positioning from here on out.
Shaky tweet. They know something's around here. It's Belusi that's hiding. They found him. As that's a quick way to clean it out.
Yeah, so far away, and what started off a little slow is speeding up just a little bit. Gonna have similar surge as that last couple games that we played in the upper
evo nerviram se naši da kvalaju, brate, u granice, nerviram se već. Ističe vreme polako. Eno ga Trulek solo. Eno ga Trulek solo, brate.
Trulek is now in the tower. That's because Chicho was actually taken down not too long ago. So Trulek now by himself, hoping maybe even the zone continues to move south. That way they can probably get that reboot back up at restored reels. We almost got a couple minutes to wait for that to even be a possibility.
Kentic looks like got elimination as well. You can see the center map is the popular location for a lot of these Storm Surge bases, especially when the zone pulls to this area.
Kako Čičo umro? Ne znam, evo sad je umro malo.
It's gonna make it quite difficult for Trulek. But nothing's impossible, Jacob. We've seen bigger comebacks happen before in these
To je ništa, brate moj.
Even though it's a little different with the top 15, you kind of need one good game and then maybe a decent game after that. Trulek, he's able to get this reboot back up. It won't change much in terms of their surge. So no one's going to probably push on over to this position. So Trulek still has the lay of the land high up in the tower. But there's just no real opportunities being given to him. Everybody's boxed up. Nobody's peeking. And if they do, it's probably a small window or a portion of their cone that Truex just doesn't have an angle on.
300 above for Lucia and Bang. Great position too, but with Peace King coming close, they might not be above, which is going to force them to look for some shots here. And this might not be an engagement they want to take, but it's going to be one they have to take.
Yeah, now that they're 70 below, they have no choice. They try to be proactive early on in this game and have a little bit more control over their destiny, but that time has come and gone. Luckily, though, as of now, they are isolated on top of Rift Island, but that could change in the blink of an eye due to the zip lines, the rifts that are all below. And pings, and Lusha just trying to play defensive here. You almost got to guess with Storm Surge activated, a team playing as aggressive as they are, that they are suffering the surge. So holding on to your bills might be a recipe for success, but the next team starts to come in, the third party. Chances to disrupt this instead of just taking that line of sight on the edge is going to be real, especially with it on the line.
Pressure is on now. As Lucia Ping don't even need to take too many engagements here. They have used quite a bit of materials though. Has so many duos in the surrounding area now, just kind of taking shots at each other. You have to decide kind of what the game plan is here. No rotation has to be made as Zone is still on the Rift Island here. With Lens and Tidy applying that pressure, they don't have a lot of options.
Pa da ga ributa, brate, prvo mora da uzme neki srč. Drugo, treba da siđe dole i da ode da ributa. To će svi da vide, brate, jer su svi u bazama. I to je strašno teško. Kako ide našima loše.
So it almost feels like they're just stagnant in this position unless they want to give up this entire box that they made. And you can see Lens and Tidy, they're the ones that are going to have that sight advantage on top of Rift Island where they watch the players below and they can watch the ones around the island so they can get their surge.
Just 37 above for Smoky and Wheat. That's not a position to be comfortable. As the gas station explodes, the positioning changes here. They saw some duos up on that ridge. It is an option to take a couple shots, but you can see there's more duos now on the borderline of zone. They could be looking back at them. They're kind of just looking for any options here, but now just 18 seconds till zone closes, activates. They need to start finding some shots. 62, that's huge, but they're going to need more.
Yeah, they just go on the positive side of Storm Surge instantly at that first shot. Just like you said, they know it's not over just yet. That can change in an instant. And right now we have 70 players left alive, and that's gonna have to drop down to about 60 players.
MoneyMaker slimal over, on je unutra, sere mu se u pare I sve.
And for teams like Smoky and Wheat, who are kind of positioned down in the dirt, they don't really have any elevation. Getting those Storm Surge tags are not going to be easy.
Next squeeze now.
Up.
Action once again. Chain of Hades though. In the 1 versus 2, is it possible? Just a couple more swings might be all it takes, but with 22 HP to work with, one shot will take him out here. Flowberry Fizz though with 100 charge. As they're gonna heal each other up.
Trulex jest. Bet Sniper ubio X-Force.
Did a good job of just pushing into the other side of that box. That was almost looking bleak for X-Squeeze. But now the table is Robin and Jude from the top side. Steal the cover, forces them to reposition. And with so many teams towards the south side of the map, in and around fencing fields, it's not going to be easy to find a free rotation over. So this is why you see that priority in rotations come through and the timing having to be perfect.
Evo samo da vidim da li mi tu Ormanu, brate.
They're going to be one of the first teams to move, and everybody
Da
else
vidim da li
behind
mi
you
tu
has to
Ormanu
wait in
javit.
sections for the next team to move, so they can have that safe rotation. Otherwise, they're going to risk rotating parallel and probably going down.
There's so many duos that are rotating right now. We can see Ice and Doom. We're able to pick up 2, but they're also
Iza mene je moguće, pero
with so many duos having to rotate in, it opens up the opportunity for the ones that are already based up in the zone
mislim
to
da
take
bi
shots at
trebao
them.
da bude Čičo ributan. Mislim da bi trebalo.
Just the current position where they're at, or at least before, with zone pulling in the direction, it might ease up on some of that pressure, but they're just too far
Imaš u
down low,
podrumu,
and
ako
they
daj
don't
to.
really have builds to build
Daj
those
to,
boxes any
MoneyMaker
higher, so they're just
krekan,
waiting for a lot
MoneyMaker
of these
dead.
teams to come to them, and a lot of those shots
O,
are
Milina jedna,
So
desi,
it's
Flopper.
going to help in terms of
I
surge,
koja
in terms of
Milina
loot, but they
videti
are
Floppera
barely above
kako
that
umire,
threshold.
brate.
They still gotta do more
Bravo,
work.
Vid.
The job is not done.
Trulex ubio nekog, to je lepo. To je lepo.
As Robin has already been eliminated, Ju now is forced to clutch it up here, but Storm Surge is taking just 2 med kits to out heal it. Shortly will not have any shield to work with. I don't see a lot of options to come out of this on top, Jacob.
Yeah, especially since Zone is doing so much damage. It's too early to try to stagger yourself, so you're getting ticked every couple of seconds by the 25, and seconds to go, he was taking damage to Storm. Only 1 med kit left.
Baš mi milo što cheater ju umire, brat.
Out healing, I'm not sure is going to be a possibility.
Baš mi milo, Jel živ kod naših, trebalo bi da su živi Kristijan i Squee i trebalo bi da je živ Trulex. Ali mislim da je Trulex solo, da nije rebutao Čića. To Muksić ne znam, ali mislim da da. Mislim da da, brat.
You saw there was only a few of them who are in zone, a majority having to rotate. And even the ones that are positioned in zone like Smoky and Wheat, they're only 17 above. They have to land their shots here and everybody rotating in, but with the window open that big, you know the fire is going to be returning towards them as well.
Marius ulazi u zonu.
You're really seeing why this season is, you know what it is, where one player is
carrying the DMR, trying to get shots from distance, the other one is carrying either a Thunderburst SMG or the water-bending ability, so that way they can try to spray through some of these boxes and not leave them with the DMR, because you know what I do, if both players have a DMR, you're almost leaving it to a close-range battle. And Marius and Sangild, they don't have that comfortability of the zone just yet, but they're inching themselves closer and closer each and every step that they take. And they're getting damage along the way, which is why you see them 115 above the threshold. A big difference from the last time we saw them. Bravo, Zepi, tako i treba.
Crucial shots here. Looking for more opportunities, cannot connect with the snipe, but maybe with the Thunderburst, at least a couple bullets.
Misliš da je Trulex već u zoni, jeli? Misliš da je Trulex prvi u zoni? Jeste, Trulex je prvi u zoni. Sam! Došli sad pored njega Luša i Pinks.
On over towards the edge. Trulex by himself, but he's on the front side of the zone. And these are big points. These are massive points for Trulex.
Ovo su poeni koji mu trebaju, ej!
Chicho did
sam,
go down.
Ej, sam!
So you gotta think every single one of these points
sam,
that are in game 1 is off the back of Trulex.
Bravo!
Nice shots there to keep him ahead of the curve in terms of surge.
Ima
And
samo
what this is doing
15
here is
fiza, brat.
building the confidence, building the momentum.
Ima samo 15 fiza I sad gleda gdje da ide, brat.
That's got to build that confidence for the next 2 games to get them within range. It is top 15.
Sad gleda gdje da ide, brate, treba mu.
Total is going to be around 88, so he needs 70 more to go before he's almost looking like a lot.
It's about 29, 30 points a match, so if Trulex can get 30 points this match, then he's en route in terms of consistency to qualify. But playing as a solo is always difficult. Just 28 players up though, you can see how damaging Storm Surge has been for a lot of these duos.
Plače fino. Pa evo ovaj kaže, brate, da mu treba 30 po gejmu da bude to. Evo su Chris I Squee. Imaju 3 kila, brate, 30 poena. Kaže ovaj, vidiš imaju high, brate, Chris I Squee imaju high. Kaže ovaj komentator da otprilike treba 30 poena po gejmu. Trulex je na pravo mesto. Trulex je na pravo mesto, a Chris I Squee imaju high. Ovo je dobro.
Good news is though, using the natural animation from that hill, they are very high up compared to the other teams, so I don't think they're going to get contested anytime soon. Especially having put themselves ahead of the zone here. Smoky Wheat, though, on the other hand now, recycling a bit of previous builds. Looking to see if they can use that flow berry to make their way onto zone.
Top 15 ljudi.
More others are healthy with the heals, have a ton of builds, others not so much.
Znam, Muksić, znam.
And on the other side of things, you got Marius in the zone fighting for every single inch. They still have the dashes left over as well. That's planning for the future. Pressure coming in from Djole-kubura and Cringe on the other side of Marius Sangild. They hold the line. They don't want to let them enter the box, but their persistence is going to be key, and it's also going to be their demise. Marius peeks through the cover, gets the piece control at the perfect time, getting the shields down low, forcing them to disperse in 2 different directions, and Cringe is going to fall now that Djole-kubura is no longer there to save the day.
Quick little refresh for Marius Sangild, puts them at 4. But Finn's not happy with that, as now he's dropped down to the seat.
Trulex je umro, mislim da je 11. I mislim da je uzo dovoljno poena, brate. Mislim da je uzo solidne poene, da može da bude zadovoljan. Ne znam kako je Čičo stvarno umro, brate. Chris is Queen na haju. Chris is Queen na haju. Ovaj majmun ubio Jake Bucu, ne znam koji je ovaj. Top 9. Trijes mu je okej, brate. I mislim da je imao killove.
Immediately knowing the situation they're in and beats every team to the punch to the front side of zone.
Looking strong. They could use a bit more materials. They were second height, now forced to drop down low.
Ode Luša, brate. Ode Luša, ubi ga ovaj kozeca, brate. Top 6, ljudi, top 6. Mrtvi Marius, brate.
Oh, he gets the Zeus medallion at the last second. Marius now going to be able to run wild, both figuratively and literally.
Sangild je dead, a Marius 10 helta. Sangild je dead zato što je bio alav. A i Marius je dead. To ti je kad si alav na ovo. Ovi će da vinaju, brate. Skvi ubio Sirena. Ubili Ice-a.
Probably the backside of zone, healing off, and it's Doom and Ice, quad contested, upper bracket, triple contested, lower bracket. Even though they didn't win the game, they got
ubili Ice-a, brate, da ne poveruješ, brate. Vinali I verovatno kvalali grance I to je to.
And score big time.
Great way to close it out for both duos there in the last moments of the game. The projected points is around 88. So if you start off in the top 5, even with a victory royale, that is a great way to set you up for success in this lower bracket.
Yeah, you're seeing the changes from the win and you're in to the consistency format. Who is really up for that challenge? Because grand finals around the corner, all consistency throughout 12 games and 2 days. So this is a true test to any of these players.
Ovdje ga lepo ubio pič.
Closed it out here from dropping down. You have to know when to play aggressive, even with the floppers in the inventory. It was that 2v1, and Doom, the duo that was contesting Thomas HD and Koji, got second place there by tanking a bit of Storm. So with the amount of points they secured, hopefully that should be more than enough to help them feel confident for these upcoming 2 matches.
Yeah, but you got to realize, even though it's 3 short games, it's consistency throughout those 3 games, and you cannot let up off the gas at a moment's notice, especially if you're landing at one of those spots that are contested. But game 1 is already done and over with. 2 more games to go, but I'm going to throw it right back on over to the desk to let us know what the leaderboard looks like after 1.
Thank you, guys. It feels like a few days ago we were singing the praises of Chris and Skivvy, and we were like, yeah, these boys, they could be taking a victory royale. They could be picking their spot straight away in the grand finals. And then, Levin, we didn't talk about them again. Until now. Yeah. Until now, kings of the lower bracket.
I mean, look, this was their first sort of sense of adversity this season. Things have been very smooth sailing for them. It's the reason why everyone's been hyping them up so much. They've been incredibly impressive. But in that upper bracket mini minor, they just had so many problems of spawn, so much messiness around Grim Gate meant people were sort of stealing loot from them. They weren't able to figure out Surge, much like a lot of other people were. They kept getting rolled in box fights, people were just W-keying them, and they couldn't really handle it. Something they were experiencing leading up to their FNC semi-finals. And my question for them, Mini, was how are they going to let the adversity, you know, ultimately, and I was worried that for a team that's a bit newer to the limelight, they might struggle, they might fall underneath that, and it's good to see here in game 1 of lowers, they definitely are not, right? They are fighting and fighting strong and fighting from high like you predicted they would do.
Yeah, I was a little bit concerned for this duo when we were hyping them up on the first day of the upper bracket. They came 50th, very much lost, right? And I was like, oh, well, actually, what's happened here? We broke down their strategy. We said it was almost a bulletproof strategy. Nothing could go wrong. It transferred really well into the single lobby formats, into the set lobbies. And we thought this is a surefire win. We didn't expect it to take this long. I know I didn't myself as well. Now, though, they've just chucked all that out the window. They said, right, that strategy you guys broke down really nicely towards the west of the Grimgate area. They're not going there anymore. They decided to land at that area that Mongrel and Savage always land at towards the east of Pleasant Piazza, and it seems to be working out quite well. So I like to see that, like CSGO thinking on their feet a little bit, showing us that they're very good players. They haven't just got a very good strategy.
I think that's really cool to see as well, because I think that's one of the things we're not necessarily seeing the duos try so much, taking that big risk when they are struggling with elements of their game. Obviously, the big focus is mid-game and trying to conquer Surge at the moment, although I feel like the zones in that round were maybe a little bit kinder, Levin, than the ones we've seen so far tonight.
I wouldn't say so, but I would say that when it comes to those guys, right, a lot of their problems did stem from off sport, more so than I think we've seen with other players, which is probably why they felt more comfortable, like, okay, maybe we just need to switch things up and try to go somewhere where we ain't going to have problems off spawn, where they were having quite a few issues on the side.
Let's take a look at standings after that.
11 i sad 2.
A vidim što sam ja stavio predikcije. In this lower bracket, remember 15 spots are up for grabs, so this top 10 will be very satisfied with that first game. I'm curious to see though the second page, if that's okay, if we're allowed to go straight there, because I actually kind of want to see where Trulex got to. Trulex and Chicho, I should say, because Trulex became a solo super early in the game. I think round 4 we saw him on screen and he was already on his own. He actually managed to clutch 38 points. You can see him in 13th place with his duo there. And so I feel like maybe things are looking up for this duo, Miniminer.
Yeah, nice to see. I mean, Trulex was just clutching up like a dream right there for that duo. And as Takata and Jacob mentioned, the predictions are around that 88-point mark, right? So that's 38 points that he got as a solo in that one game. Really, really nicely played. We'd expect it. Maybe not expect it because he's a solo, but for his stature, for his experience as a player, you wouldn't put it past him, I should say, probably, when it comes to Trulex. You know, we know exactly how he's played throughout the years. Of course, an FNCS champion. This is a third place team at the Global Championships as well. So it's nice to see them get off to a good start, because I think I speak for all of us, we want to see them at Globals.
Bitno je da piše ovdje 11 sa 2. Da li je ovo, brate, umro ili nije, boli me kurac, baš.
Marius and Sangeld, because when we're seeing players being a bit tentative and almost like not even going for Surge because they're so worried about getting a low placement, it's a joy to have Marius and Sangeld fighting everyone they see.
Well, yeah, they had to, right? You saw that on the stream. They were also struggling with Surge, much like everybody else, but they did a great job of dealing damage when the opportunities presented themselves, man. I mean, we know how monstrous of fighters they are. It's been highlighted as one of the main features of why they're successful. Last season's meta favored teams who had a great ability to fight, and so whenever they're in situations where fighting's going to be the only way to get yourself out of trouble, you can almost count on these guys to make a play that is worthy of some sort of respect or acknowledgement. This right here on our screens is really impressive, right, where you can see a bunch of players in the backside zone struggling. They're positioned just ahead of those guys, ready to pounce, and then you can get all this loot, you can get all these refreshes. I'm liking what I'm seeing right now from Marius and Sangeld.
Yeah, so am I. I mean, you spoke about Resident Skivvy 11 being in the limelight, sort of a newer team to that. This is one of those teams that I've put under that category as well. Lots of people keeping their eyes closely peeled on this team, because this is a duo that a lot of people have high expectations for. I have high expectations of how they're going to do, and they haven't quite delivered on those high expectations during these FNCS weeks. I feel like I've seen glimpses, some great moments from this duo, but in terms of an overall strategy, in terms of an extrapolated plan, if you like, about how this duo are going to play, we haven't quite seen that yet. So hopefully they can continue this momentum. They have 2 more games here, and hopefully they'll be able to stay in that top 15, because this is a duo I really, really want to see in Grands, because it shows that anyone can pop off at any moment.
We've got to take a look at Smoky and We as well, because when I saw their name in the lobby list earlier on, I was a bit like, oh yeah, these guys are kicking about. In fact, they might have even been in the upper bracket earlier this week, but obviously they're having to prove themselves and they're having to attract attention now if they want to get through to that top 15 and get through to the grand finals. But 11, are you expecting big things from this duo?
Konali kvizija, brate, pa i kvizi drka, brate.
FNCS beforehand. Wheat is this player who's
Pa ih kvizi zajebava.
Sort of for how cracked of a player he is, right? A lot of talent there. So I was really curious to see how they'd fared together. And I think the big thing is obviously things haven't been as smooth sailing. When you're landing Grand Glacier this season, as we know, it can be quite tough out of that spot. And they did struggle when we saw them yesterday. But again, things looking on the up for them. I think they've had some time to see what Nathan and CZP were trying. They've had time to figure out things on their own from where their own games went wrong. So clearly things are finding a bit more rhythm here.
I want to talk to you guys about Storm Surge. Obviously, this has been the big topic. I thought that we were going to be talking more about, you know, the aspect of agility, dash coin that you get from Grimgate a lot more. And actually, we feel like that hasn't been as impactful this time round. Now we've gone into the set lobbies. But Storm Surge seems to be everyone's enemy. It's not each other. It's Storm Surge that everyone is struggling with right now. And to me, that's surprising because we are 1 week away from the grand finals, boys, and yet hardly anyone seems to have cracked it. And Mini Minor, why is that? Is this just the hardest mid-game we've ever seen in FNCS?
Yeah, I mean, in Fortnite, in a Battle Royale, there's not many constants, but in Fortnite, Storm Surge is a constant. It's going to be there every single time. You know what the thresholds are. You can kind of predict how much damage you need to do per zone. And a lot of players, I think, are kind of struggling with that, particularly with how many DMRs are in the game right now. This is a new item in the season that's just been buffed a lot, right? This is a sort of new development in the meta in terms of the amount of players that are using DMRs, so it increases the threshold just by so much. To get to that level of being absolutely safe and sound research, you have to be trying to be a little bit more aggressive, because we see even Trulex in that last game, he was riding on the edge of Surge a little bit, but that was all because he built that tower outside of his base using that DMR. So I think it's a mixture of players kind of getting used to the new items, getting used to the new meta, but also how strong some of the Surge weapons are this season.
Levin, what do you think?
I think it's been hard for people to really practice much of what they want to do for Surge, right? Ultimately, when you look at previous seasons, I think maybe there's been harder seasons for Surge, but it's just in those seasons you had a better way to sort of, you know, you had more opportunities to put plans into place and get things wrong, then figure things out and get things right. It's funny, right? When we were talking to Venna, right? He sort of mentioned how he almost wishes he could have played more games just to get a bit more practice with Surge and figure out what they were going to do. I think ultimately, you know, this semi-finals was a good opportunity for people to get that learning experience. But even then, grand finals is always even harder than any other round. So it will still be a learning experience throughout those 12 games. And, you know, these teams are smart. They'll figure things out. But ultimately, yeah, I think it's opportunities for teams to get down what plans they want to put in place has been the problem for a lot of them.
Let's take a final look at the leaderboard before we head into game number 2. Because I'd actually like to go quickly towards the bottom of the lobby if we can. I just want to see who has got to have a monster performance across the next couple of games, because that's the thing, we haven't got 25 spots up for grabs here, we've only got 15. It's not just about getting one top placement with a fewer limbs. Actually, you've got to have a consistent performance across the next 2 games. And looking at Kenty and Finn, I'm surprised that they're finding themselves kind of falling out to the bottom of the pack, or at least towards the bottom of the pack. Because actually, earlier this week, and yesterday in particular, I feel like they were challenging, they were holding their own, but maybe they're running out of steam here.
Yeah, it's tough for that duo.
Čim ovoliko dugo vlače, nešto nije u redu. Ne, se gledamo Real Madrid.
At Grimgate, particularly I think it was day number 1 of this
week. Jel vraćaš poene ako se klejma 2 sad stream? Ne bre, mato, koga jebe. Ne vraćam, brat. Što bi vraćao, on došao mene da drka, brate. U nedelju večer na FNCS. Došao da me zajebava.
Because now you need a massive game, so you need to get that dash down. You need to make sure you can make something happen and dash around, try and find some eliminations. So I don't think it'll be a change up of a strategy from either of those 2 teams there. I think it's just going to be hoping that they can get that medallion and hopefully they can make more use of it than we've seen so far this season.
Levin, do you think it's worth dropping at Grimgate and taking that risk? Do you really need to get that Cerberus loot to succeed?
I mean, you don't need it, but I think it's worth it in most cases. It's so strong, it's so effective. I know it hasn't felt like that on EU, right? Just because of, you know, the mess of how many people have been trying to go for it.
Ti nemoj da koristiš moje
fore, brate. The opportunity is there, right? You know, the game don't lie at the end of the day, right? We've seen in other regions just how strong it can be if you know how to use it and you use it effectively. Do I think now that we will see a bunch of people just try to go for it? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. I think for a lot of these guys, they've practiced in certain spots. They've had a game plan, you know, sort of set in stone. They'll stick with that. But yeah, don't rule anything out, of course.
Yeah, the game don't lie, neither does Levson, and neither does our two commentators, Jacob and Takara.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Jacob, I'm getting excited, but the pressure is on for these players with only 2 more opportunities in these last 2 matches to make it to the grand finals. Top 15 qualifies. You got any names in mind, Jacob? Anyone you're thinking about?
Wow, I just gotta look down my list. I just hope Trulex and Chicho pick up the pace, man. Trulex played phenomenally.
Trulex and Chicho pick up the pace.
They still have 2 more games and a gap to close, and that second game is ready. Let's get on that battle bus and get ready for
Ajmo
game
ljudi,
2.
predikciju u chatu. Prediction u chatu.
Let us know in the chat who you want to see qualifying in these last 2 matches. 1 game down.
Let's go!
Set the stage for the leaderboard.
Predikciju u chatu, krećemo!
Should be around 88 points for top 15.
Ajmo, braćo!
It's about 30 points, let's say, every game to be safe.
Ajmo predikcije,
To
ljudi!
be consistent, Jacob, you don't really have to do too
Te
great
su
in the
lame,
late game.
dve
You
im
just have to
nabili
make it
ovdje
there.
u nos, im nabili dve.
Yep, around that top 10, top 15, you get a good portion of the points, but most of them are inside of that top 8. And another contested battle right out of the gate, something that we saw, and it was the Thunderbolt of Zeus that really played the difference in this fight, and especially with how early you're able to get it before the team can kind of mount up some sort of a defense or even an offense. You can strike while the iron's hot, and already 7-4s are just quick to the punch. They have the shields, and they're already moving over to take this fight while they can.
Great use of efficient looting here. Already have the advantage in this engagement that hasn't even started yet, just by the amount of shield they have and loot, which is from winning that drop originally. So now, even though they don't have a lot of materials, it's time to 2v2. Be careful though, as Akira and his duo partner are full and shield and pours it.
Kakav glupak! Koliko je glup, brate! Pa oni su glupi ko kurac!
Both players drop to 50 HP. But Akira.
Oh, pomozi Bože.
That is so unfortunate. They had such a good position on the high ground. Don't really know why you would even drop down there, especially knowing your teammate. Yes, he has the chain of 80s, but he doesn't have any variation of the shotgun. But we'll fight to the next scroll once again going down, but Sky saving the day. Sky is putting in so much work in this fight, but from POI to POI, spot across the map, Amos and Stian, they get revenge for game 1.
Yeah. They did not come on top in game 1, but now they have a chance to make something happen in game 2. I don't want to speak too soon, though. As a potential third party, they were looking at the feed. They said, hold on. The Mount Olympus engagement has not ended yet. Let's go see what's up. See if there's any opportunity to make something happen here, but Stillian knows now. They're forced to heal up quickly here as Conan and Colossus are going to look for some options.
Yeah, they hear the heals coming out. They know the fight was ended, so they're hoping their opponents are weak enough that they can take advantage. And they're doing it piece by piece. They're not dropping just in like we've seen in one of the fights early on today. Just quick angle coming through, not a ton of damage, but it's something to give them a little bit of confidence and a little bit of a lead. Amo just trying to get that cheeky little angle. Conan just had enough. He's ready to go on in, but bites off just a little bit more than he could chew. Quickly gets on out, and this is where it gets a little bit of like a chess match, piece for piece, move for move, until your opponent makes a mistake.
They're doing a good job holding their ground here. Stillian and Ammo. But do they want to fully commit to this engagement? I mean, they don't have a lot of materials. They've already gotten 2 elims. Colossus, though, is going to go up top, see if he can find an angle here. Some sort of cheeky shot to initiate the aggression. You can hear the footsteps close by, but so far no openings.
This is what we talk about when Mount Olympus being contested, overly contested. Fights kind of get drawn out, take a while. Other teams begin to move in, but I feel like that's just any POI, any position that has a lot of players landing around towards the outskirts. And since there's so many buildings, so many different levels of Mount Olympus, you can see why it takes as long as it is. Nobody wants to get overzealous, drop into a box, unprepared. Especially when a team like this has already positioned themselves. They've already fought a fight. They have most of those pieces under their control already.
So many builds have been used for this engagement.
Nemaju buildova ništa, brat.
The environment though to refarm up while the waiting game continues. Meanwhile, back to Akira, who just got into an engagement at the spot. They did end up getting 2 eliminations though, so now Adrix and Amos are looking to see if they can be the next ones to face off against them, but as Adrix's duo partner gets tagged and gets cracked, it's gonna make it much more difficult.
Yeah, just trying to peek through any one of these angles, even going through some of the builds. Flowberry Fizz, fight for the high ground is going to begin. Akira and his duo just quickly are able to cement their position up there, trying to drop down, attack from different angles. Almost needs a little help. He needs his duo to alleviate some of this pressure. They finally reunite, and that's when the splashes are coming down, but they're not giving them enough time to fully heal up. They're consistently pressuring, and that could be the shot right there. Great shot by Adrix to back down his opponent. And the couple of seconds that they've been able to get is crucial seconds for them to be able to heal up like this.
2 players have been cracked now. They do have the Flowberry Fizz to recuperate that shield that was lost, and even Bananas to tank the storm. Now that damage has been done by both teams, they're going to choose to leave this duel and continue with their rotate zone. They don't want to let it tick anymore. They need to spend time now as well recuperating all the materials that they just used in this.
Baš tako, over, nek umre govno, majke mu ga nabijem.
It wasn't necessarily a
jebe mu
loss for
familiju flopersku.
Back on over to the other side of the map. I like how we can see one side of the map all the way towards Brawler's Battleground.
Gas your life, baš mi žao. Izgubit će $200 donacija i subova, jebem li ga usta mala.
They have the Mythic Gatekeeper, and obviously the Dash Coin that everybody's talking about this season. It's about being able to put it to use. Unlike the counterparts on NA, I feel like in EU there's been no one that can consistently make it out with his gates and win games on a consistent basis due to how aggressive some of the players on EU are.
Yeah, Levin was talking about it. I mean, it's quite difficult when you're that contested, especially with veterans of the EU competitive scene. If you're able to consistently get the medallion, it can be incredibly powerful. And did we just see someone get knocked out by the Thunderbolt of Zeus? I believe we saw a Nox player get fully eliminated. Connects the initial shot, but gets cracked. As this is anybody's game.
Yeah, that's a good way to kind of fire back.
Morao sam, Joksi, morao sam,
brate. Huge health disadvantage. He has no choice but continue
to fall down. Joksi, mnogo si glup, nisi ukapirao foru, brate. Čudo se Pajko nije zajebo, brate.
They know it's 2 different solos, but they think it's a full duo here trying to stay alive.
Kako se Pajko nije zajebo, brate, mi kaže koliko ima poena.
They just don't know where that other solo actually is positioned at because Wax is taking a lot of the focus.
Kako se ti nisi zaleteo?
I think this is the duo that threw that Thunderbolt of Zeus, so I think they should know that at least one player has been eliminated, so it's most likely not a duo. It's probably 2 solos is what's on their mind, which is why they do have the option to play a bit more aggressive here, and so far with only one of them in sight. It is just the 2v1, but you gotta be careful. If you're not able to connect your shots, the tables could turn quickly, but last shot gets hit. And elimination now on the board.
Yeah, without seeing that second solo, even hearing that player kind of move around.
Daj da vidimo neke naše, brate, jebovac ih svi. Daj, neće da puste naše ni za lek, brate.
That are going down very, very early here are leaving it into the last and final game to try to get top 15, which almost puts them in win.
Da li je moguće da ti ceo dan ne znaš šta je strulek su mi se čiće?
Still floating around fencing fields.
Da Bog da se svi pobili, brate. Svi da izginete između sebe. Svi da izginete između sebe, majku vam jebem. Sad. Sad pobite se svi.
This is going to be an interesting fight with so many duos too in the area and Zone having pulled far now.
Čić je dobio headshot snipe prvi game, a headshot snipe je bio. A to je bilo, meni priče tu u chatu umro od fall damage-a, brate. Daj, pa da, to ima logike, catch od sniper. Al Trulex ga izvuko, brate. Trulex ga izvuko solo, jebo mu je majku. Jebo mu je majku, stvarno kako je odigrao, brate. Najbolje ono kad je bio sam u zoni, brate, onde. Prvi sam u zoni. Mile, si vidio što je Mario streamao Brawl Stars? E da, Bog da, brate, ne hvalo zato što je igrao Brawl Stars. Da, Bog da ne hvalo. Najgori format FNCS.
But Diox does
yes,
a great job of continuously creating separation between him and his opponents. And the thing is, right now, Cade's doing a good job of firing back, and Cade and Diox are just so separated that Marius and Sango could just pick one and go, and they have a good chance of at least getting one out of the two knocks.
Pajko, ne spamaj, brate.
The more time they spend, though, the more potential for third parties come through, and even the so being so far, the more difficult it's going to be to rotate.
Grindno sam, brate.
But Marius and Sangil doing a good job of controlling this engagement.
Igro sam, brate, Fortnite, grindno sam zero build, ja bi uzmem pare, brate. Pošto imam ruke, a neko ti da nemaš ruke. Tako je. Tako je, brate. Tako je. Tako je, pobite se svi. Ko je hvalo? Pa za sada Kristijan i svi mislim da su hvalali. Mislim da su hvalali, gotovo je to. Malo pre je hvalo Kvizi. Kvizi je hvalo predno sat i nešto. E sad čekamo na Trulex i Čića. Trulex je živ, ljudi. Živ je. Kviz je hvalo malo pre. Bile, koji je ovaj Forzer? Ma nemam pojma, brate. Mislim, znam ko je, ali... Da, kako ti objasnim?
But they know that, they can hear their opponents, and it looks like they're hungry as well. They know some sort of fight might break out here, but Akira has to work on the awareness. Got shot from the back. Now is going to be forced to recuperate a bit of shield here.
Has not got cracked though, so their opponents don't know yet. Aper se završio, ovo je sad lower. Ovo je sad lower i ovo je kraj. Ovo je game broj 2 od 3. Ovo je game broj 2 od 3.
They immediately try to drop down and they get focused themselves. It's kind of the name of the game when you're making so much noise, finding a prolonged fight.
Trulex je u loweru zato što je u Aperu bio zadnji 50, brate. 3 game-a, 3 umro na landu, brate.
And that kind of leaves you two options. You let the team rotate away, you can kind of follow them in their footsteps knowing they have the forecast tower, or you just get a straight up elimination and take the forecast tower out of the equation altogether.
Pa jebi ga. Bili Konani, brate, Konani, jebi ga.
Clownsky and Axe Force now. Close to Grand Glacier, trying to decide. You know, should we go up to that ridge? Is someone already there? I don't see any builds. I think it's safe.
Na granici je, Veki, na granici je.
Ourselves to get a bit of damage as he finds a nice shot.
Koliko je pojena za kval? Trebalo bi da bude blizu 90, Pajko. Pajko, i dalje sanjaš da me zajebeš, brate. I dalje sanjaš. I dalje imaš taj san, brate, da me zajebeš. Ali ne možeš, brate.
Part of the loot and the strategy for a lot of these teams is Clownsky, Axe Force were trying to climb up the mountain, take some position high above, but they get overtaken by a whole nother team. And this is the team that we saw go down. Van already got the reboot onto his teammate at least once, just north of this current position. So you got to imagine down on Surge, not necessarily the best loot split between the two teams. It might feel like they might not have too many other choices other than to focus the one that is closest to him.
Taking pop shots from above. They're not playing too close here, which makes me think that they do not want to risk anything. Just taking shots from afar, trying to get that position claimed. They don't need any eliminations. They just want that angle on the player's rotation to take those shots from afar. Talked about it, Jacob, is a duo that we both want to see qualify. Flowberry Fizz, Chug splashes in hand, now recuperating those materials on their rotate. Waterbending Mythic, though, is going to be applying a bit of pressure onto them. 13th place is where they're currently at. With 38 points, we set an average of 30 points each game. Should be enough to qualify, so far after the first match, they are en route to be one of the top 15 duos that qualify to grand finals.
Džoksi što si pametan. Evo sad ću ja ti kažem ko je,
Yeah, if
brate.
that doesn't fuel you as Chicho, knowing your teammate,
Evo
he's
sad
got
ću ja
11
ti
plays,
kažem
2
ko je, samo
wins.
da refresham, brate.
Almost half of the points to
Drugi
qualify.
je,
I don't know what
brate,
round.
Doom
Jakey and
i
Twy
ima
high
blizu
above Rift
90
Island. Nobody's
poena.
beaten them just yet.
Evo
So
ti,
that's going to give
brate.
them a huge advantage to look
Rekao
around the
sam
map,
ti,
and it's an advantage that they need. They are 5 below the damage threshold.
Mile, kako ide
I can
nama?
imagine they're gonna
Nama
continue
ide
to
dobro,
fall.
evo ja sedim,
Hope
brate,
they don't
pijem
find the
Coca-Cola,
opportunities that they're
pušim
looking
cigare.
for, but the Thunderbolt,
Ide
the
nam
Zeus
dobro,
coming
brate.
out,
Ne znam
combined
kod
with the
tebe.
DMR, they're trying to shoot some shots through. The Thunderbolt, the Zeus, doing some damage to get them 100 over the threshold, and this is the outside of the box thinking that we're seeing teams do this season.
102 above. You love to see it. With the Rift Island just half the way in zone, there's not too many duos up here, or even in the surrounding area. A lot of them have already rotated. Nice shot by Jakey, though, connecting.
Trulex ima 40 pointsa, brate.
Still has more shots on that Thunderbolt of Zeus. We'll see how they make use of it.
There's always
Mile,
something
šta
new
je
every
bilo s
single game.
Vasketom i Kenom, nisam
Seeing Julex
pratio,
and
ne znam.
Chicho tearing down sky
Ne
bases
znam.
from across the map. Now we're seeing
Moneymaker
Thunderbolts
koliko
coming
ima,
out of Rift
koga
Island.
boli kurac, koliko ima Moneymaker, majke.
Beat and Smoky gonna have to start
Zamisli,
being a little
brate,
bit
se
proactive
nerviraš da
center zone.
razmišljaš
But 48 below the damage
koliko
threshold.
Moneymaker ima
A few
poena.
teams that they have their eyes on right now are safely boxed up, not really wanting to make too many peaks
Tebe
themselves. So
zanima.
Wheat and
Evo,
Smoky are
sad
gonna
ću
have
ti
to figure out
pustit
something
tabelu.
here because they only have so many heals before they're down to none
Moneymaker,
and still
čekaj da ga
suffering a
nađemo,
surge.
gde je, brate.
It's one of the scary parts of kind of being so centered. As
Evo
all the
ga
duos
ovdje,
around
brate.
you probably have enough damage, which is why they're
Evo,
so deep
vidi
in zone
koliko ima
versus the
poena,
ones that are
evo
on the
ti,
edge of the
evo
zone
ti,
that have been
brate.
constantly staggering themselves and fighting to get those tags. They're looking at the edge, but not too many duos in sight. You said it yourself, the ones that are in sight are already boxed up. And they really need to make something happen here. I mean, they've only got a Flowberry left. Wheat, I don't know what Smoky has. Dropped some minis, but this is getting pretty bad.
Yeah, and I feel like this is the earliest that we've seen Surge pop on almost all day long. And typically I'd say zone 4 is when it started before. It goes down to 74, but this is zone 5 now. We need to go down to 60 players if you're going to feel any bit of safety. And Smoky just taking the sacrifice. Shield's getting dropped off, but now he falls below Surge yet again. Even if you're above, if you're only above by mere inches, it's going to turn into a nightmare. 155 below. They almost got sent back to start. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Nothing. Smoky and Wheat are going to have to figure it out from scratch.
They were feeling so good for a second after that DMR shot. Said, okay, 60 above. Boom, 160 below instantly. You can see how quickly they're forced to make a decision now. They literally have to push a duo here. It's going to be Scroll and Sky. That's going to be on the other end of that fight.
Marius je 14 below. Skvi Hrisu ispred njega.
Again, I don't know where the switch up happening from having these phenomenal games to just hitting like a speed bump in the road. But I feel like if anybody can do it and make something of a game like this, he's going to be Marius, but he's 56 below the damage threshold. Also taking damage to Surge. The banana is popped. It's going to allow him a few more seconds to be able to stay alive. And it's here. It's all or nothing. He's able to get in, get a couple of shots. But he got eaten alive by the last game winners.
Kako su ga razvalili. Kako su, ovi ne mogu jedni da ostanu živi. Ovi ne mogu da opstanu, 3 kelta, gotovo. Gotovo. Bit je živ, ali i to je gotovo, brate.
Following behind shortly, is unable to make something happen.
Gotovo.
Scroll and Sky, though, they're healthy, 107 above.
Bit je umro.
Close by.
It's just
Bit je umro, gotovo.
They were trying to be proactive. They were trying to look for the surge, just nothing was working out for them. Scroll and Sky, 164 above before it turns off. So at least have some sort of a marker of where they currently stand in the world of Storm Surge, but immediately, as soon as it turns off, they lose over 100 Surge, but they waste no time, picking up a couple more shots and elimination to find themselves in a much better spot.
Serena, ljudi.
This is huge, actually. 5 eliminations in 6 zone. It's a great way to start off your second match, but you got to be careful.
Chris ubio Serena I ubili su onog malo pre Mariusa čitera. Oni bi trebali da chillaju sa Srđom. E sad je problem šta je sa Čićom, brate. I sa Trulexom.
As one shot to the body connects. Almost cracked once again. 43 effective HP and shield. They're gonna have to overbuild here, Scroll. It's not
Neki
worth it.
kakav bre novi sat, brate.
Just one DMR shot will take down Scroll, and you kind of add in the fact that zone's pushing him in, shots are coming in from different directions, HP going out the window. Depending on what Sky has, they might end be a chance to regenerate some of that HP because he's fresh out himself. He's just trying to find a spot safe in the zone for now, but it doesn't look like that's a possibility. So many players making this a focal point, trying to take him down, but he finally reunites with Scroll and finds one. He finds a gift towards the backside of the zone, which is a refresh on loop, but does not find the HP that they need.
Kala Soto ubio Scrolla. A poslovi jako, brate, jako.
Build the wall for him, as he doesn't have time to get the revive. The pressure keeps coming, but it looks like hopefully maybe the pressure will slow down, but with Storm Surge being active, now 49 players had stopped it, but the damage has already been done.
Sky, nisam vidio,
brate, nisam vidio. Alone with Sky.
Malo mu fali od 60.
Tidy doesn't have his teammates still left alive. He's down low by himself, so already before
ljudi kreću placementi, ljudi
even begun to set in. There's about 4 solos running around, which isn't much, but you know in a lobby full of full duos, full hungry duos to make grand finals like this.
Uzeli su, brate, par kilova I to je to.
Giving solos hope
I
in that
to je
last
to,
game.
hvala li su
Anything is
sigurno,
possible for Sky.
The rotate continues. Sky at 60 points.
Kreću
in
placementi,
terms of
ljudi.
consistency, he's done a good job.
Sad je bitno šta uradi Trulex,
but
brate.
every point matters.
Sad je bitno šta Trulex i Čiću urade. Nadam se, bit će dobro.
With the amount of shots that are coming through, the materials are going down extremely quickly. Robin close by, completely cracked. One shot away from getting eliminated as well, as Sky now dropped to 5 shield. Just 46 total effective HP and shield as the mini gets popped.
Yeah, it's just a tough spot to be in, especially with so many teams. The ones that even just damaged you at that, still rotating parallel. Sky's just trying to recycle the builds, go through almost unnoticed. He sees players all around him at any corner, and he's on the
Znači
most
zajebava ih sve, brate, pojede ih Surge, brate, odi Sky.
Actually clean up the elimination,
Odi
but he went in for
Sky.
the loot regardless before finally going down himself.
Što ga usra, brate. Ovo je replay kad su ubili Serena.
From 2 below to getting a nice knock. Bringing them.
Oni sad chillaju, brate. Šta im uradi Chris?
Great way to pick some up from afar.
Trulex i Čiću u centru.
Now the duos that have
Trulex i Čiću u centru ovdje.
Have overcome the most difficult part of Storm Surge, but what do they have left over after it is the question. Are they still healthy? Have they used all their shields, almost all the materials? It's going to be the deciding factor on how their next rotates are going to go.
Yeah, and there's still about 4 players that will need to go down in this next zone. When Storm Surge reactivates, then after that, it's another 10 players. So even though you're still safe, Storm Surge turns off. Zone moving in. It's never over until it's over, as Cheatin and Kuduo with the Grim Gate loot still finding a way to go through almost unnoticed until then. Cheatin gets most of his shields drained right off, down to just the minis. 106 damage above the threshold as well. And this is where it's scary. All that work you put fighting Grim Gates just to get it this far, and now
evo gledamo FNCS, brate, evo nerviramo se. Corrupted.
Almost made it. A lot of the duos are going to be on the east side of zone here. You can see so many people struggling, having to refarm anything they possibly can. Just 10 builds repeated. Kiddo most likely shortly behind.
Kill, ljudi, to su poeni.
The players are going to be coming in later behind them. They're kind of keeping
top 19
awareness on check here, seeing if there's going to be any openings.
Evo Čiću ima 2 kila. Čiću ima 2 kila, brate.
Too much juice left in the flow barrier as they quickly go for a wall replace. It's a pre-edit. No luck though.
Yeah, and I like how they quickly just rein themselves back, not getting too greedy in some of these situations before peeking back through. They hear some of the shots being fired off from down below, and they even see the flowberry fizz that lets them know that that player down low is pretty weak. You see them making the decision with the zone about to move. They're just going to focus on their rotation instead of just putting it all on the line for that one solo.
Do they have enough materials to maintain height? Really depends if zone keeps pulling far or if it decides to pull back. Jake Buka, cringe. Inside of the zone, but they've been caught. Not enough pressure to get them eliminated, but Cheatin and Kidduo now forced into a box fight. It's a 2v2. You have to connect your shots here. That's a huge one on the knock.
Cheatin
now
dead.
Hopefully they can recuperate a bit of mats, but you gotta be careful.
Cheatin dead, Kiddo solo 26 poena, što je premalo. Što je premalo. Skvi ubio Kaspera, Čić ubio Cheatina.
saves it.
Roba puša high. Roba bi fast Rocky pušaju high. Skvija i Krisa. Skvi i Kris išli dole. Trulek i Čičo levo rotiraju. Evo su baš ovdje. Kido 12 helta. 0 materijala. Top 15 ljudi.
Just letting the clock tick and the placement points rack.
Yeah, the only thing he really has going for him right now is Storm Surge no longer in the rest of this game.
Tako je, brate.
Doesn't have to peek, fight for Surge, get
Jao, uze buildove i 2 helta. 2 helta i uze kill. Uze kill, brate moj. Par buildova.
4 extra points now. Like you said, just 3 more builds to work with after this box has been made.
Brate, on napravi neke poene ovdje, ej. Oni nisu izgubljeni do kraja, brate. Imaju šanse sljedeći game.
Just try and survive as long as possible. He does choose to sit in the bush.
Top vidite sami koliko i ode. Čičo ga ubio. Čičo ga ubio. Čičo ode napred. Čičo je umro, ali Trulek skila, Trulek skila. 90 je za kval. 90 je za kval negdje.
Finally escapes at the tail end of that one.
Chicho has gone down. Akira, though, continuing strong. Just 2 builds, though. He's going to be forced to find an elimination here as he looks for an angle. Connects the shot. Cast to pick up the materials, though. Pressure's coming down from above. Drop to 8 HP.
Evo ga Trulek dole. Ima 5 helta, jebeš mi mater.
These last moving zones, but they have to close it out now.
Yeah, if they close it out, this is picture perfect for them.
Trulek si živ, evo, ubili ga.
He's finally dropped down to join his teammate.
Ubili ga. Trulek su umro treći, voli ga kurac.
Immediately separates himself and everybody else that's on the low ground.
Ja kad prediktam, brate, ja omašim uvek sa 1 ili pogodim tačno. Ja sam doktor predikcija, brate. Ja sam doktor predikcija. Mrtvaci vinali, brate, mrtvaci vinali. Izgripaše Krisa i skvija na haju. Izgripaše Krisa, skvija na haju i vinaše. Gledaj ovo, brate, gledaj sad ovo. Gledaj sad ovo, brate. Kris i skvi prvi, Trulek Čičo treći. Gledaj sad ovo. Malo pre sam stavio predikcije top 10. Oni su bili 11. Sad sam stavio top 5 ili top 4. Top 4. Oni su bili 4. Znači, brate, to se stalno svaki dan događa. Samo gledajte doktora, kako doktor predikta, jer doktor zna kakav game ide. Doktor zna psihologiju, brate, psihologiju gameova, brate. Psihologiju gameova, brate. Hvalali su jedni i drugi, šta god bilo u trećem gameu. Hvalali su i Kris i Skvi i Trulek i Čičo. I sad može treći game da gledamo i da drkamo kurac, boli nas dupe, brate. Krisi, Trulek i Čičo top 4. Ajde da vam dam poene za predikcije. Da. Izvolite poene. Hvalali su jedni drugi, sad ih boli dupe, brate, sad uživaju. Aj sad navijamo za Vita i Šamokija, brate. Sad navijamo za Vita i Šamokija, brate, na primjer. Eto, na primjer. I navijamo, brate, da Moneymaker umre, brate. Navijamo da You cheater umre i da Moneymaker umre, brate. I boli nas dupe, brate.
From the VR to the consistency. Not only that, we also have Trulex and Chicho in 3rd place, so they've been holding on, but that's the cutoff right now.
Bravo,
look at that number 15. It's 68 points. We predicted it's going to be around 88 after this next match concludes. So even right now, if you're in the top 15, you see Sangild, Marius, Rabbit, Nova, all of these duos, they're comfortable right now, but you cannot get too comfortable because all It all comes down to this last match.
Yeah, you can't let your foot up off that gas at
Šta da kaže za Drulek se hvalo i to je to.
Not even at the start of the game, Takata. If you go down before that top 25, your FNCS is over. And with how some of these days have been with the consistency and
navijamo da Marius umre prvi, MoneyMaker drugi, You Cheater treći, brate. I posle nas boli kurac, brate.
So this last and final game is going to mean everything for some of these teams outside of the top 15, and the battle bus is ready, and our last game of the day starts now.
Ovi kvalali majku im jebem u pičku. Ovi kvalali jebem ih usta ih jebem.
Than I've thought. I mean, 10 duos qualified directly just from a victory
royale
in day 1 and 2 of the semifinals. Day 3 comes, 25 duos instantly qualify in the upper bracket, but now we're literally at the last
Clown i
chance to make
X-Force
it.
neće da kvala, ima 4 poena. Ovaj Hidžov neće da kvala, brate. Vortex Belushi ništa, brate. Šta bi, šta bi?
Finally defends the throne, that early engagement. Vispin again,
he's been the player
out of this duo. Obviously checks he's doing his part, but when it comes down to just putting your foot down and not
double bet sniper, Ricky Zara, brate, ni blizu. Ni blizu, brate.
In that top 15, you have to give him a lot of credit for fights like that.
Respect on their name.
Marius sad treba da umre. Sad treba Marius da umre i to je to.
Quite a bit away from qualifying range, but another duo that's also far away, MoneyMaker for 8 points on the leaderboard, Jacob. 80 points potentially away from qualifying. They might even need a victory royale or just a high elim top 3. But I got faith.
Hey, if any team can do it, you know MoneyMaker for 9 can pop off. They've been to the global championship. It's just, all their points just came from straight eliminations as Ravage is trying to stay alive. His teammate Nova's already down. Adrix and Amos, we've seen them get aggressive when they have a huge advantage, but this time around, Rapid's at least able to get the drop onto 1, but Amos is there to save the day, and that's why there's a huge strength in numbers in these early game fights, because you can go down, but that player has to reload eventually.
Sky scroll now. Last match, they did not have to move from their drop spot. They were able to actually just build up a surge base right on top of the Reckless Railways here. Hold on to it for a majority of the mid game, and they did more than enough damage. There's actually other duos that ended up pushing them because the opposing teams were not able to do so. So hopefully they can maintain that. They're still outside.
Predikciju chatu 2 minuta krenulo sad. Predikciju chatu 2 minuta sad krenulo.
To be semi-comfortable potentially. You never really
Predikciju chatu krenulo 2 minuta. X-Force dobio, brate, po glavici. Al boga mi Hedra dobio. Predikciju u chatu.
That's going to be their second elimination as a full-on team, and I would say it's not too much of a worry because of how much distance there is, so the player can drop down, get the reboot card, while Kerwa and Hedra are just going to continue moving forward in their own game. See him checking, see what ammo you could possibly buy from there. Scrounge together the rest of these barrels. This is where they're going to get a good amount of their metal from. If you look at their materials, they haven't really entered the stage of farming just yet.
Edge of the map, though, after those 2 elims, they have a bit more comfortability to plan their rotate, play it a bit slower, and just make sure they set themselves up for the best mid and late game possible. What he was able to do, nice little 2-tap from the DMR, showing you how quickly you can get some eliminations. That's over 200 damage, including the finish there in just a couple seconds. And also now, the opportunity to push in for that 2 versus 1 against Alexi, who does not even have any shield to work with.
This is just one of those fights where you see, again, on the minimap, multiple teams, they realize what's at stake and realize how hard Surge is to get in a straight-up fight, so they're trying to capitalize while this team, and there goes the capitalization. Conan just gets beamed by Seb.
Da, Trulek si čić sad boli kurac, zato sam i stavio top 16 koliko sam stavio. Hvala, Gorane. Hvala, brate. Ovo je zadnji dan kvalifikacija, a u subotu je, Gorane, grand finale, brate. Ovo je zadnji dan kvalifikacija i mogu da kažem da su svi sa Balkana ušli u grand finale. Svi koji su imali šansu danas su ušli, brate. Za koliko para, brate? Joj, ja ne znam, čekaj da vidim. Čekaj, brate, ja nemam pojma koliko si igra u grand finalu. Čekaj čas, brate. Čekaj, sad ću ti kaži. Ja pojma nemam ni koliko je. Evo, grand finale. Ovo, prizes. Prvi 170.000, drugi 120.000 dolara, treći 100.000, četvrti 80.000 dolara, peti 60.000, šesti 50 i tako dalje i tako dalje. Zadnji 50.000 dolara. Prvi 170.000, eto. Eto, brate. Eto, brate moj, toliko se igra. Zajebano. Zajebano. Šta bi ko pobedi na kraju, brate? Jesu igrali beskonačno nerešeno, jeli, brate? Ko pobedi Gorane na kraju? Ogi. Ovo je tvoj deo, ako klinac umjesto ja bi mu dao 2% i ćao. Ne bi ja uzeo, brate. Mene bi Bog kaznio kad bi ja uzeo nekom 1%, brate. Tačno bi me Bog kaznio, brate. Moje je u životu da dajem, ne da uzimam, brate. Ogi vino. Ja kad bi nekom uzeo procenat, ja mislim da bi me Bog sutra satro, brate. Da bi me kaznio, brate. Dosta sam ja u životu mom uzeo, brate. Sad je vreme da dam, brate. Došlo je vreme da vratim Bogu sve. Verujem. Da ti dam duksina moda, pa da mi pobanuješ ceo chat, pa nisam lud, brate. Nisam lud. Znači, Ogi vino napokon, dobro. Lepo igrao, Ogi, lepo igrao, brate. Veki, dobro je, brate moj, super. Tebi, Džoksi, da dam. To ti još gore, brate, nego da dam ovo. Pa eto, brate. Zdravo Slovenac, zdravo legendo, pozdrav, brate. Pozdrav Slovenac. Šta ima, brate? Trulek i Čičo sad se zajebavaju. Sad namerno ima da je zajebavaju, brate, znate? Oni su sad, brate, kvalali grand finale i njih sad boli kurac i sad će namerno da drkaju svakoga, brate. Budi siguran. Isto rade i Kristijan. Kristijan i Squeeze sad isto rade, brate, sigurno. Evo ga ovaj živ. Ovaj živi možda će da kvala. Au, pa oni su na pragu kvala, brate. Evo ga Truleksić, evo su. Dioks nije kvalo, žao mi ga, brate. Žao mi ga, brate, što nije kvalo. Majke mi moje, žao mi ga, brate. Dioks je dobar igrač, brate, žao mi što nije. Ile, ja sam ubio Dioks u finalu solo cash cupa onaj dan. Bravo, Pajko, bravo. Stvarno mi je žao, brate, Dioks. Jedini čovek koji me je podržao kad sam imao svađu, brate, sa Fortnite trackerom. Kad su nas ucenjivali i kad su radili svašta. Jedini čovek, jedini pro igrač koji me je podržao, brate, Dioks. Što puno znači, brate. Što puno znači, brate moj. Šta on ima od CN tima? Nema ništa, brate. Šta ima Dioks od mene? Nema ništa, mi se čak i ne poznajemo, brate. A on je, brate, u svu moju svađu sa Fortnite trackerom ušao, brate, ono, znači vi bukvalno ucenjujete timove. Bukvalno ucenjujete timove i to je to, brate. Mislim, timove kao CN, brate, na primjer. Gde sam ja primoran da primim stranca, jer tako menadžeri hoće, i primoran sam, brate, da tražim strance, jer tako, brate, njima odgovara, a nisam, brate, u situaciji da pravim najbolji igrače, brate, u Evropi, brate, da budu samo sa Balkana. Njima to ne odgovara, brate, jer ne mogu da se ovajde njihovi menadžeri, brate. Nemaju procenat, jebi ga.
Putting the pressure on. This one's going to end, and one of the duos being eliminated here. There's no other option.
Yeah. I think Chicho does have some splashes, but I don't think it's really enough to take a very, very prolonged fight. And they're cornering them. They're just pushing them further and further back into the corner. You're seeing Trulex and Chicho being very, very careful not to overstep their boundaries.
Pa Trulex i Čičo se zajebavio. Kad ste vidjeli Trulexa i Čića da puši? Idem, brate, sutra prvi radni dan, samo gas, inače ne znam ja. Si skonto za poruku, to je bila scena iz filma. Daći mu 2% i ćao, ma da bre. Naravno, brate moj. Naravno, Gorane. Hvala Bogu, brate. Znači, sutra radni dan, prvi. Aj, polako je, brate, i sa srećom. Polako i sa srećom, brate. Znači, vraća se, brat, na radne navike. A kad je sastanak u Beogradu, Gorane? Kad je sastanak sa Arenom Sport? Ne daj Bože, Gorane, ne daj Bože, brat. Kad je sastanak sa Arenom Sport? U sredu. Dobro. Super, brat. 6-5. Au. Kako su živi, ne znam, brat. Nema ništa ovdje, nema ništa. Dead. Ništa. Ksandar, pozdrav. Dobro, Gorane, super, brate. Ništa, to je to, brate, od Belušija. To je to od brata Belušija i od brata Vortexa. Nema šanse da se izvade, brate.
Trulex and Chicho, they're the ones that were holding them back. You see them rotating on in the distance, but they were in a much healthier spot. And Trulex left that fight early to find even more heals, thinking 3 steps ahead of the game, knowing the situation him and Chicho were in.
Smoky Wheat now, 22nd place on the leaderboard.
Biti Smoky 52.
Looking pretty healthy in terms of basically everything.
Trulex je umro. Ali Vortex i Beluši su umrli. Trulex je umro, ljudi, ali umrli su obojica i Beluši i ovaj. Moneymaker bio noka, nisi vidio malo pre. Au, brate, baš mi žao, ej. Da li moguće, brate?
Secure a bit more placement points, so they really do not want to put themselves into any danger here.
Kako je Trulex umro? Pa od zone, brate. Si vidio gde je bio, brate, ali pratiš game, jel gledaš, brate? Kido i Chitin, 56.
They're in such a good position in that last game. 56 points though. They still have some more room to improve. And Kaduo, he has to be up for the challenge. He is going to be by himself. Luckily for him, they were able to get at least one of these 2 players down, so it is just going to be a solo on the other side.
Brati, points iskreno. Pa nisam lud, brate. Pa valjda ste znali, brate, da će da puše i da se zajebavaju zadnji game. Evo, Čiće umro, ljudi. Čiće umro.
This would be an insane clutch, Jacob. Medallion in hand, mythic.
Pa to samo brzi može da stavi na Trulex i Čić. Misleći da će oni da urade nešto. A njih boli kurac. A njih boli kurac. Evo su umrli. Moneymaker umro, baš mi žao, brat. Baš mi žao, brat. Top 15 kanta.
whether if it's down a layer or up a layer, he's going to meet his demise. But it's actually a whole nother team who gets credit for the elimination, and they're forced into fight after fight here.
Medallion has been taken once again.
Sa koliko je završio Flopper na kraju? Ne znam, morao bi da vidim, brate. Morao bi da vidim, brate. Ne verujem da je to update-ano na trackeru, brate. Šta? Chris i Squeeze su umrli odmah na landu. 42. sa 2, ba boli kurac. Boli kurac. Šta kažeš Moneymaker, a? To te interesuje, brate. Mislim da imaju čak manje od 10 poena, brate. Mislim da čak manje poena imaju od 10. Znači, iz cigana nisu izašli, brate. Vidi, brate. Mislim, brate. Iz cigana nisu izašli, što bi se reklo, brate.
Before it's too late and everybody's congested closer together and making those fights that much more riskier. Alex is getting backed up, Rick Moore is getting shielded, both of them just down to just
Biti, Smoky umrli, nisu kvalali, šta?
Two different angles, but they did a good job fighting back, forcing Astral.
Biti, Smoky umrli, nisu kvalali.
One shot is all it's gonna take. There it is, 101. Humble Alex getting put down. Is now Astral.
Au, brate mi.
For Rick Bohr, one replace, one shot, 24 white. It was not a big one, as art skill's been basically cracked here, but his duo partner should be able to clean this up. 2 elims for this duo now.
It's 4 more points right there. If they keep up the aggression in terms of elimination,
a zašto vi tražite poene kad ljudi nisu umrli, jeli, brate?
But as long as they have a low amount of eliminations, it kind of forces that win scenario due to catch up. Bad sniper and S double.
Jeli, brate?
Very similar position, but just not as
Evo, umrli su, brate, 26. Umrli su 26. Evo, brate, piše. Umrli su 26 sa 2.
Immediately just trying to go deeper into zone. They're kind of playing that passive route because they're not far down the leaderboard like some of the other competitors in the lobby are.
Evo vama vaši poeni,
brate. Unlike the top teams, a lot of them have gone down already, knowing they're already basically secured their spot in. Axe Force and Clownski. With a double chain
Evo vama vaši poeni.
Is it actually going to work out? Just 5 HP, there's no way, right?
Wow.
That's crazy. Lucia. Poor Lucia.
Sometimes you just can't focus when you're just getting tossed and turned upside down.
Thrown around the room. 2 elims now, though, for this duo.
Šteta, brate.
See on the outskirts of the map, zone continuously moving
Šteta, brate, Viti, Smoky nisu kvalali.
Eventually on that southern edge, and you're seeing a lot of the teams stagger themselves. They don't even see the edge of zone just yet. Adrix, Amos.
Zato će mrtvi Marius da kvala.
I believe that
Aki se naravno, brate.
was kind of stolen away from them. That was Akira who went down.
Koliko je poena? 2 kila. Pa duplo od 1 kila, brate. Duplo.
With zone pulling away, there is a realistic opportunity for him to get Akira back into the game.
Realistic, but not easy.
Aki se, ja sam mrtav. Ja jedva sedim ovdje, brate. Ja sam sa fudbala došao, istuširao se i pravo seo na stream. Ja sam mrtav, umoran, brate. Kao pas. Znači, mrtav sam, brate. Noge ne osjećam, brate. Koliko sam trčao sa decom. Kako sam udario Samira, brate, majko moja, slučajno. Dao sam 3 ili 4 gola, ne mogu se sjetim, brate. Ne, 2 ili 3. Kako sam udario Samira, brate. On je normalan, zaleteo se u mene kao lud. A ja gradim loptu i ne vidim ga da mi stiže. Ja postavim ruku, brate, lakat. Kad se nabode dete, pade ko sveća, brate. Pa reku, sine, si normalan, gde se zalećeš tako? Te ti misliš tako lako da mi uzmeš loptu, čoveče? Pa žao mi ga, brate. Žao mi ga, šta se zalećeš, čoveče, si lud. Ja stao da zaštitim loptu, brate, ono... Znači, ono, mahinalno, brate, ono, normalno u futbolu, kako se gradiš, brate. Nećeš da držiš loptu i da staviš ruke dole, da pustiš da te prođe, mora se gradiš, brate. Brate moj, dete pravo na mene, ali zalete se ko ludo, uzme loptu. Ja sam ovako lakatom, pam u lakat i čao. Pade ko sveće, ja rekao samo da mu ne polomim naočare, brate. Dobro je bilo.
51 players up though. As the clock keeps ticking. How many battles are going on for Storm Surge right now as they're starting to lose a significant amount of HP? Ammo close by. They have Spurf, low berries, they can use the tank, but...
Grand Finalsi su sljedeći vikend. Grand Finals sljedeći vikend. Utorak je performance. Sutra je Mile Puma Zero Build Cup. Sutra je Mile Puma Zero Build Cup. Preksutra je performance. Poslije toga valjda ima ranked kupovi, nem pojma šta ima. I to je to, brate. Da, Mile Puma Zero Build Cup, to je ponedjeljkom. Tradicija, brate, tradicija. Ima konzol cash cup još jedan. To nisam znao. Pa to je dobro. Pa tu će ekipa Slovenac, Čavki, Jan, Zember, Šark, Luka da ojebu, brate. Ja mislio radiš neki Zero Build Cup. Radim svakog ponedjeljka u 7, brate. Ja i Samir, brate. Ma jog, bre, Zepi, zajebavam se. Ovima malo treba za kval, gledaj ovo. Ovima malo treba, brate, ali će da umru. Šteta, brate. Treba im 15 poena, možda malo više. Au. 30 below. 30 below, treba im par tagova. Par tagova im treba, brate. 27 below. Dead. A evo, above su, brate.
This could be a tragedy, but also an insane clutch.
We're here for that.
With only 39 builds, well 39 wood, it's only 3 builds. Almost 4, but not even that. After just 3 below. Doesn't even need a big shot to connect here. That's a duo though. Goes straight into the box, it's 80 blue. No crack. Connecting yet, now 64.
On je above. On je above i 0 buildova, brate.
Yeah, needs about like 6 or so teams to go down worth of placement points. 12 individual players. Even when one falls, still don't get the credit for that. 28 above the damage threshold. There's a lot of pressure to put on one player. No builds, no heals, barely above the threshold line, and still need a couple more points before you feel that safety of inside of the top 15.
Greota, imaš 74, nemaš buildove, brate, i sanjaš da napraviš još 10 poena, brate, da kvalaš. Bet snajper, eno ga živ, brate. Možda ima šanse za njega. Bravo, 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 bravo.
14 below, 12 below, it's going up and
I
down.
on je bilo, brate, ne, evo ga above. Evo ga above, evo ga above.
A bit of safety, a few more seconds now to crouch behind here and get as many placements as possible.
Yeah, he has no choice but to wait for all these duos to pass him up because he doesn't have builds to protect himself. He's hoping finally
ubiše ga ko zec. Mrtvi Marius Kvalo, brate, znate vi koliko će to da smeta Hristijanu i Skviju, brate, u grancima, pa vi nemate pojma. Mrtvi Marius Kvalo, jebem ga, usta ga jebem. Ako si umro, majku ti jebem. Joj, neće da kvala, joj, molim te, nemoj da kvalate. Molim te, nemoj da kvalate, molim te, dobro je 46, daleko su, daleko su.
placement points. Everything's stacking up. Sky and Scroll, they find themselves 90 points so far.
Sky Scroll, hvala li.
Stamp their spot in the grand finals, but Sky with no builds, using those dashes, jumbling all around, trying to catch players off guard. While all this is going down, Pixie and Wox use it all as a distraction to steal the high ground for themselves.
Brate, koliko loše. Ja njih zaboravio. Ja njih zaboravio, brate. Daj, ajde, umrite. 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 Ode Jake buca. Daj bre, 60 i nešto napravili, daj bre. Napadajte ih. Pixie je živ, Pixie je živ. Ide na high, ide na high.
23 builds with 58 points. They might just need to win this game.
Yeah, might not have no other choice.
X-Force i Clown nisu hvalali. X-Force i Clown 66.
Don't know how many left. Quick maps ain't working. X-Force, Clown, try to do some quick thinking of themselves. They have that Flowberry Fizz.
X-Force i Clown, evo ga. To je to. To je to. Ostao solo. Ubite ga, molim vas. 0 buildova, to je to. To je to, brate.
Loki is not qualified yet, but he is on the border.
Seri bre, daj, Mike. Bravo. Bravo, nije kvalo. Nije kvalo, ja mislim da nije kvalo. O, da li je kvalo mrtvi? Mrtvi Francuzi. Joj, X-Force i Clown, oni su blizu, brate moj. Ne! 84, da li je dovoljno? Nije. Mora kill, mora kill. O, Pixie uze kill. I? Da vidimo. Možda jest. Pa desi vuče. Da li je Pixie uspeo? Da li je Pixie uspeo da izvuče? Nema ništa, evo zadnji game, brat. Da li je Pixie uspeo da izvuče? Au, jesu. Naši su hvalali, brate, sreći. Ajde vidimo. Krisis koji su prvi, ovi Grci su drugi, Trulex je šesti. Da vidimo sad. Marius mrtvi kvalo, jebem mu mater. Pa Stroki Roban hvalali, dobro. Da vidimo sad. Dvi, Jake i Clown i X-Force hvalali. Clown i X-Force su hvalali. Pixie je hvalo za 1 poen, ej. Dobro, nije za 1, za 3. Au, Floki, baš mi te žao, brate. Baš mi te žao, brate. Dvi Jake i hvalali granice. 90 je trebalo, ljudi. 90 je trebalo za hval. Clown i X-Force hvalali, Sky Scroll hvalali, Pixie Vox hvalali, Kirva Hedra hvalali, Marius izvuko, mamu mu jebem, Tulex i Čićo lagani, i Krisis Squid prvi. Fire Hunter je hvalo, to je lepo. Fire Hunter je hvalo, to je lepo, brate, lepo, vidjeti. Da, ovo je lower i kraj je, upravo je kraj, upravo se završilo, brate. Znači, prvih 15 idu u granice. I evo vidite prvih 15. Baš mi žao, brate, što Flock i Vox nisu hvalali. Kvizi hvalo u aperu, brate, lagano. Kvizi lagano hvalo u aperu, brate, zajebavo se. Svi su u grancima. Svi su u grancima, svi su hvalali i dobro je, brate. Samo Vaske nije, eto, jebi ga, brate. Žao mi Vasketa, brate. Nije zaslužio koliko grinda, brate, nije zaslužio da ne hvala. Nije zaslužio, brate. Pa on nije hvalo lower, eto. Jel hvalo Mongral? Obavezno, brate. 3 puta je hvalo, brate. Obavezno.
And Avalo as well, which is fantastic to see, but I kind of want to see the second page if
oni Hen juče su bili loši, brate. Sljedeću sezonu vinaju Savage i Mongral. Isto kao i ovu, isto kao i prošlu. Overi levi juče loše. Andizi out mu juče loše. I Vaski Hen juče loše. Ovo je sigurno Zepi 100%, brate. Pajko, oprostio se, jeli? Pajko, oprostio se Kylian Mbappe, brate.
And whatever happens, happens. But we have done everything possible, and they, get a worthy grand final spot. As well, big shout out to Twy and Jakey as well, right? Who got that last spot in 15th there. They've done a lot of.
Važni krpeš, važni, brate. Ja sutra malo ustajem u 6. I ja ustajem sutra u 6, deca u školu, brate.
We've got a lot of great players going to be playing in that grand final.
Minnie, do you think we've seen a major winner, though, in the lower bracket tonight? Do you think that this experience has been a good kick for the guys who've had to play until the final moment, for them to go away during this week and just look at the lobby list and go, right, okay,
Obukla majicu, vrućina vuče. Obukla majičicu, brate. Kako nisu mogli da nađu neku, brate, da izgleda normalno? Nego našli neku koja izgleda kao da je tamo negdje iz 70-ih godina prošlog veka, brate. Ono, brate, domaćica, brate, tako mi izgleda, brate. Ovako ja zamišljam domaćici iz 70-ih godina prošlog veka. Ovako moja baba izgledala, brate, i nosila bisernu ogrlicu i tako, brate. Ova je dobra žena. Zepi, ovo da se ženiš ti, brate, da dovedeš kući, brate. Ovo ti da dovedeš kući, brate. Možda te krene u Fortnite-u, znaš? Ej, možda te kouča, znaš, Zepi? M je beš, M te kouča za džabe, brate. Boli te kurac. Kako će ovo grand finale da bude, brate? Ova ne zna sarmu i tavče na gravče da ti stavi. To je sigurno, brate. Je znaš, ova ne zna gravče, brate. I sarmu da savije, veruj mi, brate. Ne zna sigurno, brate.
Make me happy again. Smile back in my face.
I don't even think I can top that out of this world level prediction from 11-2K here. This smoking hot.
Znate šta će da bude, brate? U Grand Finalsima, to će da bude strašno. To će da bude gripanje, to će da bude iznenađenja. To će da grmi, brate, pa vi nemate pojma. Pa sad će onaj da izbaci mapu, brate. Sad će onaj da izbaci mapu od Grand Finala, onaj. Pa to će da bude, brate, Konano, niste svesni, ej. Sad ja ću tu mapu da sačekam, brate. Ja ću tu mapu da sačekam sad, brate. Ljudi, u subotu i u nedelju je grand finale, a ja ću sad stvarno da gledam mapu da vidim. Vuče, zaboravio sam nešto ti pokažem, Vuče. Samo nešto ti pokažem, Vuče, evo čisto da vidiš, brate. Biće Zepi, biće, brate, ima da grmi, brate. Samo sam teo nešto ti pokažem, Vuče. Čisto eto da vidiš, brate. Pogledajte ludi Andrija, brate. Pogledajte ludi Andrija, brate. Ajde da vidimo sad dalje, brate. Da vidimo sad dalje. Bravo, Trulex kvalo. Čićo kvalo. Beluši nije kvalo, Trulex lenda tamo. Beluši nije kvalo. Au. Au. Au, čitaj dole, brate. Čitaj dole šta piše sve, brate. Koliko je Trulex ispred njih, brate. Koliko je Trulex ispred njih, brate. On sve u planu ima, brate. On sve ima isplanirano, brate. Au, brate moj. Au, brate moj. Ajmo dalje da vidimo. Beluši preti, brate. Da, ovo je od Trulexa najpametnije, brate. Upravo je tripern, brate. Upravo je tripern, brate. Ovo je prepametno od Trulexa. Šta je uradio, brate? Znači, on je njih, brate, tu grifao. On je njih grifao, brate moj, da on ode u granice, oni da ne odu i onda uzme njihov spot i to je to. Nije trebao ovo raditi. Sljedeći će mu lendati na glavu. Mogu da mu popuše kurac, baš. Mogu baš da mu popuše kurac, znaš. Baš mogu da mu ga popuše. To je moj spot, ja ne znam zašto Trulex ide na moj spot, uopšte treba da me pita, brate. To je moj spot, brate, ja ne znam zašto se oni biju oko mog spota, brate. Meni to nije jasno, brate. Ja sam to claimao na početku, brate, sezone. Taj spot je uvek bio moj, ja sam uvek imao, na svakoj mapi ja sam imao moju kuću, brate. Na svakoj mapi sam ja imao moju kuću. I to je to, brate. Na svakoj mapi u svakoj sezoni, brate. Samo ludilo, brate. Svašta će tu da bude, brate. Da se ne lažemo. Sad će ovaj da izbaci mapu pa ćemo da vidimo, brate. Hoće ovaj da izbaci mapu ili neće, brate? Da neće brzo, brate. Džoksi, napuštaš me, brate. Čekaj, on može da streama, taj dečko. Taj dečko može se desiti da streama sad i da pravi mapu na streamu.
Algumas armas são adicionadas aí. Todo esse fator diferente do jogo, eu acho muito massa, porque por mais que a gente fale...
Porque...
What the fuck? It's a little bit disrespectful, no?
Benji was just 8 months old. This left
Jesus
Benji's
Christ.
mom Anne alone to raise 2 very young kids.
That's actually fucking
Benji's
wild.
Mom, like many others, wanted her kids to have the best life possible. So she tried to support them in any way that she could. Growing up,
Sad je rekao da
Benji
neće.
loved sports like cricket,
Koga jebe,
rugby,
brate.
and bowling.
Benji has always been really sporty.
Is this edited with ChatGPT?
Cricket, loves cricket, rugby. And also
It's actually made for TikTok kids, isn't it? These type of videos.
Yeah, these pictures are from Tempin bowling. I started when I was like 3, and then I stopped at around like 10.
Malik je jebo jua, brate. Malik jebe jua, brate. 20k poena minus. Joj, brate, moj loše. Malik, brate, jebe jua čitera, brate. Ili je linear ili exponential? Exponential, brate. Kakav crni linear, brate. Nisi lud, valjda.
Participated today? Yeah, participated today.
I got a laptop for like my 8th birthday or something. That's when I like first started playing, or like I can't remember, like 7 or 8.
Benji jumped around video games like Call of Duty, Halo, League of Legends, and CSGO. But nothing really fit. Well, not until a certain Battle Royale game hit the market. In September of 2017, Fortnite Battle Royale took the world by storm. If you were
Clicks
alive
hate
in
watch?
2017, you
Is
could
Clicks
not
even
avoid
con
the
today?
word
He isn't, right?
Fortnite.
So of course it would catch the eye.
Gooden
of a
is
young
landing on
gamer
Chulex
named
now.
Benji.
Season 3 I started like properly like
boy.
grinding it. And then season 4, season 5 started getting into scrims and stuff.
Šta kaže? Šta je rekao Kolenda na Truleksa?
He also started uploading highlight reels to his YouTube channel. His first ever video was uploaded on September 20th of 2018. In the video called Solo Duo Scrim Clutch, he did just that.
You are good. You are good. I can't lie, chat. I'm not feeling this video. This video is kind of feels brain rotty, you know? Is there any other Fortnite documentary videos? It's mid? Yeah, what about like Ace or something? Story of NOS GOAT. Will Clicks finally win FNCS? Fortnite's unluckiest duo. Marin TM? There was no good Marin TM. Like, I like the documentary videos. I don't like his other videos. These documentary videos were good, but the other ones are kind of shit in comparison. Is there another one? Like, what to do if your inner voice is cruel? What the hell? That's deep. What is this taste and tweet? Landing here in grand finals.
Jel dobar PC Intel
Wow.
i5 dobar?
Oh wow.
4060 dobar, 16 GB dobro.
So
Dobro, nije loše.
committed to not
Dobro je,
fighting
onako
close
solidno.
is what this says,
Martin je
right?
solidan komp,
Small loot,
brate.
yes, but also that's like they landed here 50-50 in Sneezy Podesai, so it's just
Over the course
it's
of the
giving them that, I guess. I don't know.
Sasvim solidno, brate. Samo ne znam što uzimaš Intelov procesor kad je Ryzen mnogo bolji, ali ne znam, brate.
Yeah. I don't know, that's fucked. This video? Nah, there you go.
past 6 years, countless players have been banned, including massive streamers, professional players, and YouTubers. Today, we're taking a deep dive into the history of exactly why these players got banned, as well as where they are today. The first player I want to talk about is Taken.
Yeah, but the way that they do that,
he started playing competitive
if they tweet out like, "Hey, we're taking north fencing," that pretty much means that yeah, we're committing to splitting. So, I'm at Colin, bro. I'm in lower bracket. I mean, surely you will, right? I think you got 26 yesterday, right? I'm pretty sure.
And also streaming.
We watched it. I forgot.
However, not too much success.
He should be a
competitive on
yeah.
I mean, come on.
Surely you
got
should.
into the scrim scene super early on.
Dude, I've seen some of the quality teams in EU that qualified today, bro. Like lower bracket is a legitimate joke.
In the world,
legitimately a joke compared to everything else. So you got it, brother.
In earnings from placing 213th in the 10 actual World Cup qualifiers.
This one is ass. There's just no good videos, is there? Do I watch the new Arab video? He's fucking naked. They're all so shit. They're actually, Fortnite content's actually ass, bro. What happened to Fortnite's biggest memes? Like, do we even care that much? Chat, what is that other, what's that YouTube channel that somebody's gun has? What's the competitive iceberg? What does that even mean? This one?
Hello guys, over the past few years, these iceberg videos have become more and more popular, so most of you have probably...
Klub nije pripremio oproštaj Mbappeu, ali navijači jesu, brate. Klub nije pripremio Mbappeu oproštaj posle 7 godina. I najbolji strelac u istoriji Francuske lige. Nije pripremio ništa, ali navijači jesu. Sramota za klub, brate.
En relâchant au Parc des Princes qui nous montre le visage avec les lauriers de la gloire de Kylian Mbappé.
Pa to je njihova greška, brate. To je njihova greška što su ga prodali za 0, brate. Mogli su za njega da uzmu 200 miliona, da su bili pametni. Da, tamo se igra loš fudbal, brate. Tamo se igra loš fudbal, Vladimir, u pravu su. Ali nisu, brate.
En relâchant au Parc des Princes qui nous montre le visage avec les lauriers de la gloire.
Ali ide u najveći klub, Kanta. Ide u najveći klub, brate, i to je ono što jebe koke, a nije pevac, brate. Nema ovog, brate, ne izbacuje ovaj mapu za večeras. Nema, ovaj ne izbacuje ništa, brate.